continue to escalate and rise. Tell a friend about that Horn app. Help them download it to their phone. They can listen to this show and all the programs on the Horn wherever they are, here in the 512, all over the great state, all over the world, right there on that Horn app, and, of course, at hornfm.com. He is our shutdown corner 5 hours a day, 5 days a week in this conversation. Does a heck of a job. He is our man from the 713 down in H-Town, the DBU, also DB High, I should say. Also DBU right here in the 512, a lifetime Longhorn, the football theorist, the Blackstradamus, proud papa of Baby Monroe. He is our man, Rod Babers. Hello, Rod.
I'm doing great. Appreciate the intro and the hospitality.
Get you a
always.
light bulb.
No, I'm doing good.
You have a little lamp here, which I need to send out some pictures of our home Onion Creek studios here. But
got plenty of light.
Normally there's a nice bright looking lamp right there, a little desk lamp I've got for you.
Oh yeah.
But today it's light bulbs go out, I guess. And I went and looked in the pantry, and there is no light bulbs I had. So
perfectly fine.
Maybe I could borrow one from borrow from Peter to pay Paul. You know what I mean? Find a light bulb somewhere else that is not as important as right now. But yeah, I'll get you a bulb.
Fine.
How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, brother. I appreciate it. Glad it's Friday. Lot to talk about. Kind of a weird weekend because college football slows down to a crawl pretty much until the bowl season starts up again. So a lot of focus on the NFL. Cowboys, Eagles, that's the big game. And then other than that, you can start to kind of diversify your sports intake.
Yeah, that's right.
You can kind of get into a little NBA if you want to, college basketball if you want to. So I guess it's that time of year where you start to kind of venture out a little bit, if you're just a football fanatic like most of us.
Yeah, well, it's we
you got some time now. We got some time.
We wait all spring and summer for college football, then we get 13 weeks. It's been a heck of a ride for the Longhorns, without a doubt.
Feels like it was just yesterday we were talking about Texas, Alabama, like previewing it.
I know.
And now it's just boom.
The talking season. Now it'll be the talking month all the way to a national semifinal game for the Longhorns, which will be fun, better than the alternative, right?
Yes, sir.
The season has gone better than most anticipated. Even the loftiest of Longhorn expectations, for fans were not to be in the college football playoff, but here they are as a third-ranked team in the country and a chance to, play for a national championship if they can get through that Washington game coming up on January 1st. So we'll continue to talk about that game. Longhorns receiving accolades, a couple more Longhorns into the transfer portal. We'll get you caught up on as we get you cranked up. And we'll also get you some details on our plan as we're continuing to finalize our plans for what the Horn will be all about coming up into the new year and out in New Orleans, and bringing you live coverage and conversation all this month and then into the new year with the Longhorns and the Washington Huskies. Details on that coming as well. Let's start with the headlines, trending topics on this Friday morning. First, Rod, tell them to say hi to the folks who serve. We appreciate them each and every day, including Army Navy tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Each and every morning, we love to give our shout out to those who serve. We know it's an honor, but also a burden, because our society is built on the selflessness of service. So all those who choose to serve in any capacity, God, country, or community, we want you to know that we appreciate you. Can't say it enough. Soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses. We can't name you all. We appreciate you all, though. Just want you to know that. So shout out to those who are up early with us, doing God's work, and no doubt about it. Army Navy tomorrow, middle of the afternoon, from Boston, Massachusetts. Gillette Stadium is where they'll play that game. And as we say with that game, everybody on that field who's playing is willing, when they're done with their careers at the academies, to die for everyone that's watching. Yep.
And put their lives on the line to defend our country. We appreciate that each and every. Makes it a game that is so different than any other game you'll ever watch or pay attention to. And just think about that in your own mind. Everybody playing tomorrow, when they're done and they're off to defend our country, we're willing to die for those watching. And so we watch that game and appreciate it. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your first hour here in the 6 o'clock hour. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the news. Start with college football. Third-ranked Longhorns awaiting their Sugar Bowl battle in a month from now, 3 weeks from now, with number 2 Washington. A number of Horns have received All-America honors this week. Congratulations to defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, wide receiver Xavier Worthy, and tight end Jatavion Sanders. All have been recognized as first-team All-Americans by various polls for their performances in 2023, various lists. Sweat, as a matter of fact, has been named first-team All-American by the USA Today, The Athletic, Sports Illustrated, and CBS Sports. He's been the anchor of the middle of that Texas defensive line as part of the nation's 5th best rushing defense. 2 more Longhorns, including a 4th defensive back, have entered that transfer portal. Wide receiver Casey Kane and DB Larry Turner Gooden both entered the portal yesterday, according to On3 Sports. Kane, a member of the 2021 Texas recruiting class, has 9 career catches for 214 yards. Turner Gooden, a redshirt freshman from Playa del Rey, California, has played in 5 career games at Texas. He joins fellow defensive backs Jalen Catalon, Xavion Bryce, and B.J. Allen in the portal. Week 14 kicked off last night in New England in the NFL. How about Bailey Zappi, proud of a Victoria to Texas? He threw 3 first-half touchdown passes, helped the Patriots snap a 5-game skid and deliver a damaging blow to the Steelers' playoff hopes with a 21-18 win. The 21 points are more than they had scored in the previous 3 games combined in New England. They get the victory. In the NBA, and Indiana's emerging superstar Tyrese Halliburton poured in 27 points, just out 15 assists, lead the Pacers past the Bucks 128-119, and into the championship game of the NBA's inaugural in-season tournament out in Vegas. They will meet the LA Lakers. Lakers steamrolled New Orleans last night in the other semifinal, 133-89. The two will play in the first ever NBA Cup, or for the first NBA Cup, on Saturday night out in Las Vegas. Big weekend on tap in high school football. 3 area teams looking to advance to the state championships up in Arlington next week. Tonight, undefeated Wimberley, the Texans will face Belleville in the 4A Division II semis at the field in Pflugerville. Liberty Hill hits the road to Cypress to face Port Neches Groves in the Class 5A Division II semis. Tomorrow afternoon, back at Pflugerville at the field, Westlake will face Galena Park North Shore in the 6A Division I semifinals. Huge news from golf yesterday. Official word from Jon Rahm that he is defecting from the PGA Tour and has officially joined the Live Golf Tour. A move to stand as Live Golf's biggest statement they've made to date. Completely changes the dynamics of professional golf for both leagues going into 2024. Rahm is a 2-time major winner, current Masters champion, currently ranks first since 2016 in wins, top 5s and top 10s on the PGA Tour. He has repeatedly stood as one of the tour's most outspoken players since Live Golf formed.
So now we have 6 players officially in the portal for Texas now, and 3 of those are safeties.
3 safeties.
That is, and 4 DBs, because you got Xavier and Bryce in there too. But now you have 3 safeties of that group. That is obviously not a coincidence.
Yeah, something's up, right?
Well, I think what is up is, I don't think it's anything sinister at all, by the way. I just think when a walk-on, and it's just, by the way, it's a shout out to Taft, by the way, and what he's accomplished. But when a walk-on penetrates the rotation of safeties that are playing, and a true freshman as well, that's a message to the safeties that are in that room. I've been in that room.
You've been in that room.
I've been in that room. That room can be tense sometimes when that depth chart starts changing. And Coach McKinney used to do it. Man, it was a psychological. It really was kind of a psychological ploy. He would seat us based on the depth chart. So you sit in the front if you're a starter. If you're backup behind you sit. You basically sit.
Sound seating based on performance.
Based on your depth chart. And you'd come in there some days, and there were times, some awkward times, where guys would sit in that front seat and would have to be told at the time, no, actually,
back up.
That you got to sit back there.
Wow.
Found out the hard way. It is. Oh man, it was. And I know it was done obviously intentionally, because so you'd walk in that room, and every time you walked in there, you understood accountability was at the top of the list. So I understand that room, and I think that's basically what's happening. No, I'm not saying that that's the way they do it now. That was back in our day. But I do understand that's a message when you've been there competing as a player, and then a true freshman ends up, getting reps ahead of you, and then a walk-on gets reps ahead of you.
Writing's on the wall.
It's gonna be hard.
It's right in front of you.
It's gonna be hard for you to obviously get some reps there. I mean, because you have not earned the reps, obviously. Those guys ahead of you have, and then it seems like they may have over-recruited you. They may have recruited past you, too. And that's what the transfer portal is for. So I don't think it's a coincidence. I also don't think it's anything sinister happening or anything like that. I just think that, like I said, I've been in that DB room, and you got, 4? They had basically rotated, 5 safeties this year? Between Keaton Crawford, Thompson, Taft, Derek Williams, Catalan got in there. That was pretty much their rotation. And I guess Catalan is one of the guys who is transferring that had penetrated that group, but not much. And I think we agree it was probably because of injury more so than anything else. But yeah, those guys, I think they understand, like you said, the writing's on the wall. You can stick around if you want to and try to crack it, like Keaton Crawford did. Keaton Crawford, one of the guys that stuck around, and then late in his career, he cracked the starting lineup. But I think most of those guys figure that there will be a better opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, well, Michael Taft, tied for the team leading interceptions.
Exactly.
With 3. Had a block punt in the Kansas State game.
No, this is not me. This is not me criticizing Taft at all. I'm just saying.
No, he's earned it, and he's playing good.
Exactly. He's earned the scholarship. He's earned it all. but you know how that is. It was
Sure.
a walk-on. It came into that room as a walk-on. You came in. It feel like this. If it was the old Coach Akina standard and way of doing things, Michael Taft would have worked his way from the back of that room all the way to the front.
You're
And
right.
you don't think the guys in that room would have noticed?
No,
Like,
for
hold
sure.
on, man, this guy started off way back here. Now he's at the front of the room.
Yeah.
That's why Coach Akina did the way he did it, so you would notice.
Yeah.
Hey, man, this guy's balling. This guy's passing you up, just so you know.
Couldn't
You
ignore it.
You couldn't ignore it. You better start putting in more time.
Yeah.
You better start putting in more time, or you better start in the film room, weight room, on the field, whatever it may be. So I just think, psychologically, that's what's going on. And yeah, shout out to Michael Taft. You guys, and shout out to Derek Williams. You guys are lifting the standard at the safety position. And apparently those guys weren't able to meet the standard, so they're deciding to go elsewhere.
Yeah. No, I think that's well said. I mean, obviously, and you have the experience in that DB
Oh,
room.
man, it's brutal.
It's competition
I didn't
and
wanna see- I didn't wanna-
meritocracy, right? You
Yes, sir.
you earn your spot, and Michael Taft certainly has, and that's now you got 4 defensive backs in that portal, 3 corners or 3 safeties and a corner into the portal
I
now.
don't think it's a coincidence that you got 3 safeties. And look at the focus, right? The focus in recruiting and the focus in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Right, it seems to be some safeties that they're looking at.
Yeah.
Right, Makuba. It seems to be a top priority for Texas in the transfer portal.
From Clemson,
Yep,
from LBJ,
Clemson,
of course.
LBJ, right? Central Texas product. And there wasn't been talk about late in this closing this recruiting cycle. Phil Simi, safety.
Xavier Filsamy from
Yeah.
McKinney, who
Yeah.
will be in town next weekend.
Didn't talk about that. They understand. They need short term options and solutions at safety, and they need long term solutions at safety.
Yeah.
And that's basically what, because even we know right now at the defense, what's one of the only weaknesses of the defense? Coverage safeties.
Yeah, coverage safety.
Yeah.
Well, it felt like this year a lot of times they had safeties who could really cover, and then safeties who could come up and tackle and hit,
Mhm.
but they didn't have the combo, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly right.
teams could attack that,
Mhm.
depending on who was on the field right there.
And that's why Derek Williams, what is he? He's probably their best coverage safety, but he's a freshman. So they already
Who later in the season emerged as a better tackler.
they're addressing it.
Yep,
addressing
and that's the thing, right? If the freshman is starting, that means the ceiling for him. Yeah, you probably need to move on.
The upside is tremendous, and he's going to see more reps, right? They're not going to take away his reps. You can anticipate regression when the true freshman's already cracked the starting lineup, and then you look at the developmental rate of Taft. And like I said, it's a guy that at one point was at the back of that DB room now, or the safety room, and has worked his way now to the front. And there's a projection that he's probably going to be either a starter or heavy rotational guy at the safety position. He's not going to get less reps. All right. I just think,
Well, and obviously
That's the reality of it.
you understand the reality for the young guys that are moving on, or at least exploring other options. Reality for Texas is, Derek Williams will be suspended for the first half of the Washington game, and they're going to be pretty thin at that position
That's
when
true.
that game hits the field in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Derek Williams appealed a targeting call that happened in the Oklahoma State game back this past Saturday. That was denied,
Mm-hmm.
so he's going to miss the first half. And so it's going to be Michael Taft, Jaron Thompson, probably Jahdae Barron sliding over, or however Jalen Gilbo. I don't know what the safety rotation will be, because all the guys that – because like B.J. Allen,
Well,
we
they'll
never
have
even saw him on the field.
They have Keaton
Keaton
Crawford,
Keaton Crawford.
Jaron Thompson, and
Forgot about Crawford.
Yeah,
My bad.
exactly. So they'll have those 3 guys. But you're right. What it really affects, though, is practice.
Yeah, oh, yeah, well.
You ain't got practice bodies at safety. Like who are your guys that are gonna run your scout team safeties? Who are the guys that are gonna run it's your second team in there at safety right now? That to me is kind of where the concern is, the preparation. You just need guys that play the position so that you can have a practice, right? That it's not wearing down. Having your starters or your heavy rotational guys on the scout team and risking injury and overexposing those guys. So that's what I wonder about. I think in the game, this is actually when it pays off. They've rotated so many safeties. Derek Williams gonna be out for the first half. It's like, well, you got Taft, who he's played a lot of reps. You got Thompson, who's one of your starters. You got Keaton Crawford, so you're okay for the game. I believe. My concern is the weeks leading up to it. Like, how do you build your practices without 3 of your safeties that would have been either on the second team or on your scout team? I don't even know what you do.
Yeah, exactly. And those practices will start next weekend.
I guess you got a lot of walk-ons you can throw in there, but I mean, that's nothing against those guys. But you're talking the level that you want your practice to be intense, and you want it to be as close to game simulation as possible. And when you don't have high-level athletes that are able to give you those simulated looks, then you get bad looks.
Yeah. Well said. All right, so we're off and running with the Longhorn conversation. Also, I did mention the headlines, but congrats to the Texas volleyball team, 5th-ranked team in the country. They won an absolute thriller, 5-set match against 11th-seeded Tennessee last night in the NCAA Sweet 16 out at Maples Pavilion. They advanced to the Elite Eight for the 17th time in the last 18 seasons, Rod Babers.
Yeah, nice.
They'll face Arizona State. They'll actually face Stanford coming up in the Elite Eight for a trip to the Final Four in volleyball. So congrats to them. We mentioned the Patriots won last night in the NFL. We'll dive into that game coming up and the entire NFL weekend. But, Rod, to keep people up to date, I mentioned the coaching carousel in college football is moving. We know that Mike Elko down at A&M has tabbed Kansas State offensive coordinator Colin Klein to take that role. I don't know if you noticed, but Penn State, James Franklin went after Colin Klein. According to reports, Colin Klein turned him down to go to A&M, but then he turned and nabbed Kansas's Antti Koltanicki. Kansas's offensive coordinator.
That was a boss move.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, Lance Leipold and that offense at Kansas has been dynamic. So Penn State, James Franklin, remember, he never really replaced Joe Moorhead. Remember they had Joe Moorhead there calling plays, and that's when they were their most dynamic. And
they were running a lot of RPOs.
Yeah,
heavy RPO team.
Last year they had Mike Yurcich, the former offense coordinator here at Texas, with Tom Herman. And he got dumped, and now it's Antti Koltanicki coming in from Kansas.
That's a good hire.
Kansas has then hired Jeff Grimes, who was fired by Baylor.
I don't like that hire.
Who hired Jake Spavital. It almost feels like that's Lance Leipold's offense, though. You know what I mean? Or Leipold.
It is Lance Leipold's offense, but yeah.
And Jeff Grimes is an out. I mean,
they're heavy outside zone, so I guess that's it. But yeah, Koltanicki is that Kansas offense was probably the most diverse offense in the Big 12. Next to Sark's offense.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's more diverse than Sark's offense, which is crazy to say. I love Koltanicki. So I think he and Leipold work well together. It'd be interesting to see who's going to take over the play calling duties. Maybe Koltanicki actually call the plays.
Yeah, for Lance Leipold.
So if it's Lance Leipold's offense, but is he going to call the plays? And if he's not, is Jeff Grimes going to call the plays? Because he's a very different play caller than Koltanicki.
Yeah, he is. He came from BYU to Baylor. Now Baylor has hired Jake Spavital, who had been at Texas State as the head coach, went to Cal to be the offensive coordinator last year and revved up that offense in the West Coast. And Lincoln Riley, speaking of West Coast, has tabbed UCLA defensive coordinator D'Anton Lynn to fix his terrible defense at USC. And in only 1 year at Westwood with UCLA, Lynn came in with Chip Kelly from the NFL and turned the Bruins defense from 90th in scoring D to a top 20 unit, both in yards per play and scoring. Chip Kelly's defense much better, so Lincoln Riley didn't have to go far to find the person he hopes can fix his defense.
He goes up against that. He went up against him, so that's probably why he's like, hey, man, this guy gave me some trouble.
Yeah, well, they beat the heck out of USC in that rival
Sark
game.
hired PK. He's like, man, all the D coordinators I went up against, that guy's defense gave me the most issues.
Yeah.
That's often how it works. How Bob Stoops hired Mike Leach. He's like, out of offenses I tried to stop, that damn air raid gave me hell.
That's why. That's why Todd Dodge hired Tony Salazar. He tells that story all the time.
Oh, is that really?
Yeah, he's the only defense in the district that could stop him when he was at Marble Falls. So he hired him.
That's the best reference you can get. It's like, I've coached against a guy, and I can't figure him out.
Well, when you're coaching against somebody, right? You're watching the film, you see how sound they are. You're like, oh man, that's a good coach right there. And Sark talked about that when every time you go up against PK, like, damn,
this guy gets me.
Guys
every day.
Yeah. He's hard to move the ball against.
It's a great nugget there, Ty. I like that.
Yeah, that's good. Good luck to Westlake. They'll play tomorrow in Pflugerville. Should be a nice afternoon for a high school football game. How about Westlake
North Shore?
and Galena Park, North Shore?
Man, I mean, those are basically the two heavyweights of Central Texas and the two heavyweights of one of the heavyweights of Houston. It's basically North Shore and Katy. I told you guys every time we'd win our first round playoff game, we'd play Katy or we'd play North Shore. And then the 1 year we beat Katy, we had North Shore in the next round. And we couldn't escape them. Houston Lamar could never escape when I was there, Katy or North Shore. And, man, it was just – we were watching the film, and we knew. We were like, damn,
that's who beat us in the state championship my senior year. So,
little
revenge here.
You up, Nates. Yeah, Ty is back and running the show today. Appreciate him. He'll be chiming in this morning as we get you cranking up on a Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod BA. Football Friday without much college football, but plenty of college football conversation like that coaching carousel. So we'll follow that, and you Aggie fans can weigh in on the hiring of Colin Klein.
You know my favorite hire, though? Honestly, I think
I do. I want to know. Absolutely, I think
it's Willie Fritz.
To Houston. Yeah, I agree.
That's
I agree with
that.
that.
Hell of a hire, man. You talked about, obviously,
Willie Fritz.
A big fan of Willie Fritz too. But people don't know about his Texas connections as much. Basically, he's been coaching most of his coaching career in Louisiana, now in Texas.
Yeah.
So he can, and Houston is just a hub of recruiting. I tell you guys all the time in terms of metro areas. Houston area, greater Houston area is top 10 in the country for producing NFL talent, and draftable talent. DFW is number 2 behind the Atlanta metro area. So you're going to get Willie Fritz coaching acumen and his coaching connections, so he can recruit talent in Louisiana and in Texas, and he's already proven he can find those hidden gems in both Louisiana. And Louisiana, if you look at per capita, states that produce the most NFL players per capita, they're always top 5. They're always top 5, hovering around there for the last 5 to 10 years. There's a ton of NFL talent in Louisiana. That's why LSU is always so good, because they don't have any competition in the damn state. Nobody competes. That's why Texas should have been in Louisiana racking up, because there's so much talent there. LSU can't get it all. And I think that's really Fish is going to clean up there. He's going to clean up in Houston because there's so much talent there, and he just has ties in Texas. So he's going to get the talent, and now you combine that with a guy that can coach like hell.
Well, he couldn't be more opposite than Dana Holgorsen. Dana Holgorsen's
very true.
Kind of a good time guy and likes to go out and have nothing against that. But Willie Fritz is ball.
He's a ball guy.
All ball.
Yeah.
Like that's all he does.
Yep.
I mean, he's one of those football junkies who, whether he's at Blinn winning junior college championships in the 90s, or at Sam Houston State winning, before they moved up to the FBS, winning FCS championships, then to Tulane, Georgia Southern.
Yeah.
He just wins.
He's going to find a way to win.
He just wins. And as you said, the talent pipeline should be pretty robust for him.
I forgot he was at Georgia Southern too.
Yes, he was.
I just talked about Atlanta. It's the number 1 metro area for producing NFL talent. So you tell me this guy's got ties in Louisiana, which is top 5 per capita producing NFL talent year after year. In Texas, and now in Houston, which is also a top 10 metro area producing NFL talent.
Yeah.
And then in Georgia too, where he can get close to Atlanta, that also produces a ton of NFL talent. The number 1 metro area for producing draftable prospects. Good Lord, this guy's going. Now the one downside, and you just hit it on the head there, E. He's not going to be a salesman for the program, really. Now,
not like Jeff Traylor might have been.
Yes. Now, he's going to win, but you're going to lose the added value of a guy that's going to be hanging out at Rockets games on court side, promoting the program like that. That ain't really Fritz.
Yeah,
that ain't
agreed.
Him.
But for Houston, and remember, Brett Yormark in the Big 12, which the Longhorns, of course, are leaving after this year, they want Houston to become a power in that conference because it's the 4th largest market in the country.
They want to take the TCU track.
Yeah, they need that to be a big brand because they're losing 80% of their branding when they leave. Now they're adding Colorado, which brings Deion Sanders. They're adding Arizona State, and Utah. And Utah is a solid program, obviously. Back-to-back Pac-12 championships before this year. But as far as markets, you're looking for Denver, you're looking for Dallas Metroplex, and you're looking for Houston. You need those markets to be big, and Willie Fritz needs to grow that program down at Houston. And because now they're not playing in the shadow of A&M and Texas, because those two teams are in a different conference now.
Yep, they're gone.
That's that Houston dominated by Longhorn fans and Aggie fans. Houston needs to grow because when I was growing up, Rod, down in Houston, Phi Slamma Jam was huge in basketball.
Oh yeah,
Jack Pardee and
the run and shoot.
Bill Yeomans did a great job with the football program. It was a big deal when I was growing up. But it's obviously fallen, and now a chance to be in the Big 12, and a coach like Willie Fritz, that's what they're thinking down at Houston. So we'll talk about it with you, the coaching carousel. We'll get into the NFL game. How about Zeke Elliott last night? Bringing it, the Patriots scored more points last night than they have in 3 weeks. And
couldn't believe it.
How about
I picked the Steelers in that game, and I was wrong.
How about this? They were 7-4 6 days ago. 7-4, looking like an AFC playoff team. They've lost back-to-back games and 2 games in 5 days to 2-win teams.
Can't score.
Lost to the Cardinals and lost to the Patriots over the course of 5 days.
Fired the OC, and the offense got worse.
Yeah, and they also lost their quarterback, Kenny Pickett. We'll come back. Rod will take us behind the BOC. We'll get some What the Facts. And on a Friday morning, we're glad you're with us. Friday just warming up, just heating up here on Hook 'em Up. Lock it in wherever you find us. And listen all day long on 101.9 on AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Glad you're with us on a Friday, 8 December. And a lot going on, talking all things Week 14 NFL. Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday night. What a game that will be. Here we are 17 days to Christmas. 23 days to New Year's Day, the first day of 2024, which will start with a bang. Longhorns in Washington in the Sugar Bowl semifinal on the national level. 23 days, so talking, 3 weeks from Sunday?
That's right.
3 weeks from Sunday will be the national championship game. Semifinal game, Texas and Washington. Also, the other game out in the Rose Bowl, which is a heck of a ball game to preview, Michigan v. Alabama. With as we talk about the coaching carousel, reports abound out of Ann Arbor that Jim Harbaugh has been offered a new 5-year contract extension worth $11 million annually. It does have a caveat that he would, if he signs it before the championship rounds here coming up into the new year, that in writing that he will not pursue NFL jobs when the season is over. $11 million a year, Rod.
Why? Yeah, I don't know why he would sign that, actually. Not sure why he would sign that. Not sure. If that's going to be the stipulation.
He can get that after, right? I mean, like what?
Well, yeah, it'll still be there, right? It'll still be there.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Might as well just wait and see what the NFL has to say.
Yeah, exactly. If indeed he wants to pursue, back into the National Football League, where he was highly successful at San Francisco.
Yeah.
Took the Niners to the Super Bowl after doing a great job at Stanford. So
I don't think anybody knows what Jim Harbaugh wants, actually.
I agree with that.
I don't think we actually know. I think we all think we know, but you talked about this yesterday. In the NFL, he actually rubbed people the wrong way there too, and he likes power. The NFL does not give coaches a lot of power, notoriously, because the owners want all the power because they're the billionaires. And at the NCAA, I think the NCAA has him very annoyed at the college level, considering he's been suspended twice for different reasons, not by the once by the NCAA and then once by the Big Ten. I think he's tired of the authority, all right, of the basically, I would say the administration, and he's tired of the NCAA and the decision makers at the college level too. So I don't know where he's going to get the most power, and I think that's what he wants to.
Well, and it's
control the most because he's a control freak.
He is.
Yeah.
And I think the way you said it, John Mellencamp has the great song, "I fought authority, and authority always wins." He always has fought authority.
Yeah, that's kind of his thing. Like
back to it.
Yeah.
And me,
that's a good point.
Me growing up, my first 8 years of my life in Northeast Ohio was with my father, a passionate Ohio State fan. He was at Michigan, right? And he was, as a quarterback, he was fighting authority then, and then he went to the NFL and was fighting authority. He's as we say, he's like a fist with a mouth. He's always, and then his brother John is a really great coach in Baltimore, but he doesn't. Yeah, he's different. He's got a
very different.
I'm sure behind the scenes he's probably similar, but at the same time,
very different disposition.
Yeah, yes. They're both highly successful in their ways. But even back to his playing days, he was kind of a punk. You're like, dude, punk. Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
No, you're right. He roasts people the wrong way.
Yes, he does.
That's why he only stays places.
He's abrasive.
Yes.
Super abrasive.
He's only going to stay at a place for so long, and I wonder if he has reached that. But I don't know if he's reached that point at Michigan. Definitely not for Michigan.
Oh, they love him. He's a Michigan guy, right?
But he's
the best thing they've had since Bo Schembechler.
Yeah, I'm talking about like NCAA and, like you said, the authority.
Yes.
Right? The decision makers, Big Ten. I just wonder if I rubbed enough people the wrong way in that regard, where he's like, I need to go to the NFL for a while. They're tired of me here. My antics, right? They've basically kind of run their course here, and I don't know. We'll see. I think it all depends on how the season ends. If he wins the title, man, all bets are off. I have no idea what he's going to do if they win it all, because he might want to ride off to the sunset, or he might decide, this is where I need to be. I can win another one of these. I can start a dynasty here, whatever it may be.
Yeah. He's just been such in the public eye. I mean, he's in the Indianapolis Colts Ring of Honor as a player. I mean, then he went to coaching, and of course his father was John and Jim's father was a longtime coach.
Ball coach, man.
Oh my gosh, ball coach. Grew up in a ball coach's house, and so obviously they both adopted that in their post careers. I don't think John ever played high-level football, but certainly Jim did. Okay, so that's out there. We'll get ready for Saban v. Harbaugh. We'll keep an eye on that contract extension. Also have to be thinking about that with the Longhorns, Jim. Assume because CDC, Chris Del Conte, doesn't do anything during the season.
No.
but there's a big contract coming for bump for. We're talking about $11 million a year for Jim Harbaugh. Steve Sarkisian is making just $5 million a year, which is a little like 5.5, I guess, with incentives, and he's doing fine. But you can almost expect he will get a significant pay raise. When Mike Elko gets the A&M job and he's making 7, Sark's going to get a bump here
Sark
coming in the
probably get 9.
in the near term.
He'll probably get 9.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9
Maybe
million.
right under 10. It was a national title. I take that. Take that back.
He
won a
up there
national
by
title,
11.
just like with Jim Harbaugh. All bets are off. You win a national title, then he'll definitely be in the double digits after that. There's no question.
And you can expect the NFL to be kicking the tires on Steve Sarkisian as well, just to see where he is, because has NFL experience as a coach. And a guy like Bryce Young in Carolina is a guy that he recruited to Alabama and has a good relationship with. They're looking for a coach there. So
don't go there.
I know. Well, I think he knows better than Dave Tepper to go work for him. Frank Reich just got fired in year 1.
Yeah, Texas is a way better job.
Well, Dave Tepper at Carolina, Texas is a way better job
than Carolina.
Well, I said this when they fired Frank Reich, and I think Frank Reich kind of earned his way out. I don't think he wanted to work for Dave Tepper anymore after a very short amount of time. But it's going to be hard. I mean, coaches know. I mean, you fire one coach 1 year, Matt Rule, and then you move on to another coach. You don't even give him one full season, and you're already at odds with him.
He does pay well, though.
He does pay well, but that becomes problematic. You want stability.
He does pay well.
You want power, right? You don't want an owner that's meddling. And Frank Reich was open about the meetings he had to have with the owner, like the sit-downs, and it's like those were hard meetings. Like, I don't want any of that. I'll stay where I'm at.
No, I'm with you. He's still paying. He's still paying Matt Rule. Matt Rule and
money.
Frank Reich, real good money. So he pays. So somebody will take it and be like, you know what, I'm taking this payday.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but I'm gonna take this payday. He'll probably fire me within 2 years if I don't win, or because we won't get along. But man, that payday is hard to pass up. Now for Sark, he won't do it. We're talking about some other coach who's a lot more desperate. Sark's got options and resources.
Yeah, well, that's the point. Is Dave Tepper's going to be pretty limited on he's
not
going to get the highest name. He won't get Jim Harbaugh, right? Jim Harbaugh will look at the Bears, might look at the Chargers if Brandon Staley gets fired. There'll be options if Jim Harbaugh does want to enter into the National Football League.
He's going to have to overpay somebody.
Yeah, he is. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll get some What the Facts for the top of the hour, including that game in New England last night with the Steelers and Patriots. But first, Rod's going to get us some good stuff on the Longhorns.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. I want to talk about the transfer portal just a little bit, because yesterday we found out that Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from U of H, I'm sure Longhorn fans remember him, really good player for U of H. Kind of a slot receiver, if you will, kind of a prototypical slot receiver, but he's a speed guy. And there's a lot of talk. We talked about it on our own Texas football live stream last night. There's a lot of talk that Texas will be interested in Matthew Golden, the U of H receiver that's in the transfer portal. If that's the case, that would make him and Deion Burks also targets in the transfer portal. They're very similar to me in their skill sets. I think I prefer Matthew Golden over Deion Burks just slightly, because I just think he's a little faster, and I've seen him in person. Let's be honest. All right, and I studied him because Texas played U of H. But I like Deion Burks too. I think if you're a Sark, you'll probably end up with one of those guys. I don't know if you need both of them because of how similar the skill set is. They're both kind of projected as slot wide receivers, speed demons. We know Sark likes speed demons. They're small-ish, slight-ish guys. Matthew Golden, I think the added value there is you get the kickoff return guy. He's one of the best kickoff returns in the country.
Yeah.
He's
special teams.
Yeah, he's one of the best kick returns in the country. So in addition to him being a guy that can help you as a slot receiver, and you're going to need it at wide receiver, because Casey Kane, we just talked about the transfer portal. Texas first receiver in the transfer portal is Casey Kane. But on top of that, you're going to lose Xavier Worthy, likely A.D. Mitchell, Jay Witt. You're going to lose your top 3 receivers, and then you're talking about losing a veteran like Casey Kane. So I think that one of your top positions right now looking at the transfer portal, it's got to be wide receiver, just because you're going to lose so much to eligibility, but you're also going to lose now Casey Kane, and that's just the first wide receiver potentially that could hit the transfer portal. So you could get as many as 2 wide receivers in the transfer portal for Texas. I do think Matthew Golden and Deion Burks, like I said, one or the other. I think Matthew Golden probably is a higher priority just because you got the kick return added value. But then Juice Wells, who's the South Carolina receiver, and I think he's got interest from Oregon.
Tennessee,
Ole Miss. I mean,
the whole SEC's after
exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody's interested because he fits in any system. I said this yesterday. He fits in any system. You can plug him in Texas system with Sark. He's compatible with that system. You can put him in a veer and shoot system. He's compatible there. You can put him in that Lane Kiffin system. Oregon. These are very different offenses, and they all want Juice Wells because he fits. Because he's just a contested catch freak. His contested catch ability is unbelievable. He is. I mean, actually, Texas will see probably the best contested catch receiver in the country when they see Rome Odunze.
Yeah, Washington.
For Washington, he's the best contested catch receiver. If it's a 50-50 ball, it's an 80-20 with him. With Juice Wells, 50-50, it's probably 70-30. I mean, he's got strong hands, and he attacks the football at his highest point. As he's great in the scramble drill, I think he'll be really good in red zone because of that contested catch ability, and he's hard to bring down once the ball's in his hand. So everybody loves Juice Wells just because all of his skills just translate to any offense pretty much.
Yeah, and you've talked a lot about Sark having a tight rotation at receiver.
Yes,
You're gonna if you could land one of the guys, Golden or Burks, and then get in the Juice Wells, conversation. Juice Wells also a great blocker. He's a very physical football player when you watch him.
He is.
And with Jordan Whittington's moving on, he's out of eligibility. He's your best blocker on the outside. That's the
point.
And the one name I'm always interested in who's in the portal but who's not. Isaiah Nair is a guy who
we hadn't heard the name yet.
We haven't heard his name.
Yeah, maybe.
He may be, and maybe
Could be reconsidering.
Remember, he had a knee injury the year before in training camp, but was starring, right? By all accounts, was having a heck of a summer coming from Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the injury. And he, when you're injured, you're recovering. You're not actually practicing with your team. And they go get A.D. Mitchell, and Xavier Worthy's a junior now, Jordan Whittington. And the tight rotation, you kind of lose your spot. You wonder if Isaiah Nair is saying, okay, now, here's my opportunity now. These guys are all leaving.
Should be.
I can be the guy. As I get fully healthy into January, into the spring, I can become the next guy with whoever comes in through the transfer portal. Maybe Isaiah Nair sees an opportunity and just watched A.D. Mitchell come in and go, guy who's going to be in the top 40 draft picks. Maybe he's looking at that as well.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And yeah, you're right. I mean, these guys, they see Sark only really expands his receiver rotation to about 4 guys.
And he knows Quinn, right? He's been there with Quinn. So, a relationship with the quarterback who's planning to be back. You're like, okay, yeah, I can become his favorite target, potentially. And, as you say, there's a lot of balls need caught moving forward in this offense.
Man. Like I said, there's a lot of opportunity in the receiving core to get in that rotation, but yeah, I think Jonte Cook's probably likely going to be one of those guys. Don't forget you got the receivers that you have recruited that are there.
Trey Wingo. Sark was in home with him this week from Missouri.
Yeah.
St. Louis. And then DeAndre Moore, another kid from Bellflower, California. There's still guys there, but, if you're Isaiah Nair, can I become kind of that A.D. Mitchell guy, that go-to red zone target that becomes problem? Because we remember he had 12 touchdowns at Wyoming.
Oh, he was
in the year before he transferred in.
Yep. No, he was highly productive. And everybody thought, I think that injury set him back a lot. And then after that, I'm not gonna say that the coaches moved on, but they had to refocus. On other players in the wide receiving core while he recovered. And I think after that, hey man, that, like I said, that receiver rotation is really tight. It's just hard to crack Sark's circle of trust with that group because he works really hands-on with the wide receivers. Like people don't know that he's really hands-on about how they run routes. He's really meticulous about the routes and how the route combinations and the sight adjustments for the receivers. So I think he knows those guys really well because he works so closely with them. And when he doesn't trust you totally, you're not gonna crack that group. And Jonte Cook ended up, getting ahead of guys like Casey Kane. Casey Kane, much like the safety room, you see some guys, they don't see a path to play.
Yeah.
And I think he saw, okay, if this freshman's getting reps ahead of me, where's my path to play? Now, you would think when the eligibility of all those receivers is up and Xavier Worthy leaves, A.D. Mitchell leaves, that would be the path for him. But like I said, he's in that room. He knows.
Yeah.
So he's still in that room thinking, okay, I still have no path to play, even though your top 3 receivers are leaving. Think about that. What does that say? That it says a lot. Yeah, he's a guy that played under Sark. He's earned trust under Sark, but maybe he lost that trust.
Yeah, or he just knows Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore ahead of him as far as that goes, and there's other guys coming in. All right, good stuff right there with Rod behind the burnt orange curtain. Matthew Golden, a name, second team All Big 12 player. Keep an eye on that.
Another name to keep in mind is Trey Moore. He's a UTSA edge rusher who's in the transfer portal. And Texas reportedly is interested. He's an all AAC player. Well, actually, he was as a sophomore. He was the AAC Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So he's a hell of a player. 38 pressures last season, or this season, I should say. 14 sacks. That led the AAC. 18 tackles for loss led the AAC. 29 defensive stops, second among edge rushers in the AAC. So he's a really good player. Got great BGO, ball get off, can come screaming around the edge. He's a guy that can, be a pass rusher, kind of a natural pass rusher for you situationally. We know they like Ethan Burke, they like Barron Sorrell. You can never have too many pass rushers.
Colin Simmons coming in too from Duncanville, and we've seen freshmen hit the field quick at Texas if they can produce.
Yes, sir.
And Colin Simmons probably's got to get some weight put on coming out of Duncanville, but that is another name to watch too. All right, we'll come back. Good stuff from Rod behind the BOC. We'll get some what the facts, including John Rahm. The much rumored move is now official, and it's staggered the PGA Tour. We'll get you the latest. It took him up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Friday on the Horn. We'll get back to Week 14 in the NFL coming up. Rod will have a rant next hour as well. Cowboys-Eagles highlighting Week 14.
That's what we're talking about.
Come on, man. In your rant?
Yes,
good.
For sure.
Looking forward to it. Eagles, Cowboys, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott. Legacy game. Legacy building game for Dak. Legacy's changing yesterday in our What the Facts segment. Jon Rahm, the much-rumored decision, official now. He is joining the LIV Tour for a massive sum of money. It's a staggering blow to the PGA Tour, without a doubt, in their negotiations with the Saudi Royal Fund and the PIF. And a lot of confusion, right? Because people are, the people believe that the two sides, LIV and PGA Tour, have already merged. They have not. They agreed to a merger that then had to move through the political house, right, in the state, the national, governmental agencies to make sure it was a legal deal. And so, but the deal's still not done. There's not a merger, because somebody texted us on the text line, Rod, and said, I'm confused. I thought the PGA and LIV were merging. They are merging. They're supposed to merge, but they don't have to merge. And so Jon Rahm, this was the first indication that the move was coming for Rahm came when he pulled out of Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods' indoor golf league that they were doing, right? The golf league that they're starting.
Yeah.
Rahm was supposed to be a big part of it, and in November he announced that he is pulling out of that. At the time he cited time constraints, but everybody kind of saw the writing on the wall. But so the PIF and the PGA Tour essentially have only agreed to drop all litigation. Back in June when they announced their merger, They agreed no more lawsuits. Because essentially the PIF was bleeding the PGA Tour dry with legal fees and all these lawsuits they were filing. They agreed to drop litigation and then set a deadline at the end of this month, December 31st, to complete the agreement. But no, they may not get the deal done because the PGA Tour took so much blowback from everybody when they said, you're caving to this now, right? Remember how that all went down?
Mm-hmm.
And the reports have been that they're seeking other avenues of resource, investment from other entities to fight the merger and not merge with the PIF, which the PIF has said, okay, well, then we'll just take Jon Rahm. Because the other confusion is that
where's his money coming from? There's other investors.
Well, that's right. Like that's been one of the advisements to the PGA
and
Tour.
Why didn't they do that earlier?
That's been the blowback. Hey,
come on, man.
You're now merging with them. Why don't we fight against it? And we'll invest. And other. There's a lot of rich people in the world.
I know. So why didn't they pursue these other billionaires earlier? I don't get it.
Right.
They were there before. I'm sure they wanted to help out.
Well, I think
they were interested.
I would speculate that the announcement of the merger made them incentivize them to maybe they asked.
Maybe they didn't think it was going to happen. They thought, oh no, this will never happen. Even you say you was like, no, it's going to happen if they keep just throwing money at this issue. They're going to win.
Well, that was the PIF's plan, right? To steal players, starting with Phil Mickelson, and then disrupt the market to such an extent and lock them up in court in these legal battles. And they have an endless stream of money,
straight cash on them.
And so there's also been some confusion about the truce. Originally, the two organizations agreed not to swap players during this negotiation, but during when the U.S. Department of Justice actually they pulled that out because there was fear that there would be an antitrust concern with the U.S. Department of Justice. So that came out, and that's where the Rahm thing comes. So Rahm's just essentially saying, "I'll take the payday." Because you guys may not merge at all.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to pass up this once-in-a-lifetime payday just because y'all can't get y'all ish together.
Yeah.
I'll take this bread.
Yeah. And obviously, Jon Rahm has been, outside of Rory McIlroy, the most outspoken PGA Tour member. I mean, he's mocked the players. This 3-round tournaments, no cuts. That's not golf. I mean, he said that openly over and over again. That's not my thing. He also has said, I never play golf for money. I don't play golf for money. I play golf for the history and the – well, okay. All right, John, walk that back.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to walk that back. Yeah, that's going to be tough. He said that?
Oh, yeah.
He probably shouldn't have said that.
Oh,
he should have said that's not the main reason I play. That's not the only reason I play golf.
He didn't just say it. He said it like to a microphone, recorded. I don't play golf for money.
Don't say that.
3 rounds, no cut. That's not golf. That's not a tournament.
Everybody's job, you do your job for money. You just say like, no, that's not the only reason I do my job. I'm passionate about it. I love this. I love the sport or whatever. Yeah, that's gonna come back to haunt them. But you know what? Hey, everybody's got a price. Everybody's got a price where they have to reconsider. And I think whatever amount they offered him, he's like, you got to talk to wifey about the wifey's like, all right, you know what? We taking it.
Well, remember, he played at Arizona State. He's Spanish. She's Spanish. But he played at Arizona State, and he was coached by Phil Mickelson's brother at Oklahoma State. Sergio Garcia is one of his closest friends from Spain.
Okay.
And Sergio's already at Liv, so there's been pools.
Okay.
But John Rahm's been the advocate in the Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy camp all along, and now
not anymore. They got one of them.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, and I would say even the real ardent golf fans trying to figure this out. What's going to happen between now and 21 days from now, 22 days from now? Will they get an agreement done, or is this thing not going to happen and they will remain separate entities?
So weird, man. I thought this was a done deal, and now it's like resurfacing that PGA wants to fight it.
Well, that no one knows. No one knows what's happening in the conversations behind the scenes.
Wow.
Good stuff right there.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Rod will have some facts as well, including a rant on the Cowboys-Eagles coming up Sunday night in Arlington. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. I know a lot of you out there excited about the weekend, getting excited about watching your favorite team play, or maybe you're getting excited about putting a little cash on the game, putting a little money on your favorite team. And if you're going to do that, you need to make sure you're doing it with my friends over at MyBookie. MyBookie is always giving you the most bang for your buck. The reason I love MyBookie is because if you're going to put your money on the line, you want to put it on the line with MyBookie. Nobody offering you more chances to win, more bang for your buck than our friends over at MyBookie. And now's the perfect time for you to do it. What you need to do right now, head on over to mybookie.ag. Remember, use the promo code HORN. That's going to get you a lot of bang for your buck, a lot of great value. So go over to mybookie.ag right now. You register for an account absolutely free, free 99. You're going to hear that term a lot, best price you can get. All right, you register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus. By the way, that bonus on the house. That's right, free 99 once again. The promo code is HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus, and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the Chiefs and the 49ers? You won't get odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. MyBookie, you're making money before you even place your first bet. You can bet anything. You can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends in MyBookie, you are betting with the best.
Hook 'em up indeed on a Friday. Our first college football list weekend, minus Army-Navy. This is a game we should all watch and appreciate. That's coming up tomorrow. Go Army, beat Navy, as Craig Flowers said yesterday with us in our history lesson of that.
Do most people root for Army? Like most of I meant to ask Colonel that we had him on.
Probably
is it pretty split, or is it most of America rooting for Army in the Army-Navy game? I don't know. I feel like more people are saying go Army.
Well, remember, Navy also includes
go Navy.
Navy also includes the Marine Corps, right? So the Marines are Navy.
Ah, okay.
Because
there we go.
As they would tell you, they need a ride.
Yeah, they need a ride. So I'm not getting into that. I know they got beef going on between the different branches of the military. My brother's in the Air Force. I don't even want to get into it.
Yeah, well,
I got no leg to stand on.
So the Marine Corps, the Devil Dogs will root for Navy.
Okay. There you go.
Army will root for Army. Go Army, beat Navy. And there are no losers there, right? I mean, it's just whoever side you root for, we appreciate you.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Amen.
They're the best of us.
They're the best of us, absolutely. And it's a little football game. There's other things happening in the world that they're going to be more concerned about when that game ends. The fields of friendly fire, right? The fields of friendly fire ahead of what's coming beyond their football and cadet careers. And it's a game unlike any other, without a doubt. So
that's why you should check it out.
And take the under.
And take the under. Both teams are 5-6. We know last year's game, they scored a grand total of 37 points with 2 overtimes.
Wow.
It was 20-17 was the final.
Man, so it was exciting. But yeah, like Ty said, take the under.
Yeah, it'll be usually a pretty short game. Yeah. They don't put the ball in the air that often.
Yeah, they run the rock.
It's not the Air Force.
Yeah, they run the rock, baby.
All right, that's all happening. Appreciate everybody messaging in on the Live Golf PGA Tour conversation. John Rahm, obviously, making the major developing news yesterday, making it official for who knows how much money he's going to make to go to Live. Somebody said, guys, the Saudi Arabia tourism up 58% last year. Their plan is working now.
There you go. I mean, that's exactly what they want, right?
Which people would like to not see
work. They call it sports washing.
That's correct.
They try to clean up their image through sports, through international sports,
money.
The money helps. The money does help.
It does.
Hey, but John Rahm didn't do it for the money.
No, he doesn't play golf.
He doesn't play golf for the money. Okay.
And he doesn't play in these 3-day no-cut tournaments. That's not golf.
I always say the American dream has changed, and it is now to make more money and do less work, and Live offers you that opportunity.
Hey, it's the gig economy. It's the gig economy, Ron.
I want to make a lot more money but do less work. How do I accomplish that? Well, that's
we told you about the guy earlier this week who is a YouTube guy.
Oh, the plane guy?
Who crashed an airplane to create hits on his YouTube page. He got arrested.
Yeah, but how much money did he make off that
That's
stunt,
right.
though,
Yeah, well, he crashed a plane.
Yeah, so for him, it had to be worth it.
It made his viewers feel like he was in the plane, but he didn't. He survived it. But then he got in trouble because you can't just crash an airplane.
It's like they're gonna investigate that dude. They investigate plane crashes.
And he had to rent a helicopter to go clean up the wreckage, which he was not supposed to do.
That's how you know he had some bread.
Yeah,
that's how you know he made some bread. He rented first of all, renting a helicopter is expensive, man.
Crashing an airplane?
Yeah, first of all,
it wasn't some little old airplane. It was an airplane.
Even cheap airplanes are expensive.
Propeller planes, like that's not cheap.
It ain't cheap. Yeah, there's no such thing as a cheap airplane.
So you're like, well, how much money is he making on this YouTube thing he's doing?
He made some good. And he hired a really good lawyer because he's only doing like what, a few months for it.
6 months.
I think he did 6.
Could have been up to 20 years. Yeah. It's a federal crime because it was the FAA was or the NTSB was going to investigate.
You crashed a plane. It did just act like, oh, it's good, it's all good. They ain't gonna know. Nobody's gonna know about it. Like they track that stuff.
But you put it on YouTube,
and then you're right. Maybe you could have gotten away with it.
And of course, Ty saw it. Ty's watched it. Ty was along for the ride.
So I wonder how many. We should go look up how many views he's got on it right now.
Ty, do you know how popular this dude is on the YouTube?
I don't even think I saw it on YouTube. I think I saw a clip. Probably someone ripped of it, and just like on Instagram or TikTok or something like that. So it's everywhere now.
Yeah. His point is he wants to go viral. He went viral. That's how they make their money. They go viral. They wake up every day thinking like, how can I go viral today? What can I do?
That's what's wrong with the world today.
I don't disagree with that. Hey, you know what? Charlie Strong got a lot wrong, but one thing he got right.
Downfall of society.
Social media will be the downfall of society. He said it, and everybody was like, Charlie, why are you acting like that? And now, I got to tell you, in retrospect, That was probably the most astute observation that Charlie Stroke made while he was here.
Well, you know
It's
what?
the downfall of society.
For sure, but it's also allowed a lot of people to be their own boss and participate in the gig economy, whether you're driving an Uber or delivering food.
Make more money and do less work.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I'm going to wake up
make
and
your
just
own schedule,
make some
not
videos.
work for the man, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm not
you
mad
be
at
the
it.
man.
Trust me, I'm mad at it. I'm just, when my daughter grows up one day, she's like, Dad, I want to be a content creator. I'm be like, oh no.
Oh, yeah.
And how can I argue with it? Because like
That's all she knows.
when you're exactly, and it's actually something you can make money. Some of your kids grow up and say, Mom, Dad, I want to be a gamer. And you used to be like, you want to play video games for a living? Your mom and dad would be like, shut up. Go back in your room and go read a book and decide a real career and what you want to be.
Shoot
Now,
some baskets or something.
yes,
Get out of the house.
If they say that now, they can do it, E.
Oh,
They can make money just
absolutely
playing video
lots of it.
games. So I don't even know how you approach that as a parent.
Well, you're going to find out, my friend.
Please don't remind me. I
I've
got some time.
3 adult children now who are all flourishing and doing well, so I appreciate
Any
that.
of them want to be gamers?
One of them did. One of them would. One of them absolutely did. Probably still is.
So still is. Hey, you can do it on the
he's doing great.
side though. You can find a real job, RJ, and then do that on the side.
But you
That's
know
the
what?
beauty of
He
it.
may have wanted to be a gamer, but he found a woman who was great who wanted to marry him. So I'm proud of him.
Hey, there you
You
go.
know what I
That's
mean?
true. That's a good point. Find somebody who likes
You
it.
can
That's
can
right.
game and be married.
He is.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey,
Yeah.
you're right.
You-
My
1
wife.
year ago.
Yeah, you got to
Great
find somebody
kid, doing
because gaming takes a while. Like you don't those games for hours.
Oh, yeah. You think all night?
Like 2-3 hours of just your life. My wife would not stand for
Time
that.
suck.
I
of all
play. I
time.
play like an hour a day, probably. It used to be a lot
What-
more.
Still to
kind of-
this minute?
What kind of
Yeah.
games do you play?
Oh,
You-
wow.
Mostly sports games, but shoot,
Oh, okay.
I really only play. I don't play alone. Like if my friends text me and they're like, "Hey, get on," it's more of just a
gotcha.
way to decompress and hang out with some friends.
Hey, can we get to the headlines? Because there are trending topics, including NFL Week 14 and a huge win for Longhorn volleyball last night. Let's get to it. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. We'll get to Longhorn football in a minute, but quick note, it finished up late last night, but the 5th-ranked Texas volleyball team won an absolute thriller last night. 5-set win over 11th-ranked Tennessee in the NCAA Sweet 16 out in Palo Alto, California. 25-4 Longhorns now advance to the Elite 8 for the 17th time in the last 18 seasons. They're going to play Stanford for a trip to the Final Four for Jarrett Elliott's team, but just a tremendous match. 5 sets back and forth. Incredible match last night there. On the football side of things, Longhorns honored. Of course, they've got 23 days to that national championship game, but this week, congratulations to defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, wide receiver Xavier Worthy, and tight end Jatavion Sanders. All have been recognized as first-team All-Americans for their performance in 2023 by various lists. Sweat has been named, as a matter of fact, first-team All-American by USA Today, The Athletic, Sports Illustrated, and CBS Sports. He's been the anchor in the middle of that Texas D-line as part of the nation's fifth-best rushing defense. A couple more Longhorns, including a fourth defensive back, have entered the transfer portal. Wide receiver Casey Kane and DB Larry Turner Gooden both entered that portal yesterday, according to On3 Sports. Kane was a member of the 2021 recruiting class, 9 career catches for 214 yards. Turner Gooden is a redshirt freshman from Playa del Rey, California. He's played in 5 career games at Texas. He joins fellow defensive backs Jalen Catalon, Xavion Bryce, and B.J. Allen in that portal. Also, NFL Week 14 kicked off last night in New England. Bailey Zappi threw 3 first-half touchdown passes. The pride of Victoria, Texas, helped the Patriots snap that 5-game skid and deliver a damaging blow to the Steelers' playoff hopes with a 21-18 win. It was the 21 points last night, more than the Patriots have scored in their 3 previous games combined, and they did that in the first half. NBA, Indiana's emerging superstar Tyrese Halliburton poured in 27 points, dished out 15 assists, lead the Pacers over the Bucks 128-119 last night, and into the championship game of the NBA's inaugural in-season tournament. You're going to meet the LA Lakers there, who steamrolled New Orleans in the other semifinal last night, 133-89. Those two will play for the first ever NBA Cup tomorrow night out in Vegas. And big news from high school football, 3 area teams looking to advance to the state championship week up in Arlington. How about undefeated Wimberley? The Texans face Belleville in the 4A Division II semis in Pflugerville tonight. Liberty Hill will hit the road to Cypress to face Port Neches Groves in the 5A Division II semi. And tomorrow afternoon, back in Pflugerville, Westlake will play North Shore in the 6A Division I semis at the Field.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch all that game last night. I couldn't do it. I tried.
I forgot it
watched
was
the first
even on.
half. Oh, it was on.
I tried, but I couldn't do it.
Patriot fans were in shock when they had 3 touchdowns in the first half. Like, what?
I was in shock. So I picked the Steelers in that game. I thought
are these guys?
Yeah, and it was. I mean, you're talking about 2 of the worst offenses in recent history in the NFL going at it here. And the Steelers. I brought this up yesterday, man. As an organization, they got some issues. They need to be bad.
This Trubisky injury, or the injury to Kenny Pickett, even though he's not good, it forces Mitch Trubisky on the field, which is even worse.
Yeah.
By a long shot, and so they may tumble to where they do have a higher draft pick.
They need
because
to.
Remember, they were 7-4, and you're thinking they're right there with
playoffs.
But since Sunday, they've lost to 2 2-win teams. They lost to Arizona at home, and then went on the road and lost to the Patriots.
It's good for them.
Yeah, that's good for them. They need a quarterback.
They're trying to keep up this record. I believe Mike Tomlin was 2 wins away from having a 20 consecutive seasons, something like that, where they basically end up without a losing record, which is just insane. That basically the Steelers would without a losing record as an organization.
It is amazing. And
basically, the last time they had a losing record was before they drafted Big Ben.
Well, and think about it, we played the sound yesterday with Tom Brady talking about, sometimes changing coaches is not consistency matters. And
it does.
And I just think Mike Tomlin needs a quarterback. Obviously, the transition from Ben Roethlisberger to the next guy has not gone good, and Kenny Pickett's not the guy.
He's not the guy.
But this is a quarterback draft, and so a couple more losses here in December, and they'll tumble into the upper, top 15 of the draft and have an opportunity
what they need
to take a QB and maybe get the right one this time. Because Kenny Pickett was a feel-good story coming from the hometown, Pitt Panthers, and he's just a guy. And you're playing in a division where you got to beat Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and if healthy, Deshaun Watson, you need to upgrade at that position.
Yeah, the Steelers they are the model of consistency. But my take yesterday was basically the consistency is hurting them now.
Yeah, they're too good to get the quarterback.
Yes, because basically they're in
purgatory.
They're in the middle class of the NFL, which there's nothing wrong with that. That means they compete for the playoffs. They don't make it, but it used to be where their model of consistency, they were consistently good to be great because they were competing for Super Bowls. But now they're consistently mediocre
just
to
good
average.
Enough,
Yes, consistently.
They're not
just
actually
good
challenging
enough
for championships. They're good enough to make the playoffs, and that's not where you want to be.
That's not where you want to be. So I think Tomlin is a great coach. I love Tomlin. He was my DB coach when I was with Tampa. But I do think it's going to be good for them. Now they're losing, like you said, they're losing to bad teams. They need to keep losing. They find ways to squeak out these wins because Mike Tomlin's a hell of a coach, and they find ways to win, get advantages in the margins. But to get a good quarterback, they need to have a losing record, and it needs to happen this year. So that 20 consecutive seasons without a losing record, that record needs to end. I think it's 19. They were trying to get 20 this year. They don't need to reach 20.
It doesn't.
If they do, that'll be really bad for their organization.
They still have a winning record at 7-6 right now with the back-to-back losses in 5 days, and they've been outscored by 40 points this year. Yet they still have a 7-6 record to the point.
Come on.
Astute observation on the message line, on the text line that says Air Force not using the air raid offense is a huge missed opportunity. It's true. I think that's true. Hire a Mike Leach disciple and run the air raid.
They throw it. It's like, now, you know what? That's brilliant. I can't even hate on that. That's brilliant.
Let's.
They called it the air raid because when they initially started running the offense, the fans started using an air horn when they would run it at it was either Westland or wherever they started running
Kentucky
it at.
Wesleyan.
Yeah, so
wherever
they started running, the fans every time they would score, they would break out the air horn, and because of that they started calling it the air raid. So that's why.
Yeah, if you run the air raid, you got to find a quarterback, and not all quarterbacks want to go be fighter pilots. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but the air raid is quarterback friendly. That's the beautiful thing about it. You don't
have to be the biggest guy.
Yeah, all they need is you to be accurate.
Point guard.
That's all you got to do. It's all
basketball on grass.
Yeah.
Can we get to Rod's rant, first of 2 on a Friday?
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys and the Eagles. Big game, huge game coming up this weekend. I think it's a legacy game for Dak Prescott. Let's talk about Dak, first of all, and the reason the Cowboys have a chance to beat the Eagles. And I'm feeling good about the Cowboys' chances to beat the Eagles. Number one, because the Cowboys will be playing at home. That helps, right? Playing at home is going to be big for them. There are only 4 quarterbacks in NFL history that have posted a passer rating of 100 or better in 8 straight home games. If the Cowboys, Dak Prescott's passer rating is 100 or better Sunday night versus the Eagles, he'll join the only other 4 quarterbacks to do so: Aaron Rodgers, Kurt Warner, Drew Brees, and Brett Favre. Keep in mind, he had a 115 passer rating when they played in Philly on the road. And Dak was not the reason the Cowboys lost that game, because Dak played phenomenal. And Dak has been arguably the best quarterback in the NFL in the last 4 weeks. He has been unbelievable. Matter of fact, the most dangerous quarterback wide receiver combination in the NFL in the last month has probably been CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. They've been unbelievable. Dak has, how about this? He has the fewest turnover-worthy plays in the NFL. He has the lowest turnover play rate in the NFL. And it's according to Pro Football Focus, and he leads the league in big-time throw rate. So he is making better decisions than any other quarterback right now in the NFL, and making the fewest mistakes when he's throwing the football. And he's actually making more accurate down the field throws in critical moments than any other quarterback. That's basically what the big time throw rate and turnover worthy play rate. That's basically what it's all about. If you go look at it, and this is where I think he's going to get a bit of a boost. That 2 things: the Eagles defense is struggling. That's the first boost he's going to get. The Eagles defense was playing better the first time Dak played them, and they weren't great then, but they have continued to regress. The Eagles, if you go look at 3-and-out rate, defense forced 3-and-out rate, they're at 9.4% forced 3-and-out rate against opposing offenses. That's the 3rd worst number in the NFL. And the Cowboys, in terms of their 3-and-out percentage, they're offensively above 11.3% in the second half of the season. That would make them the 2nd best team in the NFL in that time span when it comes to putting together sustained drives and avoiding 3-and-outs. So the Cowboys are really good at avoiding 3-and-outs, and the Eagles are really bad at getting teams off the field. That's something I think that's going to help the Cowboys. The Eagles' first down rate allowed. This goes back to not being able to get teams off the field, because teams can keep converting and getting first downs and eventually getting touchdowns. Right now, the Eagles are second worst, I should say, in the NFL in first down touchdown rate allowed. Only Arizona is worse and defensively at first down touchdown rate allowed. Cowboys are only second to the 49ers, right, in offensive first down and touchdown rate. They're moving the football and they're converting at a really high rate. So the Cowboys really good at putting together sustained drives. Eagles really bad at getting opposing offenses off the field. That's a bad matchup for them. And something else that's helping the Cowboys that they didn't have in the first meeting, they didn't have a running game. The first meeting, the Cowboys played the Eagles. They had 71 rushing yards on 21 attempts. Just not going to get it done. But since week 10, the Cowboys, basically since they played the Eagles, because they played the Eagles in week 9. So since then, week 10 versus the Giants, 168 rushing yards. Week 11, 107 rushing yards. Week 12, 100 rushing yards. Week 13, 136 rushing yards. So they've had at least 100 yards rushing every game since then. E pointed out after that game that you thought the Cowboys needed to work on the running game. I think the Cowboys agreed with you. That's what they've been doing in the last 4 weeks. They fixed the passing game pretty much during that first bye week they had. The passing game has been prolific since the bye week. But now it looks like they have, I don't know if they fixed the running game, but they've definitely juiced it up a little bit, and it's improved. If they can bring that running game with them in this matchup with the deadly, lethal duo quarterback combination of Dak and CeeDee Lamb, which nobody's been able to neutralize, I think the Cowboys got a really good shot to win it, just because the Eagles' defense it's bad. It's not a good defense right now. They do a lot of things well, but they're not a good defense overall. They're structurally unsound. Like the secondary and the coverages don't necessarily match up with the fronts and the pressure packages. Hassan Reddick is leading the NFL in sacks, so you do have to worry about that. I think the 2 biggest issues would be pass protection And on offense and on defense, it would be them going after DaRon Bland. How does DaRon Bland bounce back? I mean, Dak Prescott right now is playing the best quarterback in the league, so that's good because he will keep you out of a lot of bad plays. He's first in passing touchdowns, touchdown interception ratio, second in passer rating and completion percentage. But they have a complement of pass rushers that is as good as anybody in the league. Josh Sweat and Jalen Carter have combined for 10 sacks. And remember, the last time the Cowboys played the Eagles, Terrence Steele had his worst game as a Dallas Cowboy. He allowed 12 combined pressures in that game, and he had 4 sacks allowed in that game. Think about it. He's only allowed 12 pressures in the last 4 weeks combined, and he had 12 in that one game versus the Eagles. 4 sacks allowed. If that's going to happen again, the Cowboys might lose just based on that one performance because they cannot have Terrence Steele play that badly versus some of the best pass rushers in the league. And on the flip side, the Cowboys defense is legit, and I have a lot of faith in it. My concern, and I love DaRon Bland, he's good, but they have gone after DaRon Bland the last 2 games. 23 targets, 16 receptions allowed, 279 yards. 55% of the yardage that he's allowed for the entire season has come in the last 2 games. So he's been targeted. They're going after him. He's still making teams pay. You got to pick against Seattle, still leading the NFL in picks and in pick sixes, set the NFL record. But he's got to know that Philly's going to come after him too. If Seattle can attack him, Philly definitely going to try to attack him with their wide receiving group.
100%. And that, everything you say, Terrence Steele, if you go back to that game in Philadelphia, it was awful. He was getting pushed into Dak all the time. And it's part of the reason they only scored 23 points, but Dak threw for almost 400 yards. And that, we talk about game wreckers, one guy can wreck a game. Because if you can give your quarterback time, you just documented, you can shred this defense, but you got to give him time. And if Terrence Steele can't hold up against a really good pass rusher, whether Reddick is really good.
He's awesome. And
that's why the Niners were so effective last week, right? I mean, they early, they didn't do much in the first quarter because the pressure was getting to Brock, and they were kind of moving that line of scrimmage. Offensive line settled in, and the ball started flying all over the place, and they scored on 6 consecutive possessions. Cowboys can do similar, but they got to protect Dak.
They got to protect Dak, and I think
stay ahead of the chains, and that's how one guy can hurt you. All of a sudden, he's getting penalties, holding calls, or getting beat quickly, and all of a sudden you got him in your lap. That's where turnovers come. That's where negative plays come, and that's when this offense can stall. And which they have not done at home this year. They've been unbelievable in their own building.
Yeah, Tony Pollard, he's going to be the key because, like I said, the rushing game was not for the Cowboys. It was not effective last time they played the Eagles, but now he is playing at a really high level. He has forced the 3rd most missed tackles on run plays and the 5th most yards after contact since week 10. He's got 18 forced missed tackles in the last 4 weeks. So he is playing at a really, really high level. So I think that's going to be. And watch the screen game with Tony Pollard. That's how the 49ers killed the Eagles. Screen game. They're so aggressive getting upfield with their great pass rushers. They killed them in the screen game. How about this little stat? And we'll go to break. The 49ers didn't attempt a pass longer than 15 yards downfield versus the Eagles when they pound them. And they averaged 11.6 yards per attempt and 16.5 yards per completion. How? Yak yards after the catch, screen game.
Debo.
Debo.
Yeah. 2 words. Debo.
Yeah.
2 letters. We'll come back. When we do, we'll pick this up. Cowboys fans, what say you? Because this text says legacy game. He's beaten the Eagles before. I'll tell you why I think I agree with Rod that this is a legacy game.
It is.
We'll get into that. Also, back into the transfer portal and the Longhorns who are in it and who they're targeting for college football conversation. We'll hit some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Let's hook them up with Ian Rod B.
Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Friday on the Horn. Congrats to Jared Elliott and the Texas women's volleyball team, the defending national champs. Showed some championship DNA last night out in Palo Alto, California. 5-set thriller. They beat Tennessee. Won the first set, Rod, and then lost 2 sets in a row, and we're on the brink of elimination, but won in the fourth, 26-24.
Clutch.
Came back and won 16-14 in the fifth, and they are on to the round of 8, where they will face Stanford, the host team, on that's tomorrow night, and winner will be in the Final Four. And the defending champs. It's not been as powerful a team as it was a year ago, losing the likes of Logan Eggleston, but still, man, they still got Madison Skinner and Asia O'Neal, and they're still really good. Props to that team. They've been as consistent as any. How about into the Elite Eight for the 17th time in 18 years?
Ooh.
That's good. Damn. That's good for the volleyball team.
That's amazing.
And I know
How long has Coach Elliott been there?
Gosh.
He hasn't been there the whole time, right?
I think he has.
Is that he's been there that whole time?
Yeah.
Dang.
I think he has. He's obviously built that into a power.
It is amazing. He's done a great job.
He has.
Coach Elliott's a damn good coach.
Without a doubt. And so we'll keep an eye on that into the weekend. Longhorns could be in the Final Four come next week. I would also mention the Cowboys game. And you said legacy game for Dak Prescott. I know that sounds strong, but here's why when you say it, I heard and I go, ooh, I agree with you. Look, if the Cowboys don't perform well in this 4-game stretch against winning teams after rocking up, 9 of their first wins in 9 of their first 12 games, but they've beaten a bunch of bad teams. I mean, that's not even an opinion. That's a fact.
Yep.
Cowboy fans know it. But now the next 4 weeks they're playing good teams. Like the whatever they are, the Eagles are 10-2. The Dolphins are 9-3. The Lions are 9-3. Yep. And then the Bills are 6-6. Bills play the Chiefs tomorrow or Sunday, by the way.
Yeah, that's a big game for them.
Both
for both teams.
Absolutely. That's a hell of a game in the AFC. Very big game. But legacy in this, I think we would all agree. Or maybe you're a Cowboys fan, you disagree. If things don't go well here in December and into January, it's legacy in that they're likely to move on, right? If Dak Prescott doesn't beat some good teams, and he's playing better than he's ever played in his life,
that's why.
That's the cool part.
Yeah, that is the cool part.
And so if he doesn't perform here well, and they lose to Jalen Hurts Sunday night, then they lose to Tua and the Lions, or they don't win in January, I think most people think there's a good chance Jerry Jones will say, you know what? This isn't working, because if you lose in January again and don't get past the divisional round with this quarterback, that's 3 years in a row that you've had a great regular season, but when it's time to stack up and beat a good team, it's not there. Does that mean they move on? No, but they could. They could look at it and say, you know what, we're spinning our tires here. Maybe we look elsewhere for a quarterback. But again, it really depends on the performance the next month.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Because you have a chance to go get the division.
You got a chance to get the division. And that's why I think it's a legacy game for Dak, because there's it feels like a playoff game almost. There's so much on the line. You have a chance, right, to actually, put yourself in the driver's seat, in the catbird seat in the division. What you just pointed out, I think, is great, what you just laid out. And Cowboys fans know it all too well. That's why they're not even excited about these wins they're getting against these average, below average, mediocre teams. They want wins against teams they know are playoff teams and teams that have a chance to be a Super Bowl contender. And the 2 times they've had a chance to play teams that are Super Bowl contenders, they lost. All right, Cowboys. They lost 49ers and they lost to the Eagles. And they're about to go on a stretch run here where they're going to play a couple of teams that are going to be in that conversation. But here's why I think it's a legacy game. When's the last time we talked about Dak in the MVP conversation?
Never. Maybe rookie of the year.
Rookie year. Yeah. Maybe that rookie year where he came out of nowhere and everybody was like, man, this rookie, this kid's good. But was he realistically in the conversation? Probably not. He's a rookie. And we talked about that with C.J. Stroud this year. It was like, yeah, he should be in the conversation, but he's going to win it? Probably not. I mean, last rookie to win rookie of the year, last rookie to win MVP, Jim Brown?
Jim Brown.
Yes, right. So probably not going to happen. But Dak is in the MVP conversation. I'm talking about realistically.
And can put a stranglehold on it with a couple of good performances here between now and Christmas.
The only thing holding him back right now is the narrative that you just laid out, E. Ain't be no good teams, man. I need to see Dak do this versus a good team, some of the best teams in the NFL. And he did it versus the Eagles the first time. They didn't win. It's got to translate to a dub. Well, otherwise, it'll be hollow. So I think that's why it's a legacy game for me, because he could actually put himself realistically in the MVP conversation. And if he goes off on the stretch run, like he just said, they're going off, he's not only going to be in the conversation. Guys, he may win the damn thing. There is no front runner for MVP right now, guys.
It's a regular season award, Rod.
There's no front runner right now.
There isn't. There is not. I mean, Lamar Jackson was off the radar last week because they were off, but they'll come back and he has a chance. I think Jalen Hurts, either quarterback Sunday night is in this conversation. Yeah. And now Brock Purdy's name is in the mix. And, I said this earlier this week that, Brock Purdy, they're kind of weird because he's not even the best player on his own offense. He might be the 5th best player on his own offense.
Player in the backfield.
But the MVP is a subjective award, and we've seen the 49ers offense without him.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You're right.
That's how important he is, too, because you can have all those weapons, but if you don't have a guy delivering the ball to him,
doesn't matter.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Yep.
So it is important. I think so. When you say legacy, it's almost like people hear it and they think, well, his legacy's online. No, he can change his legacy.
Change it, yes.
He all of a sudden becomes
Yes.
Dak doubted to, oh, wow, this guy's the best quarterback in this league.
That's what I'm going to, thank you, E. That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
He can change it here.
Yeah, he can, like you talked coming into the season, Steve Sarkisian, right? There's two camps. There's coaches, the people that believe Sark's he's going to be a championship coach. It's just a matter of time. And then there are those who doubt and don't think he's, the record says he's just what he is.
Yeah.
He had to change that. Well, Sark's changed the narrative. He won a championship.
Yep.
He has a chance to go win a national championship. He's now, the toast of the town. But that's what Dak has to do. Dak has to change the opinions of even their most ardent fans like Ty back there, who's got a dog named Zeke and loves the Cowboys, but he's not buying stock in Dak until he sees it, and I understand why.
Yeah.
That can change in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, if you don't like what people are saying, change the conversation.
Yes.
That's what Sark did. That's what Dak's trying to do.
Yep.
And now he's gonna be a father. All right. So in his mind, that lot's changing in his life too. I'm rooting for Dak. I would love for this to be that legacy game where he beats the Eagles and everybody after is talking about, well, you know what? Dak is the front runner for MVP right now.
That would be
ahead
of Patrick Mahomes, ahead of Jalen Hurts. That's a legacy.
We have not talked about Dak in that light.
Well, who else's legacy changes in that regard is Mike McCarthy. Because
Mike McCarthy,
because it ended sour with Aaron Rodgers, but he won a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers won 2 of his 3 MVPs with Mike McCarthy, or no, 1 of his 3, I believe. I got to look at the dates, but either way, Mike McCarthy solidifies himself. Where he was doubted and ridiculed and mocked by a lot of people like us. He can change his narrative, but it gets reinforced.
Oh, exactly.
See,
I told y'all, Dak. I told you Dak ain't a big game quarterback.
Well, think about like Sean Payton right now. A lot of people have compared Mike McCarthy to Sean Payton. Won Super Bowl.
Yep.
Are they really good quarterbacks or coaches, or was it Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees carrying these coaches? Sean Payton's showing he's a pretty good football coach out in Denver, right? They were a bad team a year ago until they lost to the Texans last week. They had won 5 straight. They've gotten better as the year's gone on. Or that was a Denver team that gave up 70 points to the Dolphins. Looked like they quit. Well, he got that team back, and they're actually pretty damn good right now. They're a tough out. They've beaten some good teams in the AFC. That's why the Texans win was really impressive.
Yep.
And you give Mike McCarthy credit. Dak's playing his best. That was the challenge from the Jones family. We hired you to get the most out of this quarterback.
Yep.
So get the most out of this quarterback.
And he is.
We're paying him a lot of money. That's what we hired you for.
And I'll admit, I didn't have a lot of faith after watching the Texans offense for the first month. I was thinking to myself, man, and I went on a couple of rants on these airwaves about it. I'll give Mike McCarthy a lot of credit. Mike McCarthy started to develop a reputation, and it was kind of reinforced by Aaron Rodgers that he was kind of a dunce. Like he wasn't the guy. He wasn't the reason that they were getting a schematic advantage. That it was Aaron Rodgers who was bringing the kind of the intellectual prowess to the offense, and that was also reinforced when he came to the Cowboys. And then it turns out that he was lying about the coaching. Remember, he had the coaching barn in the offseason, and he supposedly watched every game for the Dallas Cowboys and every play. Turns out he didn't watch every play for the Cowboys. And there started to be this stigma that developed by Mike McCarthy that he just wasn't a true football intellectual somehow. That he had stumbled upon and kind of Forrest Gumped his way to where he was right now. And I think now he's shattering that narrative. It's like, no, man, he's a damn good football coach. Just because Aaron Rodgers was not a Mike McCarthy fan by the end of his tenure there at Green Bay doesn't mean Mike McCarthy still don't know how to coach ball.
Well, the narratives were really bad, and that the game had passed him by.
Yeah.
On these airways, back previously with Bucky, we used to have Brian Broaddus on the show every week.
Oh, I love Brian Broaddus.
With Academy, brought to you by Academy when we had them, and Broaddus would come on, and there was a time where the question in Dallas was he working hard enough? Was he putting in the time?
I remember this.
Was he an 8-to-5 coach?
Yeah.
And hey, what's going on here?
Like he's some imbecile or something.
Like literally, like that was he said that on these airways.
Yeah.
Like that's the question. Is he putting in the time to compete with the Nick Sirianni's and the Kyle Shanahan's who are at the facility all night long, and
that's exactly right.
But again, those were the narratives, and you can break them. But guess what? They all get reinforced if the month of December doesn't go well, and you go 1-3 in this stretch against good teams, and you're kind of right back to square one. We're right back to having.
That's why he's coaching after the appendectomy. He's like, nah, appendicitis.
Yeah, appendectomy.
Yeah, appendectomy. So yeah, the acute appendicitis. That's why he's coaching, even though somebody's saying, man, that's only
off,
4
Coach.
days to recover. Yeah, but he knows this is a huge game for
is.
the Cowboys, for his legacy and for Dax.
Where this year can go, too, in 2023 into 24. All right, we'll come back. We'll hit some bullish or BS, including who's the best non-quarterback in the transfer portal currently. I have an opinion on that. Also, did the Longhorns pull a reverse Johnny?
A reverse Johnny
on the Georgia Bulldogs. We got to report this. Is this bullish or BS? Coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Big conversations on a Friday. A lot of them. Cowboys playing for the division lead Sunday night. Texans playing the Jets on Sunday at noon. That's a big game for D'Amico Ryans. You got to beat the Jets, but it looks like it'll be rainy and.
I got a great stat for you. I'm gonna
be a little bit rainy. That's a matchup of the previous two defensive coordinators for San Francisco, right? Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans,
yes,
head to head.
And both former members of the Texans organization.
That's
Robert
right.
Saleh was there at one time as an assistant, and then D'Amico Ryans played there. So,
hey,
some Texans ties.
Bullish on this. Bullish or BS time, Rod. You bullish on we're all rooting for the Indiana Pacers Saturday night in Vegas to beat the LA Lakers and win the first ever NBA Cup. And if you have no interest in
why are we rooting for the Pacers?
Lowest payroll in the NBA, playing the mighty Lakers. I like an underdog.
The mighty Lakers. Are we calling them mighty, really?
Well, they're having a great start to the season. Are they?
No, they
aren't.
aren't.
Mighty.
No, they're not.
They're the biggest brand in the NBA.
That's the reason why the NBA has them in the championship game right now, because no one else would be watching.
They won their way in.
If it was Sacramento and Indiana, no one would watch at all. Maybe someone. I'm telling you,
this isn't an invitational. They had to win their pool and they had to win their games.
We know how all the games are rigged in the NBA. It's okay. It's been proven.
Rabbit hole.
Rigged for LeBron. They won by like 50 against New Orleans. That's ridiculous.
Rigged for LeBron. Just like the Milwaukee Bucks. You don't think the NBA would have liked the Bucks to be in that? Who the Pacers beat last night?
They're more worried about LeBron. We all know.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Yeah, we all know. Speak for yourself.
I'm probably going to root for. I'm a LeBron fan, so I'm probably rooting.
Come on, the baby
You're a
Pacers.
LeBron fan, Rod?
I've always been a LeBron fan.
Me too. We're both from Akron, man. Mean streets.
I've always been a LeBron fan.
Yeah.
I've never been a LeBron hater. I was never a LeBron hater. Yeah. I know
he's
some people
so easy to hate on, though.
He is very.
He makes it easy.
He's very hateable. Yes, he does. He's an unintentional villain that he makes the life of all the LeBron haters very easy because he gives you guys constant material, like all the time.
And all he does is go out and play and perform.
But yeah, I mean, still.
He's great on the court. I don't hate on his game. I just some of the things he says and does are just funny or dumb, idiotic to me.
There you go. And he's just because he's been center of
attention. He's full of himself. My entire life.
So are you. I mean, come on, we're all at some level. I mean, come on, listen to yourself. You've got a conspiracy. The Lakers won their way to this championship game, just like the Pacers have, who are the lowest payroll. That's all I'm saying.
It's a great story, though.
It is a great
story.
The
Pacers is a really good story. That's what the NBA needs.
Yes, that's my point on the bullish or BS. They need Tyrese Halliburton, who just come out of nowhere. This is what this tournament is cool for, is to create some buzz early and tell a story. Indiana with the lowest payroll out of 30 teams to win this cup.
Yeah.
And they win some money. Like each player wins 500 G's if they win this thing. So they're actually playing for a pot of money.
Each player gets $500,000?
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah, that is cool.
I didn't realize they get I know for NBA money that's not
They get a trophy, they get a prize money.
That's pretty
They're playing on the funky looking courts in Vegas.
I like
cool.
it. Yeah, no, you're right about
that.
So
go Pacers. Rick Carlisle.
The NBA needs at least more light shed on those types of stories because the NBA is an aristocracy for the most part. Right? It's the same. It's the same teams that win year after year. So they need more of their. I don't know if they're small market, the less glamorous market teams.
Yeah, I'm not selling for the NBA. I'm just saying that the Pacers may fade and not be very good at the end of the year because they have the lowest payroll. But at least for before Christmas, they're pretty cool story.
It's a good storyline.
And Tyrese Halliburton is worth your eyeballs. He's an unbelievable.
And Rick Carlisle's a great coach.
15 Rick Carlisle's a great coach. Won a championship with the Mavericks back in the day.
How about this bullish or BS? Because I don't think we've paid enough attention to it because it started out so weird, but now he's playing well. Jordan Love.
Bullish.
Jordan Love. Yeah, 4th in passer rating over the last 5 weeks in the NFL.
Yeah, there's like a light has come on, and that's just with reps and getting experience playing. You kind of thought that Thanksgiving win over Detroit was kind of a fluke, and then they backed it up and beat the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So I think Jordan Love. I'd be bullish on. They're ready to throw him out with the.
I think everybody was like, but man, the Packers organization, they're just such a, it's such a steady, consistent organization. I figured, I was like, man, Jordan Love can't be that bad. Even when he started out and he was struggling a little bit, I was like, he can't be that bad because the Packers picked him. And the Packers have been developing, and they're the Packers.
And they traded up to get him.
And
made Aaron Rodgers mad by doing it.
Do they whiff that badly? No, they don't. Because right now he is 4th in passer rating over the last 5 weeks behind Brock Purdy, Big Dak Energy, and C.J. Stroud.
Hey, bullish or BS, guys? There's a theory going around on Georgia Bulldog message boards.
Oh no.
That the Longhorns and UT conspired with the SEC to put their game with Georgia next year on the same weekend as F1. Because the Georgia fans travel as good as any program in the country, and they can't find rooms. They can't buy. They can't.
Guys, that's Austin. That ain't got nothing to do with Georgia. Y'all ain't that special.
You're
That's
in the big
city
city
of Austin.
now. Come on.
Choosing our date to be on the same weekend as F1, it creates the best opportunity for them for eliminate us, taking over their stadium in their first season in the SEC.
Yeah.
They're too prideful to let that happen, so they scheduled it intentionally on the busiest weekend of the year.
They're just used to those SEC towns that they go to. Those where they're
Remember
not.
they took over Notre Dame Stadium?
Yeah, they're not major metropolitan areas they're
Nope.
going to. You're coming to a major metropolitan city, one of the pop culture capitals of the world now. And sorry, Georgia, this is the way it works when you got to play in Austin, Texas. It sucks for
it's
everybody.
not
It ain't just for
Starksville
you.
anymore.
Yeah. Exactly, right?
Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, come on, man.
The F1 weekend is the toughest weekend of the year,
It
without a
is.
doubt. And you cannot get a ticket or a hotel,
room
anywhere
anywhere.
near.
Yeah, but hell, it's gonna be other ones, right? I mean, during the season, what is it? You got South by Southwest that happens during the season.
2 weeks before.
Yeah,
Or 2 weekends before, but it is the toughest
Yeah.
weekend with 150,000
Come on,
fans in town.
just get used to
Yeah,
it. Baby.
reverse Johnny on the Bulldogs. Come on now.
Hey, and by the way,
Come
if
on,
they did
Uga.
do it, I support it.
Me too. Me too. That's what I want. Nice job, UT. We'll be
Good
back.
job,
Hook 'em
TDC.
up. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. Double tap.
Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. Hook 'em up indeed. Some serious Texas fight shown last night by the Texas volleyball team out in California. We'll get you details in our headlines. Also, what do you know? The Patriots can find the end zone. Three times.
Hey.
3 times in the NFL Week 14. Kicking off also a couple more Longhorns into the transfer portal and honors for Longhorn players. We'll get to all of it coming up as we roll on a Football Friday. That makes it what, Rod Babers?
It is a freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B.
E and Rod B, of course. Ty is there as well. As it says here, the president of the LeBron James Hate Club. There you go. I like that.
Nah, it's all right. He
President.
ain't the only one. He ain't
the only one. But
fewer and fewer things to hate on when it comes to LeBron. When it comes to
and somebody, of course, you immediately get, he'll never be Jordan. Well, no one's saying he's Michael Jordan. Jordan's the greatest player of all time. But
I know. That's the everybody wants to have that debate. That's the
not arguing that.
It's the Ouroboros. It's a snake eating its own tail. You can argue that forever.
That's right. But no, I would still say Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time. Doesn't mean that LeBron James is not one of the 5 best players of all time when it's all said and done.
I think he'll be on the Mount Rushmore when it's all said and done.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Georgia needs to understand that Texas doesn't really think that much about them.
Exactly.
Hey, it says Georgia fans ain't used to the cities with shiny buildings and houses that have cement ponds in their backyard. Sorry, not sorry. That's true. Well, look, I mean, I guess I can try to sympathize with the Georgia fans because their first trip to Austin with Texas, and they've been looking for revenge since that that game in the Sugar Bowl in 2018. The fans want to travel. They travel like no other, which is cool. But and that is a tough weekend because somebody said they could stay in Waco and stay in Kyle or Butte. Listen, if you try to get a hotel in and around F1 weekend, you'll be lucky to get one in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like literally,
it's crazy.
It is that's why people rent their whole house out for thousands and thousands of dollars.
It's worth it for you to go outside of town and get a hotel room and rent your house out.
I'm trying to talk my wife into it.
Yeah, because you can make so much money.
We live right here in Onion Creek, 10 minutes from the track. You can Uber over there.
Anybody who lives in the ATX,
I got 3 bedrooms.
Area, if you live in the Austin area. Like seriously, and during that time, he's right. You can make a ton of money,
for sure. Like multiple, but she doesn't want to go there.
And then she's like, it's my house.
My rental house is my house.
Are you going to a hotel room for a week? No, I'm not doing it.
Your boys over here counting the dollars. Like, Ray, do you know how much we could make? We're in the prime location. The tollway's right there. You jump on.
And this place is nice.
Nice house. You could actually not a bad house. Play some golf while you're here.
So that means you could up the price right there, man.
I can maybe get you a tea time. You know what I'm saying? Let's go look. But maybe next year. Maybe next year.
No.
But I'm not renting to a damn Georgia fan. That ain't happening if they're looking for a place. But you could understand the fans want to come and check out Austin. But
you're never going to take over DKR. That doesn't happen. Opposing teams don't get to take over DKR. Longhorn fans are way too loyal, way too faithful, and they got way too many resources. So you don't get to take, especially when Texas is good. Well, you can take it over when Texas is bad. You ain't going to take it over when they're good.
And it was a big controversy when they played Notre Dame, right? Georgia rolled into Notre Dame and took over the stadium. Texas kind of did that too when they went up there.
Yeah.
But because Georgia fans travel and Notre Dame's season ticket base is spread out all over the country.
They don't have Texas.
And a lot of them will sell the tickets.
Yeah, Texas got a lot of season ticket holders that are within this radius.
Yeah, they live here.
Right here in the Central Texas.
Yeah, I mean,
they Notre Dame, from Houston and then Dallas.
I mean, Notre Dame graduates live all over the country, and they don't live in South Bend.
Yeah.
Georgia, I mean, Chicago obviously would be the biggest, but same time. So Georgia was able to take over, pretty much monopolize their stadium, which was like, we're not letting that happen. Remember when Ohio State came in last year? They tried to they made ticket rule to make it tougher on the fans from Columbus to get their tickets or from Ohio.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But Georgia fans are already mad.
It ain't happening at DKR, guys.
Not gonna happen. And CDC will put you up in the top.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like I said, like the Longhorns are really good again, dude. Good luck. You might have had some luck in the last 15 years, but good luck now that they are competing for championships again. You ain't going to be able to do that.
You are not. All right, so we'll do some more bullish or BS stuff coming up. There's good topics out there, including the transfer portal. We got the Longhorns, we got the Cowboys. Is it a legacy game for Dak Prescott? And you're not saying that if Dak loses, his legacy shot. You're saying that he can change the narrative of what Dak Prescott is over the next, not just Sunday night, but it starts Sunday night into this stretch where they play the Eagles and the Dolphins and the Lions. I'm
going to go back and look, but if Dak wins this game, I bet he'll skyrocket to the best MVP odds to be in the front run for MVP. And I don't know if Dak has ever been there.
No.
I don't know if we've ever talked
become
about
the
Dak
favorite
as
with,
a leader.
with 4 games to play.
The favorite to win MVP. I don't know if he's ever in any week where he's been the quarterback for the Cowboys. I don't know if he's ever been the front runner for MVP. I don't know if Vegas has ever said Dak's the guy. He's got the best MVP odds. That's what I'm talking about in terms of shifting the narrative and changing his legacy. And I'm not just saying for one game, as he pointed out, you got to do it through this stretch run. But if he does what he's doing now at the quarterback position in this stretch run for the Cowboys, he'll come out on the other end of it as the front runner for MVP. And he may just do it after out dueling and outplaying Jalen Hurts and beating the Eagles. I think it'll happen after that because right now I think he's second or third. It's basically Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott with the best odds, depending on what book you're looking at and depending on which way you want to arrange it. So that's what we're talking about, legacy game for Dak.
Absolutely, and that's Sunday night. That's part of a big NFL weekend that also includes the Chiefs and the Bills. Also includes the Texans and the Jets in a good one at noon. So a lot of football coming this weekend. Are you bullish that if DeMeco Ryans can win this game in New York, which gets a lot of media, DeMeco Ryans goes to the front of maybe Coach of the Year in the NFL?
I think he already is there.
Shane Steichen in Indianapolis would get some votes. I mean, there's some other guys, but boy, that when you get to play in front of that New York media, and you put on if C.J. Stroud performs well, you can expect a lot of Texans talk next week. That Jets defense though is stingy. They got their own quarterback mess going on though.
I think C.J. Stroud's going to help DeMeco win it. Just because he's playing so well, and there's so much attention on him that I think DeMeco gets a lot of that love too, just because the Texans was such a dumpster fire like 2 years ago.
Hey, can we go to the headlines? Because coming up after the headlines, our friend Gene Watson, our baseball insider, will join us with the latest on the Shohei Ohtani decision coming out of the winter meetings, the big trade, the Longhorns win a 5-set thriller over 11th-ranked Tennessee in the NCAA regional semifinal out in Palo Alto, California. The match just went back and forth. Longhorns won the first set, dropped the next two, but won the fourth set 26-24, and then in the fifth, the deciding set 16-14. An absolute thriller. Longhorns into the Elite Eight for the 17th time, their last 18 seasons for head coach Jared Elliott. They will face Stanford with a trip to the Final Four on the line tomorrow night. Also last night, or actually from the 40 Acres, while the third-ranked Longhorns awaiting their Sugar Bowl battle with second-ranked Washington. A number of Horns received All-America honors this week. How about defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat, along with Byron Murphy, wide receiver Xavier Worthy, and Jatavion Sanders, all recognized as first-team All-Americans by various lists this week. Tavondre Sweat, as a matter of fact, has been named first-team All-American by the USA Today, The Athletic, Sports Illustrated, and CBS Sports. Of course, the anchor in the middle of that Texas D that is part of the nation's fifth-best rushing defense. Two more Longhorns, including a fourth defensive back, have entered the transfer portal. Wide receiver Casey Kane, defensive back Larry Turner-Gooden entered the portal yesterday, according to On3 Sports. Kane is a member of the 2021 Texas recruiting class, 9 career catches. Turner-Gooden, a redshirt freshman from Playa del Rey, California, played in 5 career games at Texas. He joins fellow defensive backs Jalen Catalon, Xavion Bryce, and B.J. Allen. NFL Week 14 last night, New England. Bailey Zappi, pride of Victoria, Texas, 3 touchdown passes in the first half to help the Patriots beat the Steelers 21-18. In the NBA, Indiana's emerging superstar Tyrese Halliburton poured in 27 points, dish out 15 assists, lead the Pacers past the Bucks 128-119. They're into the championship game now. That in-season tournament, the inaugural one. They're going to meet the Lakers, who steamrolled New Orleans last night 133-89. The two will play for the first ever NBA Cup Saturday night in Las Vegas. High school football this weekend. Good luck to 3 area teams looking to advance to the state championship. In Arlington next week. Tonight, Wimberley, the undefeated Texans, face Belleville in the 4A Division II semis in Pflugerville. Liberty Hill will be down in the Houston area to take on Port Neches Groves in the 5A Division II semifinal. And then, of course, tomorrow afternoon, Westlake facing North Shore in the 6A Division I semis, also in Pflugerville. And huge news from golf. Official word now that Jon Rahm has announced he is defecting from the PGA Tour and officially joining LIV Golf, a move that stands as the LIV Golf's biggest move to date, completely changing the dynamics of professional golf, both for both leagues going into 2024. All right, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll talk about why all these defensive backs are jumping into the portal. It feels like in 4 now. 3 safeties.
3 safeties. Not a coincidence.
Not a coincidence. Rod will explain from his time on the 40 acres, a personal story. We'll get into that John Rahm story, too, and what it means. A lot of confusion. I think everybody thinks this merger with Liv and PGA Tour is done. It's not. And we'll get you the very latest. And John Rahm dropped the bomb yesterday. But speaking of dropping bombs, whoever signs Shohei Ohtani will certainly be dropping a bomb on the baseball world. The Yankees dropped a bit of a bomb this week at the winter meeting. Let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. He is our baseball insider, now a senior vice president there with the Chicago White Sox, making the move to the south side of Chicago. He's a huge Longhorn fan, too. He's our great friend, Gene Watson. Gino, how are you, bud?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, Gene.
Hey, how about these Longhorns, man? I'm going to talk some baseball coming up, but how about Steve Sarkisian and these Horns? You got to be a proud fan when you're out and about at the winter meetings.
Oh, my gosh. It's so much fun. And our manager, Pedro Grafal, the Florida State guy. So, the winter meetings, you basically you don't sleep for 5 days. You walk around. You're with everybody in the game of baseball. And Pedro and I kind of ran together, and everywhere we went, everybody'd go, "Hey, congratulations on the Longhorns." I'd go, "Yeah, but how about Florida State?" And it just drove him crazy. But so he got tired of it after about 2 days. But yeah, I literally had hotels in LA and hotels in New Orleans booked a couple hours before the announcement. I felt pretty good about it. And so it was a quick cancel and a quick confirm once the announcement came down. It's awesome.
He is a legend in scouting. Is the director of player personnel for the Chicago White Sox, 2 times a world champion. And what did you take from the winter meetings as for our audience? Obviously, the Juan Soto trade to the Yankees, 7-player deal. They also get a really good center fielder in Trent Grisham. I thought the Yankees got better this week.
They did, and it's just such a unique time in the game right now. I don't think I've ever seen in my 35 years a time like this where you've got so many teams that are under financial constraint due to the television deals and not really having a payroll number. And then having a unique situation where you have a pitcher like Yamamoto coming over from Japan. You've got a free agent like Shohei Ohtani. And then you have a position player like Juan Soto that's out there at a trade. So I really think that because you're constantly trying to build your roster from the top down, and there's so many high-end situations with some major markets having issues with payroll and finances, that it's really kind of hamstrung the entire industry. And I think that the Soto deal is going to help speed things up on the position player side. And I think Ohtani is going to come down soon, probably by Sunday. And once those 2 things happen, it'll begin to open up a little bit because teams are, you can't spend, $3 to $5 million on the low end if your number's 150 and you're sitting at 140 now. You got to conserve every dollar to get the high end player. And so once these things kind of iron themselves out, I think we're going to start to see a lot more movement within the industry.
Okay, yeah, everybody waiting on Ohtani. You say by Sunday. Do you have any thought on where it may be, or are you just going to be as surprised as everybody else?
Knowing him and being with him in 2021 and how he's really based on comfort, I really thought that the Angels might sneak in there and just blow everybody away and keep him. It's a 10-year deal. You don't expect Artie to own the team in 10 years. But I've heard that's not the case. Beyond that, Toronto is sneaky because, the Rogers Center plays very similar to the Tokyo Dome. It's a wonderful city to live in. It has a lot of international influence. He could kind of go there and be comfortable. They have a huge television market from Japan, and the fans are unbelievable. I mean, and so and they're very good. They got a good team. So I wouldn't be surprised if Toronto doesn't get it done. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Wow, Toronto, Rod. How about that? Shohei north of the border for all good reasons. It's interesting. I didn't think about the Rogers Center playing like the Tokyo Dome. It does kind of remind you when you see Shohei's previous place of employment before the Angels. Cool stuff right there with Gene Watson. So interesting with the market is kind of waiting on the Shohei deal. For the Texas teams, the Astros are trying to rebuild their bullpen. The Rangers coming off the World Championship. What do you think they're looking to fortify in Arlington and in Houston?
Well, Houston I know they're active in the pitching market. Everybody is looking for starting pitching, and the demand is so much greater than the supply that a lot of teams are looking for the one-year deals in trade via Tyler Glasnow. We have Dylan Cease on the market right now, 30-plus starts the last 3 years, arguably the most controllable, talented arm on the trade market right now. And so, I think that the pitching is something that everybody's focused on. With Texas, it's so unique because that team winning a World Series, they had such a veteran core that the Mitch Garvers, the Robbie Grossmans, the Travis Jankowskis, those guys, they all want to come back. And so you've got to kind of massage, going out and getting a big free agent and spending those dollars versus like, okay, this was kind of a unit. This was kind of a unique situation with the number of veteran players that we had. And that clubhouse is real. That is a living, breathing organism. And you've seen it 1,000 times where playoff teams let one little piece go and you think it's not that big of a deal. And the next thing you know, that was the guy that was the glue of the team. And it was Raul Ibanez for us in 14. And so those are the things you got to kind of really be careful with. So I know they're focused on pitching. There's been a hint of Mitch Garver wanting to come back. They've got all those role veterans that want to come back. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they balance that. I know they'll probably try to do things via free agency over trade because they do have still some very good young players in the system that everybody's going to try to acquire in any type of trade situation.
Yeah, Gene, I was going to ask. Gene Watson is with us, of course, the director of player personnel of the Chicago White Sox, our baseball insider here on Hook 'em Up. And, the Rangers, you're right about that clubhouse. It's so tight-knit, and there's so many veteran players. But they, a guy like Wyatt Langford, who they drafted out of Florida, I mean, he's making the fast track. I mean, they've got Jack Leiter in their system. I mean, they're, in addition to being the world champions, they're loaded at the minor league level.
Owen White, one of the top right-handed pitching prospects in the game. Brock Porter, a top 5, top 100 prospect in the game. Ezekiel Duran, who had such a great first half and didn't really factor in because of some injuries in the second half, and you bring up Evan Carter, and those at-bats are taken away. And so, I mean, they've got a very strong system, and they're not going away anytime soon, I can tell you that.
It doesn't feel like it. Astros-Rangers will be a great battle next year in that West. Toronto, a team to watch for sure in the Shohei sweepstakes. Back on the Yankees real quick, how much with Soto in that lineup to balance it out from the left side with Stanton and Judge and all the power. They also get Grisham, who's a Gold Glove center fielder. How much better are the Yankees in the American League based on that move?
Very good. I think Juan, I don't think he ever really got comfortable on the West Coast. Latin American player, had grown up his entire American life on the East Coast, and Juan has a knack for the big stage, and it's going to be interesting to see how he blends into that city and that stage. But I mean, such a talent, and he's going to be ready to prove some people that last year was not something that's going to keep happening. Grissom, the kid from North Dallas, elite defender in center field, can kind of blend in and be a very good complementary player. And they're not done. They're not close to being done. They'll I'm sure they're still in the Yamamoto sweepstakes. I'm sure they're still in the Ohtani sweepstakes and Blake Snell. I mean, there's still a lot of ways that they can go, and so they're going to push all in. Toronto is going to be very, very good. Everybody knows what Tampa brings to the table. Baltimore is arguably the favorite to win that division next year. So as an organization, they're in a place that they're not used to being in, where nobody is really talking about them being the team. And so I know Cash wants to fix it, and I know they're working diligently to try to do that.
And last thing you mentioned, your White Sox. You're with Dylan Cease on the market, the right-handed pitcher. What do you guys expect as far as a haul that goes? I mean, that's the best pitcher that's available, it seems to me.
Yeah, we're excited. I mean, we have half a dozen to 6 to 10 teams that have jumped in on him. We traded Aaron Bummer in the 5-player deal with Soroka and Nicky Lopez, and we got some young talent back in that deal. And so we got a chance to really improve this 26-man roster and the future of the organization with this trade. And so it's not a situation where we have to rush into it. Once Otani falls and Yamamoto falls and Snell falls, the supply and the demand of the pitching within the industry is still going to be greater than what any team can acquire. And so I feel like that at that point, teams are going to say, you know what, we have to pivot to this, and that's when they're going to be more open to engaging in making a really smart trade for their organization as we'll do for ours.
That's why he's the best right there, Gene Watson. Candid, but all the info coming from the winter meetings, and I know you've been busy with 5 days there and not a lot of sleep, so get some rest this weekend, Gino, and maybe we'll catch up in New Orleans and grab a hurricane or something, getting ready for those Longhorns
Nice.
against Washington. Good to hear you, my friend.
I will take you up on that hurricane. Hey, and happy birthday, Aaron.
Hey, thank you, Gene.
Thanks,
Thank you, Gene. Yeah, there's
All right,
Gene
guys.
Watson.
Take care.
It's your birthday today, E?
Bye-bye.
It was Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Wednesday.
that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, man.
I'm like you with
Happy
birthdays.
belated birthday, brother.
Thank you, brother.
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, Wednesday. But Gene had a nice comment on whatever social media. But yeah, thank you, Gene. And I hope to see Gene in New Orleans. I hope we all get to. I don't think everybody I know is going to New Orleans, right? Are you going to New Orleans with us? Come on
I
now.
don't know.
I booked
I'm
the
gonna
hotel
see.
yesterday.
I know. I'm waiting on the wifey. She's trying to make some plans.
All right, let me
Newborn
know.
and all. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
you got a
tough.
baby.
Might be a little tough, but
but
I'm trying.
I'm
Trust me.
trying. Yeah, I'm making the drive. I've done it before.
Man, you
Did
should.
it in 2018, man.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I think honestly it's gonna be one of the biggest Longhorn contingents probably in the history of Longhorn football.
Everybody I talk to, I'm going.
Yeah,
It's like, holy
it's been
cow.
people been waiting on it so long. 15 years been waiting on this.
Yeah, it's been since
It's been a
09.
long time. I know 2018 Texas was in the Sugar Bowl last, but it was a different feel.
Yeah, everybody's got the same vibe. Okay, I
different
just spent on Arlington. Then I got to go to New Orleans, and I may have to go to Houston.
Houston too.
So you're trying to. Hey, what's for Christmas? Football tickets.
Yeah, I'm trying to save out my bread for H-Town.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
no doubt.
If they get there, that would be the one.
Oh, that'd be
Says
beautiful.
good baseball talk, guys. How about former Austin High Maroon Drew French hired as the Baltimore Orioles pitching coach? Also the pitching coach for the Express for a season. Good for that. Thanks for that little tidbit.
Nice.
There's some good baseball right there from the top. I mean, if you want an insider, there it is. He says don't sleep on Toronto for Shohei Ohtani. Rangers with an embarrassment of riches on their top end of their roster and in the minor leagues. Astros looking for pitching. That Dylan Cease is a name to watch. He's a great right-handed pitcher who the White Sox are openly marketing and shopping. They're going to get a haul for him. Don't leave the Rangers out of that. You just heard Gene running through their prospects that have nowhere to go in that Ranger system. Coming up, they could use Dylan Cease, and they have the ammo to get it.
They're not afraid to spend the bread.
Yes.
You know that about the
So
Rangers.
keep an eye on that. And the Astros would like to be in that, but I don't think they have the pieces to send back the other way if it becomes, as he said, 5-6 teams. Rangers have the deepest farm system in the game right now. And obviously the Yankees just make the big move to get Juan Soto. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll be at the turn. We'll get you the latest on this John Rahm bombshell. Not surprising. It's been rumored for weeks. It officially happened yesterday at the turn. Also, we'll get Rod behind the burnt orange curtain wire. The DBs all jumping in the portal. Rod will have details coming up. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Indeed it is. I got live music at Callahan's tomorrow about noon. Going to get out there and get the essentials for winterizing your lawn and the experts to help you with it. And as I say, man, you make that a monthly trip into Callahan's, they'll help you. Your yard will look like a golf course year-round. You just got to stay on it, and the more you do it, the easier it gets to maintain it. But the experts and everything you need at Callahan's General Store, the partners of ours on our Central Texas tour of golf courses in December, it's Grey Rock Golf Club out in South Austin. Check it out on our website, hornfm.com. Just click on the tour of Central Texas Golf Courses presented by Callahan's General Store. Obviously, the conversation we've had all week, Rod, when would Jon Rahm make it official? Well, the answer to that question is yesterday. Jon Rahm, who's been one of the tour's most outspoken players. By the way, since 2016, he's been one of the game's best players. If you think Jon Rahm's just a Masters champion, Rod, since 2016, that's 7 years of golf. Jon Rahm is number one on the tour in wins, top fives, top tens, top 10 percentage, and strokes gained. And he's the Masters champion.
Yeah.
He's one of the game's greats. And this is a huge blow. But when I say outspoken, numerous times he's been adamant. Stop asking me. Stop asking me. I'm my fealty to the PGA Tour. He talked about I do not play golf for the money. I play golf for the love of the game and for the love of golf.
That was gonna come back to haunt him. Play for the money.
Yeah, but he had a statement yesterday where he says, obviously the money is wonderful. I've said before, it's true. I do not play golf for the money. I play golf for the love of the game and for the love of golf. But as a husband and as a father and as a family man, I have a duty to my family to give them the best opportunity and the most amounts of resources possible.
Now, that is true.
That is true.
That is true, man.
And it leads to the confusion of, wait a second, I thought the LIV Tour and the PGA Tour are merging. They're trying to merge, Rod. They announced a merger last June that sent shockwaves through the world, not just the sports world, that the PGA Tour was combining with their arch enemy, which led to, calls, and everybody got hauled in front of Congress. There were calls to call it off. But lost in all the conversation is that the deal's not done.
Deal's not done.
They announced a plan to merger, but then they had to merge, and then they had to get together and come up with the final details of the merger. That's not done. And then the December the 31st of this month is the deadline that both have self-imposed that if it's not done, we're not doing it. Which leads you to think that maybe Jon Rahm knows some things behind the scenes that maybe this deal's not going to get done. It's also a negotiating tool here for LIV. I mean, they're now in a more advantaged position, having taken one of the game's best and taken him, away from the PGA Tour. So that firm deadline of the 31st is to watch. And it's also interesting that now you're hearing, because remember, there were a lot of people within the golf industry who were furious at the PGA Tour for going here, for giving in to the enemy here. Don't do this. Yep. Which now there's talk that Jay Monahan and the PGA Tour are seeking other investment to avoid having to merge with LIV Golf. Wow. So that is all in play ahead of Christmas here and ahead of the new year. And obviously, Jon Rahm made it official. He's going to the LIV Tour. So keep tuned here at the Turn. We'll keep you posted as it happens. But right now, Jon Rahm is you won't be seeing it at your. He can still play the majors. That's the whole thing, right? He can still play the Masters.
That's all that mattered to the LIV people.
That's right,
folks. They want to play the majors.
At the end of the day, they
didn't want to play in all the other tournaments anyway.
That's the business decision, right? Is wait a second. Now I've won the Masters, which was huge because now that you have a green jacket, you're exempt. You'll always play the Masters the rest of your life, no matter what happens. You have a 4-year exemption. He won a U.S. Open too, so he's got exemptions for there. And the other 2, he has a 4-year exemption based on his Masters win, so he can play in every major for at least the next 4 years. Wow. And who knows how different things will look 5 years from now when those exemptions run out. So, and if he wins one of those majors, he'll have exemptions there forever, right? I mean, that's just, and so he's going to play, and you'll see Jon Rahm just like you did Brooks Koepka in the majors, and you won't see him playing with alongside Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, and the rest of the PGA Tour this year at the big events there. But Jon Rahm out, and obviously we'll follow the next 3 weeks of what's going to happen. And that's at the Turn. That's the big bombshell out with Jon Rahm. Who knows how much money it was, but someone who was adamantly against it is now going.
Hey, everybody's got a price.
Yep, everybody.
Straight cash homie.
But now the new story to watch is how this merger happens or doesn't happen. And does the PGA Tour find outside investment that's not the Saudi Royal Fund and then now you have rival leagues. And now you'll not just because the idea was under one umbrella, there's a chance that Jay Monahan just could collapse the LIV Tour, and that would be in his purview. That's now not the case. And by the way, for people who have asked the question, and it's a fair one, that I heard when they agreed that then they would agree not to take players, like they would agree to hands off until the merger's done. Well, that clause in the agreement, the original agreement, went away because they were worried about an antitrust suit from the U.S. Department of Justice if they did that. So that's out. So now you can, and that's why this happened yesterday. So confusing, but here we go. 3 weeks to a deal, potentially. Let's wrap it up.
Right.
That's At the Turn, brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Get out there, see that live music tomorrow. Go see my friend Charlie and the whole team there. Great people. Keep your yard golf course ready year-round at Callahan's General Store.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now I want to talk about the transfer portal a little bit because there's been movement from the Longhorns, for the Longhorns in the transfer portal. They now have a total, last time we checked, this thing is constantly moving and evolving. So last time we checked, the Longhorns had 6 players now in the transfer portal total. December 4th, 6th, and the 7th, these players, two each day, seems to have hit the transfer portal. Xavier Bryce and Jalen Catalon were the first 2, and those are DBs. One is a cornerback / DB. That's Xavier Bryce. Jalen Catalon's a safety. Sawyer Gorham Welch is the interior O-line who's played on the line, interior offensive lineman. He's a junior. He hit the transfer portal December 6th. Then B.J. Allen, another safety, who's a sophomore, hit the portal on December 6th. And December 7th, yesterday, you got Casey Kane, the wide receiver, and then Larry Turner Gooden, who is a redshirt freshman defensive back, who is a safety, is what he was playing. So it's 3 safeties out of these 6 players who have not hit the transfer portal for the Longhorns, 4 defensive backs, 1 wide receiver, and 1 offensive lineman. So clearly there's an issue at safety.
Is it fair to assume
exit is happening?
And I think you'll explain why you played the position, but it's fair to assume as these are coming like in trickles, like 2 at a time. It almost sounds like to me that these are happening after they had their exit meeting for the year with Sark, right? I mean, they're sitting with Sark, and Sark's doing those meetings while he's out recruiting. He comes back, he's trying to hold these exit meetings. You wonder if that's where the information is. Okay,
it could be.
Where am I, Coach? That's
a great point. I mean, it could be that. That's a great theory. I don't know when exactly all the exit meetings. Obviously, they're happening right now. But yeah, I mean, that could be it. My theory is, and that definitely is a part of it, because I've heard that Sark is pretty upfront and he's pretty honest with the guys about where they stand and if they can get playing time and if they have a bright future here at Texas. And those are some really honest, I'm sure, awkward conversations to have. Here's my theory about the safeties, though, and why you have 3 safeties out of the 6 players at the portal. And I think it's a pretty obvious one. You have Michael Taft, who's performed an extraordinarily high level this year, earned his scholarship, but also he's a former walk-on. That's a great story, but it's also a story that I think for the players in that room, the safeties who are sharing the room with Michael Taft, it's one that has them extremely discouraged, because as a walk-on earning that spot, that means Taft had to pass them up, essentially. On the depth chart, in the coach's eyes, he had to surpass them at one point because those guys were scholarship players and were here. All right, so the assumption was that they had probably the advantage when it came to they're dividing up the reps. And trust me, as I know a lot of walk-ons, it's tough. I don't know if walk-ons like being an undrafted free agent in the NFL. It is the toughest path to end up becoming a starter or a contributor, because you just don't get a lot of chances to show your stuff. Preferred walk-on, stuff like that, but still, the scholarship guys will get the benefit of the doubt usually, and they will get more reps in practice to show their stuff. So for Taft Daddy to surpass them shows, first of all, the Taft Daddy is the real deal, so shout out to him. Don't take anything away from his effort and from how he's playing. He's actually tied for the team lead in interceptions, but I think for the psyche of those safeties in that room, you have to understand that they now have there's a bleak there's a bleak path to play for them. Like, they just don't see a light at the end of that tunnel. When Coach Aquino was the DB coach here at Texas, it was a psychological ploy. The way he would set up the DB room is starters sit in the first row, backups behind them, and then so on and so on. So basically, you would sit the way the depth chart was set up. And I cannot tell you how many times we would walk into that room. Never happened to me, and thank God, because I always dreaded that it might. You walk into that room, and guys would sit in their seats, and then as Coach Akina is, writing on the board, the dry erase board, or walking around setting things up, he would just have this moment and go, "Oh no! Actually, I need you to change seats with him."
Ooh.
And it would just be subtle, and everybody go, the collective gasp in the room. For everybody goes, he just lost his spot. And it would happen. You would be able to see it. He wanted it to happen in real time, and he wanted everybody to be able to acknowledge it. And there were some guys who would work their way from the back of that DB room all the way to the front. Guys, I'm not Blake Gideon. Maybe Blake Gideon does that because Blake Gideon is, a Coach Akina guy. Right? He came from the same DB school that I came from in Coach Akina. So maybe he's doing that. And that, trust me, if he is, that explains even more so why these safeties are leaving. But still think about it in that way. And think about Taft Daddy being at the back of that room. All right, to start his Texas career.
As a preferred gray shirt.
Yes, and now being at the front. And he had to pass those guys up to do it. He had to literally pass. If you're going by the old Coach Akina, setup, he would have to surpass them to do it. So if it didn't happen literally, then definitely happened figuratively in their minds that, man, this guy surpassed us. So when you have a walk-on do that, and then not only that, but a true freshman. Now, Derek Williams is a prodigy. He was considered, an elite safety prospect, 5-star coming in. So, yeah, that's not as... That is not as troubling for those young DBs because he's a prodigy and you see those guys come in. But still, the psychological damage is done. You've seen a freshman surpass you and a walk-on surpass you. So if you're one of those other safeties like Jalen Catalon, like Larry Turner-Gooden, like B.J. Allen, how do you see a path to play?
Well, no, because you in your eye, you're thinking, in your mind, you're thinking, well, Jaron Thompson's going to be graduating, Keaton Crawford will be moving on. Now I got my chance. Well, no, now you're stuck behind Taft and Derek Williams, and they're recruiting, Xavier
Phil Semi,
and they're all over.
And then they got Makuba in the portal. They're talking about him.
Clemson, and so if you're playing behind, let's not forget he's not just a preferred gray shirt walk-on. He also helped land Arch Manning to Texas. That performance is why he's moving up.
Yes, no doubt.
But Michael Tapp has been an integral part of this program the last couple of years for the development of the roster for Sark because he's a big part of the friendship with Arch was a big part of the decision, and that's good.
Big culture guy, too.
And culture guy. But either way, but again, this to me is what the portal is about. This is, if Sark is being genuine, which I assume he is, it's, you might be better elsewhere here. Not that we don't love you, but at the same time, if you want to get on the field, we're still out recruiting guys in the portal. We're going. Andrew Makuba has been crystal balled to Texas from Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens, there's another safety dropping in. So obviously, there's the immediate 23 days from now issue of who's going to play safety in the Sugar Bowl. I mean, you get with Derek Williams suspended
for the first half.
So Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson step on up along with Michael Taft. You're going to need those guys in a big way. These guys likely to be moving on. And somebody said about Casey Kane, kind of the same thing. If you're Casey Kane, you're thinking, hey, my time's coming because X-Man's leaving, and here goes. I say, the conversation with A.D. Mitchell moving on, and this is my chance. Well, now they got Jonte Cook and they've got DeAndre Moore, and they're in the portal looking at the kid at Purdue and Houston and Ryan Wingo, and maybe the guy from South Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. Juice Wells, and you hearing about Deion Burks in the transfer portal. Matthew Golden now, the U of H receivers in there, and Sark really liked him when he was coming out. I think he was coming out of Florida at the time. And for Casey Kane, I think his situation is a little different, but it's still the same where we talk about Sark having a really tight circle of trust with his wide receivers. Usually it's 3 or 4 guys in there. If you can't crack that 3 or 4, it's going to be tough for you, man. This is you SOL. Casey Kane at one point early in his career when Sark first got here, he was in the circle.
Yeah.
He was in the circle, and now he's not. And I think that has had kind of a damaging effect on his confidence. He's like, I was in that circle, and now I'm not. And those wide receivers in that room, they all know if you ain't cracking the top 4, you ain't got a shot. You might as well sit on that bench, start looking in the stands, because you ain't got a chance to play in Sark's offense. He doesn't expand receiver rotations like that. It's not in his nature.
And that's what I like about the transfer portal is guys. Back in your day, if you're getting moved back, you're just stuck there.
You're just stuck. You could sit out a year if you wanted to, but you were stuck.
Yeah. And so we'll see where these guys land. And you've done the deep dive research, which I think no one else is doing, of where these guys go and how they perform. So it shows a healthy program.
Yep.
If these guys move on, like a Larry Turner Good News from California or a
BJ
BJ Allen from Alito, and land somewhere and perform, that'd be great.
I think they will be. There was such
They're
highly
good players,
recruited
right?
guys coming out.
Yeah,
And
wasn't
that's
BJ
a-
Allen a 5-star?
Four.
He was on the
fringe.
verge of
Yeah,
it.
he was one of those
like
fringe
a
guys.
4.5 or
Yeah,
something
we
like
talked about that yesterday. I mean,
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
that was a big get. And I remember during this season when the Longhorns were struggling at safety, I remember asking Jerry Hamilton, our friend, "Hey,
Where's he?
Where's BJ Allen?
Yeah.
Did he get hurt?
Taft Daddy said, "The my reps, man.
No.
The my reps, man." That's what I'm
Well,
saying. Like that is, guys. You have no idea as a DB how devastating that is to your confidence. Devastating. You've been here in the program. You've been working the weight room, and then a freshman comes in and a walk-on come in, and they come take your reps. Those guys can't wait to hit the transfer portal, and that's like I said. And I know Longhorn fans, y'all don't appreciate Taft yet, and I think it's Longhorn fans have always been tough on the white safeties. I'll just say it. All right, y'all have been. I don't know why y'all tough on the white safety. Blake Gideon, y'all should talk trash on him. Still do, even though he started more games than any other player in the history of DBU. In the history of DBU, started more games than anybody. Y'all still talk trash on him like he's some kind of jag or he's some type of jabroni. And then that's Dylan Haynes. Remember Dylan Haynes? Y'all talk trash on Dylan Haynes over and over again, even though he was a starting safety for Texas. He's 5th all time in interceptions in the history of DBU, and yet y'all call him trash. And the same thing with Taft Daddy. Taft Daddy has earned a spot, has surpassed all these 4- and 5-star guys to earn a place on the field. He is tied for the team lead interceptions, and all I keep hearing is, man, we can't get nobody out there better than Taft. No, you can't, because he's damn good. So quit hating on the white safeties, man. All right? I'm just saying it.
White condiments and white safeties.
They do. Longhorn fans, y'all know y'all do. Y'all see a white safety out there, y'all don't even watch the film. Like, oh, man, y'all started criticizing.
Slow.
Stop it.
Slow.
Exactly. Stop it. Oh, he don't make plays on the ball. Stop it. Stop it now, okay? Just stop it.
All right, we'll come back. Hit some off the record, including an off the record story that may involve Michael Taft, which is interesting. Also, other off the record stories maybe you've missed, but you need to know because they're going to be talked about. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, man, it is off the record time, including this. I'll say this off the record because we were talking about Michael Taft and his impact on the Longhorn program. Jerry Hamilton was the one that told us, Rod, on Tuesday night. We do the Tuesday night live stream on YouTube on the On Texas Football channel.
Yep.
That he was told that there was some thought that maybe he would transfer to Austin as a senior and play at Westlake. Arch Manning, that he liked it here so much, and he had
I do. I remember that.
Remember
actually.
he told us that, and I was
Yeah.
like, it didn't happen because Isidore Newman, he played basketball A, but also Isidore Newman has been such a
I remember that conversation.
a part of the Manning family all the way back to Archie. That school is important to them and the legacy, but that Arch actually considered maybe moving to Austin a year early to play football at Westlake because that's where all his buddies are.
That's so cool.
To the connection he has with the Westlake kids and. Thought about coming to play. Now, it didn't happen, obviously, but that gives you a kind of an indicator for just how – because for people that talk about Arch is leaving, he's going to go to Ohio State, I think Arch is here. Arch wants to be in Austin.
He loves Austin.
And I always say his parents want him to enjoy college.
Mm-hmm.
They have the perspective of that only they have, which is, hey, NFL's always going to be there, guy. I mean,
you're always going to be a Manning. So – the attention's going to come. We don't have to build up to it. It's going to be there.
And the NFL's a different animal. NFL's a business, and it's a harder job. It's a different job. So enjoy college.
Yep, enjoy.
And if you pick the school you really enjoy, then enjoy that. And enjoy your friends and be a college student and, learn the game of football. Sark's a big part of why they chose him because they want quarterback development, just like David Cutcliffe was big in the Manning family. Yep. Sark seems like he and A.J. Milwee.
They want a guy with an NFL system.
Yep.
He got a pro-style system.
So I can't sit here and guarantee he plays 3 or 4 years at Texas, but that's what we've been told, that's what the plan is, that where Quinn Ewers and the Ewers family is fast-tracking the pros and would like him to go as fast as he can. The Manning family's opposite. I mean, Peyton played 4 years at Tennessee. No one thought for a second that Peyton Manning would play 4 years at Tennessee.
I think you're right about that.
Then Eli redshirted and sat behind in his second year, and then became a star in Oxford. So the Mannings are different.
They're a different breed, and they can afford to be. They're the first family of football. They don't have to rush anything.
Yeah, Grandpa says you can't even take any NIL dollars unless it's for charity until you're starting. So
he wants you to earn it.
That's pretty good perspective.
Yeah, he wants you to earn it.
What do you have off the record there, RB?
Just got a couple of strange stories. So you guys know Brock Lesnar, of course, the
wrestler,
famous wrestler / UFC fighter.
I love this one.
You've seen this, Ty?
You're talking about his daughter?
Yes.
I thought it was fake. I thought it was fake.
It's real though, right?
Yeah,
okay, so his daughter Maya Lesnar broke the school record in the women's shot put with a mark of 18.5 meters through the air. So apparently, Brock Lesnar has 4 kids total. Maya and her twin brother Luke, with his ex-fiancee Nicole McLean, and then Turk and Duke, I believe, with his wife Raina now. But yeah, apparently his daughter, she can kick Ty's butt.
Well, the story to me was that she looks identical to Brock Lesnar.
Now she does. Yeah, she does. Yeah, it looks like pretty much. It's a mini.
That's why I thought it was just a girl with Brock Lesnar's face like photoshopped on top of it. It's the resemblance is uncanny.
She goes to Colorado State, and she just set the school record for the shot put. So she got genes from daddy. She got the strength from pops. But
she'd whoop my butt. You're right about that.
And she looks like Brock Lesnar. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing though. That she looks exactly like Brock Lesnar. I'm hoping that my daughter looks more like my wife and looks like me, because I think that would be unfortunate for her to look like me.
Yeah.
So she definitely got dad's strength. I mean, that's unbelievable.
I always say that about who is it? Billy Joel. Like Billy Joel has 2 daughters. One looks just like him, and one looks just like Christy Brinkley.
I know exactly.
Like, damn it.
People say that about Blue, Beyonce's daughter with Jay-Z, that she looks more like Jay-Z. And I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that sucks.
I say, I'd rather you look like Beyonce. I mean, I think even Jay-Z would agree. He's like, no, I want you to look like Beyonce, girl, not like me.
Billy Joel's a legend, but not the pretty. I mean, if you're a girl, you want to look like Christy Brinkley.
Exactly. I'm on that. I'm like, no, I want you to look like your mom, not like me. You look like a female me. That ain't gonna be good.
No,
that's not gonna be good for you.
You look like mom. Yeah. Especially if they're like two daughters, and the one looks like a supermodel, the other looks like pudgy Elton John. Like, damn.
Did one get the voice at least? The artistic creativity? Get some of that at least?
Hey, we're not judging.
No, we're
just
not
making observations.
There you go.
Hey, Ty, can you play what I just sent you on Twitter? I want to hear this. This is interesting. Apparently, they did an Inside the NBA ESPN crossover last night for the in-season tournament.
Oh, no.
And apparently this happened last night with Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith. Can we play this real fast?
And let me tell you something, Stephen A. If you come over here with all that loud ass talking tonight, hey, this ain't first take. Hey, thank you. This tell ain't first take. This gonna be the first ass whipping you take. If you come over here with that loud ass talk. But I'm gonna tell you that. Wait, Stephen.
There you go. There you go. I'm gonna whoop your ass. You come over here and Stephen A. Who wouldn't want to see that? Come on now.
I love it. That is great. Yeah, that's fantastic. That show is just, it keeps getting better. You keep expecting it to lag or something. Nope, that show keeps getting better, man. It's great.
They were doing a cooking segment the other day, and we were watching, and Shaq had an apron on. Like Kenny Smith had a full apron, so did Charles. On Shaq, it looked like a bib. It was unbelievable. He's so big.
They don't even do basketball stuff half the time, and it's still damn good.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, good stuff. This says, Rod, don't forget about the white running backs, too. There ain't none. Hey,
Christian McCaffrey, man.
CMC, baby.
Come on now. Hey, I'm trying to bring back the white DB, man. You know, I feel a little guilt about that from Jason Sehorn.
We'll come. You took his job. We'll be back. Hook him up with Ian Rod B. Rolls on a Friday. Hook 'em Up rolls on a fabulous Friday. It's a football Friday. Ty, you saw the Black Pumas in one of their 3 shows at ACL Live at the Moody Theater this week, did you not?
Oh, it was amazing. And we ended up having dinner at La Condesa before. So shout out to,
how did that go?
Shout out to Rick. Yeah. Oh, it was awesome. That's probably my favorite interior Mexican food, an authentic Mexican food place in Austin.
Rick Lopez.
Oh, so good.
What do they call it? The head chef, chief food engineer.
Ooh, I like
does
that.
an amazing job, man. That place is awesome. And if you're going downtown, I mean, there's some cool restaurants there, no question. And whenever you go to ACL Live at the Moody Theater for anything, you need to check that out. It's right behind it, essentially. It's on the next block over, headed west. There's really good restaurants right in that area, right? I mean,
Franklin's.
my wife and all her friends love North Italiana. There's also ATX Cocina, one of those Larry Foles spots.
Okay.
Good spot. That's right there up the road. Cool spots, no question about it. So check it out. There you go, Ty. How was the show, by the way, with Eric Burton and Adrian Quesada and the Black Pumas?
It was awesome. Saw him like 2 months ago at that F1 event Nick Shuley hooked it up with, and it was just Adrian and I forgot the main guy's name. It was just them two. So seeing them with the full band was really cool.
Yeah, and it's I mean they caught fire, man. I mean, because Adrian Quesada has been doing a million projects here in Austin for a long time, different things, and met Eric Burton and Magic, man. Magic. So the musicianship of a guy like Adrian Quesada and all his band, and then the voice of Eric Burton, which is as soulful as they get, has 2 albums in now. Pretty good stuff. I'm glad you got to see that show, Ty. This says Michael Tapp was actually on ESPN Top 10 in high school for his interception against Quinn Ewers. Now you were talking about that, Ty. Several people have mentioned that.
He picked him off twice in the state championship.
Now he's his teammate, and the interception he made coming across the field, one of the best plays. You're like, how's that guy a walk on? That dude. Because he wanted to come to Texas.
Texas said the same thing.
Let's
be
fair.
One of the best catches you'll see ever, period of, or whatever level we're talking.
Well, and let's be fair. Michael Tapp probably could have gotten a scholarship somewhere else to play, but he wanted to play at Texas. Yeah. And so here he is.
And he knew he could earn this. And I give him a lot of prosperous confidence. I think he knew he could earn the scholarship. He's like, I'll earn it.
Hey, so now the portal, as you were talking about last hour, Rod, let's keep people up to date. We'll get a Rod's rant here coming up. We talking Cowboys again?
Yeah, good. Cowboys, Eagles.
No, that's the game of the weekend. Chiefs, Bills in the AFC, Cowboys, Eagles in the NFC.
Oh, I got a stat I think will prove that DeMeco Ryan should be coach of the year.
Fair enough. I love that.
I think I got one of those. Yeah.
Texans play the Jets in a big game in what looked to be rainy New York on Sunday afternoon. Not super cold, like in the 60s, but rain could be a factor. And, Texans, if they can score 15 points, you feel like they can win that game with C.J. Stroud and company. But so the coaching carousel in college football continues, right? Willie Fritz to Houston.
I like that move.
I think it's a great hire.
It's a good move.
Solid.
Yeah. It is.
Sometimes back in my dating life, Rod, like if you were dating one type of person, you'd flip completely different the next time, right?
Yeah, if she's a party girl, then you go with the kind of nerdy student homebody next time. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Well,
America does it with presidents.
Yes, we do. Sometimes. That's what the U of H did, because Dana Holgorsen couldn't be more different than Willie Fritz. I mean, everybody has their style, but Dana Holgorsen's a good time guy. One of the reasons he left West Virginia to come to Houston to go down a level was there wasn't much to do in West Virginia. My man Dana likes to get out and have a good time, right?
I know, but Dana, you might need to be settled down so you can focus on football.
Yeah. Well,
imagine the fun that him and Huggy Bear used to have back in the day.
Oh, in West Virginia, man, you got to try to find fun there. Yeah, Huggy Bear and Dana together. Look out. Well, look, I mean, Dana's a good guy, but he doesn't even really hide it, right? It's like Mike Leach. Mike Leach used to like to go out and have a good old time, right?
He did, but
you look at Dana and that's his appearance screams alcoholic, at least to me.
Oh, I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think you can say that.
In the nicest way possible.
No, people do always say he does look like he's like just kind of came from a trip from Vegas. Like he's like how everybody looks on the trip home from Vegas. He always looks like that.
That's right. That's probably true.
He's been up gambling.
But Kevin Sumlin was that way, Dad, when he was at A&M and Houston. But Willie Fritz, all business, all ball, all ball.
Man.
Whether he's been at Blinn or Georgia Southern or Tulane,
yep.
all ball. All ball coach, and that's a great hire.
That's a great hire.
It really is. It really is. Look, I think the Mike Elko hire is a good one for the Aggies. I really do. I think however Ross Bjork fumbled it with the Mark Stoops thing, they landed with the right guy. If they weren't going to hire Jeff Traylor, they were looking for someone to come in and try to lock up that locker room and bring the culture back. I think they got the right guy, and he's a meat and potatoes coach. That's what they were looking
That's
for.
what they were looking for.
And now he brings in Colin Klein from K-State, which tells you, okay, we're looking for some meat and potatoes on our offense. We're not going splashy. We're going physical, tough, hard nosed. That's what we're going to be as a football program. And I think that's a smart way to go. But so Elko gets Colin Klein. Remember, Colin Klein apparently reportedly turned down Penn State.
Yeah.
Because they fired Mike Yursich, the former Longhorn coordinator under Tom Herman. He's out. And the Penn State is now the guy you like a lot, Kansas's Andy Koltanicki.
I do, I really do. And I wonder with Kansas how much they're going to miss him because he was calling the plays there. And he and Leipold had been together for a long time. He and Leipold had been together for a little while. And that's what they had such chemistry and continuity. So I think, that was one of the most unique, if not the most unique offense in the conference other than Texas. And you can argue that it's a more diverse offense than even Texas offense. I think they're going to miss Koltanicki, man, just because of his unique way to call the game. They're going to bring in Jeff Grimes is mostly because they like his outside zone plays. He's a big proponent of the outside zone, that stretch play. They run a lot of that with Kansas that you can stack and build off that concept. But I don't know if Jeff Grimes is the play call that Koltanicki is, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's the next. That was the other musical chair that moved. So the state of Kansas lost both their coordinators. Colin Klein went to A&M, Koltanicki to Penn State, and then Lance Leipold hired Jeff Grimes, who was fired at Baylor.
Yep.
Because he's a run-based offense, and Jeff Grimes a run-based outside zone run coach. And at Baylor's gone completely opposite. They've hired Jake Spavital.
They want to throw it a little bit.
They want to go spread, and they want to throw the football.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Blake Shapen, their quarterback, is in the portal and is looking around. There's spots for him. We'll see. I think Blake Shapen's a pretty good player, not a great player, but a good player.
Who's going to be the quarterback?
I saw where Blake Shapen was talking to Matt Rule. Matt Rule is desperate for a quarterback in Nebraska. And so keep an eye on Nebraska for him. Look, Nebraska wants to be on Kyle McCord, kid from Ohio State. A lot of people want to be on Kyle McCord.
That's going to cost Nebraska a lot of money.
Yeah, well, hey, welcome to NIL.
Yeah.
Well, like Matt Rule told him, hey, the quarterback right now in the portal costs you $1 million. So you better be ready.
Oh, yeah.
And so
that's why they're all getting in the portal. Even after they got 10-win seasons at Blue Blood Power 5 programs, it's like, yeah, if I jump in that portal, I can get $1 million. Yeah, I'm jumping in the portal.
That's the immediate thought with Kyle McCord when he's supposed to be in the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
But you wonder if Ryan Day told him, look, we're bringing in a Cam Ward, or we're going to get somebody.
We're going to spend some money
because we're at Ohio State. So that happened, and then Lincoln Riley has gone across town to tab his new defensive coordinator. Remember, Alex Grinch finally got fired during the season. But UCLA's defensive coordinator, DeAnton Lynn, who came in for 1 year with Chip Kelly, came from the NFL, Rod, and turned a bad Bruins defense. It was 90th in scoring and 74th in yards per play 1 year. Last year was a top 20 unit in both categories.
Yeah.
So obviously, Lincoln Riley played UCLA, got to see that up close with DeAnton Lynn, and now he's going to be the guy charged with helping Lincoln Riley fix that defense.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, UCLA, I believe this year led the country in pressures. They were the national leader in pressures this year.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think
that was a terrible defense the year before. So that's what Lincoln Riley's thinking. Can we strike and get an up-and-comer that's just gotten to the college level? He's been at the NFL, bringing those NFL concepts.
Yep.
Which I like.
That's not we've seen that happen a couple times. Michigan did that, right, not too long ago.
When he took John Harbaugh as defensive coordinator.
Yes, and then now he's back.
Now he's back.
Now he's back up there and actually doing a really good job. So we've seen that getting lower-level NFL guys who have aspirations to be a coach or a coordinator, and then maybe you can accelerate their path by, them going from being a position coach in the NFL to being a coordinator at the college level, and then a coordinator at one of the most respected, blue blood institutions like a USC, and that can catapult you back to the NFL to become a coordinator, and then put you on a fast track to being a head coach. Sometimes you got to go a different route because the NFL, sometimes they, just because maybe you don't have enough connections or maybe they want you to wait too long to get that coordinator spot, you got to go to the college level where you have the ability to be a coordinator. Just because at that lower level, they'll give you a lot more street cred for being an NFL guy.
Yes.
And that's what he did, and I think smart move. I think you see more guys do it.
Our man CB on the Twitter machine and on the text line says yesterday Avery Johnson announced he was staying at K-State. So that's big for K-State.
That's huge.
There was some thought that maybe K-State would follow Colin Klein to A&M, but Avery Johnson, the big 4-star kid out of the state of Kansas, going to stay there. Somebody said maybe Austin Novosad comes back to Baylor. Well, we'll see. Of course, Austin from Dripping Springs was committed to Baylor, and then when Will Stein, his offensive coordinator, Will Stein was not his offensive coordinator, but it was a quarterback coach of his while he was growing up. Will Stein was the the offensive coordinator Lake Travis.
Yep.
And so he was also mentoring other quarterbacks in the area, including Austin, as he was growing up. So Will Stein got the offensive coordinator job at Oregon, and he flipped his commitment late on the last day to go to Oregon. But the reports are that Oregon's after Dylan Gabriel. And that if they bring in Dylan Gabriel to replace Bo Nix, if Austin Novosad says, you know what, Jake Spavital needs a quarterback, and Baylor's going to throw it around, because you could almost understand that Austin Novosad's going, well, Jeff Grimes run base, they don't throw much. Plus Will Stein, I got a great relationship with him. You wonder if he looks back and says, oh, now Spavital's there, they're going to sling that ball around at Baylor.
I mean, that's what right now, being a quarterback in the transfer portal era. These are the things you got to consider.
Yeah, pick your spot.
Consider the system you're going to play in. Consider the coach you're going to play for. All that kind of stuff.
Can I ask you this? Would you say, and I know the production in there yet, but you know this, right? Quarterbacks are the most important position, but the hardest position to find in college football, maybe even in pro football, is defensive lineman, especially on the interior. I got to think Walter Nolan is kind of the unicorn in this portal. Walter Nolan, I know what's going on at A&M is sour, but Walter Nolan was a 5-star player. He's 290 pounds. He's cat quick. He can play inside and outside.
Yeah.
That guy has got to have a lot of demand. And you got to think Texas, with the losses of Sweat and Murphy and possibly Alfred Collins, I mean, where else would you want to play? Go come up the road and get developed by Bo Davis. That's a unicorn to me. Those guys are hard. There are a lot of players. When you're talking about 3,000 players in the portal, there are a lot of guys that are just guys. That's a difference maker, because those are hard to find, Rod. 290, 295 defensive linemen that can move, great hands, quickness. That's a guy I would keep, because everybody's after him. Michigan's after him. At Tennessee, where of course he's from the state of Tennessee, Powell High School out there in Powell, Tennessee. But he was the #1 recruit in the nation in 2022. That was part of that huge class that Jimbo paid for. I mean, reeled in, according to Nick Saban.
You're asking Nick Saban, yeah, exactly.
That's the guy I'll be watching, because I would hope Texas is in on that, because those are hard to find, those guys.
It would go against what Texas, at least kind of what their MO has been in the transfer portal lately, which is we bring in productivity.
Yeah.
Over, the productivity over projects. They don't like projects. They like a guy who's already proven, because they want to supplement the roster with the transfer portal. They don't want to build the roster through the transfer portal. But there are exceptions to every rule, and I'm with you. Might need to make the exception there, considering what you're losing on the defensive line, interior D line, and then what you could gain there. Yeah,
you got something to sell. The other team that's after him heavy is Florida State, because they're losing Jared Verse and some of their D line.
They got something to sell.
Well,
too.
Remember Jared Verse, who's going to be a first-round draft pick, a high one at that, the pass rusher from that Florida State team that got stung on Selection Sunday. He came from Albany College, and turned into an All-American. Albany College.
Yeah.
New York.
I'm with you.
Yeah, really.
You. Yeah.
Yes.
Beast mode.
Yeah, beast mode, right? I mean, you're talking about Texas recruiting the kid from UTSA, who had 14 sacks last year.
Yeah, he's Trey Moore. He's a really good player.
Trey Moore, right?
Yeah, and he actually he's the defensive player of the year in the AAC. This past year.
Yeah, and so Jeff Traylor trying to hold on to him, but probably not.
He's not going to hold.
That's the production you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
that
exactly
Texas is looking for.
And he's an edge rusher in Texas. They've been trying to upgrade at the edge rusher position. They like Ethan Burke. They like Barron Sorrell, but you can never have too many pass rushers.
No.
He's a natural one. And you talk about they obviously Colin Simmons is kind of the next generation for them. That's going to start their pipeline, hopefully, of getting high-end talent, and then start that pipeline of defensive ends, edge rushers to the NFL for Texas. Been a while since that's been the case. I think the insurance policy would be a guy like Trey Moore, just in case Colin Simmons' development isn't going the way you wanted to, or maybe you can't accelerate the development. You get a guy like that. You don't have to
and you have
depend on him to be the guy.
You already have Anthony Hill at linebacker, who's a freshman All-America, who could also drop and rush the passer.
Yeah.
And the word on Colin Simmons, and you'll see him, Duncanville, of course, in the semifinals, looking to get to the state championship game again. He's 235, 240 pounds. He's gonna have to get bigger. But Colton Vossick's a guy. Don't forget Colton Vossick, Ethan Burke's teammate, who committed to Texas. He flipped from Oklahoma late in the recruiting process. Another guy, but you can never have too many. And I think Longhorn coaches are hopeful that Alfred Collins will come back, right? He walked on senior night, but he has eligibility.
Didn't he get the Senior Bowl invite?
He's going to go to the Senior Bowl. You wonder if maybe he gets that grade of, hey, go back, potentially, just because the motors. That would be helpful to have Alfred Collins coming back.
That'd be amazing. And I could see it happening just because, Bo Davis' reputation, and he's actually watched in front of him the last 2 years, guys like Kendrick Coburn, Moro Ojimo, go from maybe a late round draft pick, maybe undrafted, to both of those guys getting drafted, and then from Devondre Sweat being a mid to late round pick to now a guaranteed first-round pick,
Yeah,
All-American,
like Devondre's doing.
Outland Trophy winner potentially. Yeah, I think he can see the path. He can see the light to him being an NFL draft pick and increasing his draft stock.
Because he's watched Christian Jones and, as you mentioned, T. Sweat, and those guys walked on senior night and then came back. And they tested the process a little bit, got the information, and we're back playing.
It worked for him.
All right, let's get to Rod's rant number 2 of the day. We got big NFL weekend coming.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I want to get to Cowboys-Eagles. Before we get into the Cowboys-Eagles, I want to give you this one little stat. We were talking about DeMeco Ryans and, is he going to, make the best case for coach of the year in his first year with the Texans? And I think he will. I think right now he's got to be the front runner. And if not, I think he's one of the front runners. If they win a division, I think he's guaranteed to get it. But here's a little stat for you. The Panthers, as they've been going through it. They're a bit of a fuster cluck of a franchise right now. The Panthers have played the 4th most amount of unique players. That means in most individual players, like they've played 71 unique players, the Panthers have, in 2023. All right, that's the 4th most. You know who's played the most unique players in the NFL?
Houston.
The Texans.
Yeah.
74 unique players they've played. He's coach of the year, folks.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He's coach of the year.
I've been watching them all year. It's been, you want to say,
because the offensive line's been a disaster.
Secondary patchwork.
Now the skill position. Now they lost Tank Dell, so they're playing more skill position guys than they've ever played. Defense. They've had a ton of injuries on defense. Been rotating guys. And with all that being said, they're still in the run for the division with C.J. Stroud having the best rookie season in the history of the NFL potentially. With, by the way, rookie play callers on offense and defense. And him as a rookie head coach. Guys, he's coach of the year. Nobody's got a better case than DeMeco Ryans right now. Nobody.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I watch every game, so it's right. Who's this guy? I got to go look at the roster. It's like, who is this guy?
74 E.
Well, they've started 3 different centers, 4 different centers this year. They started 4 different guys at right tackle this year. It's been a mess. And C.J. Stroud. So, and what I think helps DeMeco Ryans even more was the performance last week against Denver in a game that everybody paid attention to because the Broncos were the hottest team in football.
That's a good point.
And the defense won the game.
Defense showed up.
C.J. Stroud was fine.
You're right about that.
Defense won the game.
Yeah.
3 turnovers forced. Will Anderson was a man out there wrecking shop.
Derek Stingley finally looked
Derek
good.
Stingley had 2 picks,
great.
and so you're seeing the improvement of the defense on that side, which is his side of the ball. To have that interception in the end zone to end the game. Okay, that's not about C.J. Stroud. That's about DeMeco Ryans' defense getting better.
No, you're right about that. Since we're talking about the defense for DeMeco, how about this little stat before we talk Cowboys? Cornerback Derek Stingley tied for the most interceptions with Deron Bland since Week 10.
That's what I said yesterday. And by the way, the Texans are going to have near $100 million in cap space coming up this offseason. They'll be among the leaders. Not just looking for right now, but the future. Texans, and they've got the core positions, right? Left tackle, quarterback, corner, pass rush. They've got those franchise, and they're all under 25 years old outside of Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, Derek Stingley has the 6th lowest passer rating when targeted since Week 10, and if you go look at, he has the highest what they call hawk rate. Which is basically ball hawking rate, plays you make on the football. He's at 50% ball hawk rate, which means 50% of the time that he's been targeted since then, he's making plays on the football. He's now, if the light goes off for him, that can take that defense to the level. If he can become not a shutdown corner, but just a guy that you can consistently rely on and not have to always give help or roll coverage his way, that defense can go to another level.
Well,
it really can. Maybe that's why it's going to another level.
And he couldn't stay healthy for a little bit there. And I need to see if he's on the field. The 2 interceptions he made last week, one, Will Anderson tipped, but the catch he made, his hands are elite.
Yes.
The catch he made was like a receiver catch. And then he cut under a post route, and he kind of, I don't say came out of nowhere, but he baited the quarterback into it and then came up like Spider-Man and had a pick of Russell Wilson. Sweet play.
Yeah.
Huge play. In the game, obviously, the Texans ended the game with the Jimmy Ward pick in the end zone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the secondary for the Texans is way underrated. Between Jalen Petrie, Stingley now, they got some really good players in the secondary, man.
Yeah.
They really do.
I got to look. Is Dalton Schultz playing Sunday against the Jets? That's
a good
important
question.
because Tank Dell won't. But they have Noah Brown, who they think can step up and has been good. They have Nico Collins. They really need Dalton Schultz to be back to play that stingy Jets defense because that's a matchup of Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley, right? Went 2-3 in the draft a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's big. That's big for Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were critical of him for passing up on Sauce Gardner and choosing Derek Stingley instead. A lot of people thought, hey, man, him being a rookie, an all-pro as a rookie, that's an indictment on Nick Caserio. But if Stingley shows up, that can be really big for Nick Caserio.
Everything we just said right there, if D'Amico Ryans is coach of the year, Nick Caserio might be the executive of the year.
Well, he's definitely going to have rookie of the year.
Right, you have
offensive rookie of the year.
Well, and for that draft pick, whether it was lucky or not, however it played out, you also made the Will Anderson trade, who's going to be an all-rookie defensive player. You also got rid of Deshaun Watson. You did all this by getting rid of the problem
and flipping, you're right, flipping
and
those
then
picks.
getting the right quarterback, and you're not having to deal with Deshaun Watson's mess.
Yeah,
and the guaranteed contract comes. So now you have a quarterback that's this level on a rookie deal for the next 5 years. The window is now open. I'm not saying Caserio's made every right move, but pretty damn good year he's had.
Well, he hasn't, but as long as you hit on the big ones. And the big ones are quarterback, his foundational piece on defense, and those are the ones he's hit on. And I think he's actually hit on more of his mid to late round draft picks.
Nico Collins
than a lot of the other GMs that have come on around the same time
Petrie,
that he did.
A lot of good players that he's found.
A lot of good players he's found in late in the draft or in the mid rounds. All right, so
Damian Pierce.
it's a bunch of them. I was gonna say you can go on and on. Honestly, the Texans, they executive of the year, coach of the year, rookie of the year, and if Will Anderson continues to play really well, they got a shot to win defensive rookie of the year too. Right now, I think Devin Witherspoon is probably
Seattle.
the leader.
Be close. But he has another couple games like it. Especially, I keep saying this week, but when you play in New York and it's the Jets. Why did the Jets get all the headlines come Monday? Because people care. It's New York.
It's New York, man.
Yeah, you win that game and you make a statement against a bad Jets team. That you'll be the talk of next week, and you and the Cowboys, because the Cowboys have a chance to do the same thing.
That will be the New York media. All right, we don't have a ton of time to get back into the Cowboys. That was a good Texans talk, so I'll just throw this out there for the Cowboys fans. I know the Eagles, their big advantage in this matchup is probably their pass rush because they have one of the best, if not the best pass rush in the league. Hassan Reddick is leading the NFL in sacks with 9. Josh Sweat and Jalen Carter combined have 10 sacks. So they are really, really effective at pressuring the opposing passer. Dak right now playing like the best quarterback in the league. If anything can neutralize Dak's performance or force Dak to become erratic, it would be pressure on him. Terrence Steele is the one to watch. Terrence Steele, last time the Eagles played the Cowboys, allowed 12 pressures. He's only allowed 12 pressures in the last 4 weeks combined. He allowed 12 in just that one game and allowed 4 sacks. That's why, a big reason why Dak was under constant duress, but he still actually had a really good game. If they can keep Dak clean and Terrence Steele can play a much better game, and he has to because that's probably the worst game he's ever played, and I'm sure he's going to be going up against Hassan Reddick a lot, who's got 9 sacks and leads the NFL. That is one of the only issues that I foresee or foreshadow the Cowboys maybe having is the protection on that O-line, but they can deal with that a number of ways. You can insulate it with getting the ball out quickly, and with the quick game, you can provide a running back or a tight end over there to chip and help out Terrence Steele. So there are options for the Cowboys there. The other big issue for the Cowboys would be DaRon Bland and them targeting him. You're talking about maybe the best wide receiving duo in the league with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. DaRon Bland has been targeted the last 2 games, 23 targets, 16 receptions, 279 yards. He's gotten the most targets in the last 2 weeks of any of the Cowboys defenders, and he hasn't performed that well. I mean, 55% of the total yards he's allowed in the season so far. It came in the last 2 games, 16 receptions in the last 2 games allowed. He has gotten an interception, still leading the NFL in interceptions, but he's got to shore up his technique. Teams are now starting to attack his consistency. He's so consistent in the way that he plays different routes, the way he defends different routes. He's going to have to break tendency. in the way that he defends certain routes and certain concepts. If not, then teams are going to continue to attack him and target him. I'm sure that Dan Quinn's working on it. Dan Quinn's adjustment last game was to put Stephon Gilmore on DK Metcalf because DK Metcalf was torching the young buck to run Bland. You may see something like that with Stephon Gilmore taking maybe an A.J. Brown if they can work it out that way. Maybe if they can shadow him and then having the run Bland end up on Devontae Smith. But ain't no hiding with that Eagles wide receiving core. They're just too good. Either one you end up on could be trouble if your technique isn't flawless, pretty much.
Well, because I agree with you 100% on your analysis. If Terrence Steele has a good game and they can protect Dak, you can shred that secondary. But I'll say this again. I know there's a lot of people selling their stock in the Eagles, and I wouldn't be so quick to do that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's still a tough heart in there, and there's still a team that's been hearing all week that they're done and that's finally collapsing. And maybe it is. Maybe, the loss of both coordinators after the Super Bowl, the injury to Jalen Hurts, the defensive issues that they're having have finally caught up. But I still think when you got guys like, Jason Kelsey up front and Jalen Hurts and Fletcher Cox, I mean, these guys are pros, and the Cowboys know it. These are rivals. You will get the best Eagles team. You will not get that Eagles team that got blown off the field by the Niners.
I agree with that.
But you also won't get the Cowboys team that got blown off the field by the Niners. You're going to get the best version of the Cowboys. But that's the only way I can see the Cowboys not winning this game if Terrence Steele gets abused again and Dak has to rush some passes and Dak's you're creating negative plays and turnovers. They stay ahead of the chains. Dak is he's in the zone right now.
Yeah, and that's why the running game is going to be big. Last time the Cowboys played the Eagles, only 71 rushing yards for the Cowboys, I believe on 21 attempts. Since then, they've run for at least 100 yards in every game since that Week 9 matchup versus the Eagles. And Tony Pollard, that's your boy, he is back. 18 forced missed tackles in the last 4 weeks. Third most missed tackles on run plays. Fifth most yards after contact since Week 10. That is going to be the key. I'm with you. I think Terrence Steele and his performance in pass protection is going to be key. And Tony Pollard. Both of those guys were no-shows for you in the first meeting. Now both of them are playing at a much higher level. And if Tony Pollard can come to play in this game and looks anything like his old self, and the Cowboys can come to close to rushing for 100 yards, like you said, they'll stay ahead of the chains, and they'll stay away from predictable passing situations when the Eagles can tee off and go after Dak. That's going to be key for him.
Can I give you all a Tony Pollard stat?
Please do.
Zeke Elliott had more points last night, fantasy-wise, than Tony Pollard's had all year. 22.7, I think.
Trust me, I know. I am a Tony Pollard owner, and it's not.
He's getting better.
He's not for the 10th and 12th pick in the draft.
No, not for that. No. I'm talking about for the Cowboys.
I'm not going to win my league because I had the 12th pick. I had that snake turnaround pick, 12 and 13. I took Pollard and Austin Eckler. Damn. Neither have done a damn thing.
That's brutal.
Yeah, thanks.
Ooh,
thanks, guys.
That's brutal.
Well, because if you're drafting where I was, and you have to get running backs because by the time you come back or up around, you're not going to get any backs. So I had to go run. Those were the best backs available at the time.
There are a lot of running backs that blew up in fantasy people's face because people maybe drafted Bijan really high, and because of Arthur Smith and the way they used him, Bijan hadn't been spectacular.
That was were my worst picks. My best pick was took Mostert. Mostert's been a badass from the Dolphins. He's been awesome. Mm-hmm. But my other two have just been dead weight.
Yeah.
Dead weight on my roster.
Waste of a spot. Why are you trying to trade him?
No one wants him. They know he's dead weight too.
Nobody wants him.
I was a little patient, like they're going to come on here. It's a long season.
You kept waiting because you invested so much in them.
Yeah, but lost enough games early that I'm kind of out of contention now. All right, we'll come back. I did trade for Tua midseason. I did make a trade. I traded Brandon Ayuk for Tua.
Yeah, that was smart.
It was because the guy had Tua and he had Lamar Jackson, so he didn't know who to start. So got him, but no, come on, too late. All right, either way, we'll come back. When we do, I don't want to get into my fantasy football. He's been the damnedest year. Yeah, I got a good team, and we keep losing to these teams that have somebody out of nowhere have like 30 points that they haven't done it all year.
Oh yeah, and
last week it was Chuba Hubbard with Carolina. What?
Oh,
Chuba Hubbard like 25 points.
Got all about Chuba.
Like, where did he come from?
And I imagine the quarterback issues have got to be killing fantasy owners this year too.
Oh yeah, all the injuries.
All the injuries at quarterback. Yeah,
100%.
I started Jake Browning last week.
Oh, Cincinnati, good go.
Did you really?
Yeah, out of pure necessity. It was not me being smart. It was luck.
We got to get to the timeout, but I'll pick that. Jake Browning. That's an interesting story. I'll tell you that when we come back.
That's a good story.
He might have made himself some money here.
Might have.
Well, he's got 4 more games to play for Joe Burrow. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about our good friends over at Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build the offices. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, or maybe you want a career change, maybe you're a little bit bored, or maybe you're a little frustrated with your career path, maybe you're a little, you feel undervalued, maybe you feel underappreciated, and you want to be a valued member of a prestigious organization. How about looking into becoming a member of Ironworkers Local 482? They've been helping shape Great Austin since 1935. That's a really long time, and you see the labors of their love all over this great city and iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And right now, you have a chance to join this organization. They're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Like I said, right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people, and you can become one of these lucky people, and you can take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
play with a lot more confidence, yet they still lost. They outplayed the Eagles, yet they still lost the game.
Mm-hmm.
So to your point about you getting out of this slump, you got to beat a good team. And now in your next 4 weeks, you're going to play, a team that's 10-2, team that's 9-3, team that's 9-3. Like Buffalo's 6-6, but they're kind of one of those. They just feel like they're better than 6-6 with Josh Allen.
They definitely are. They definitely are. But they, as an organization, they're regressing. The talent level is still really high, but as an organization, they're regressing. That's why you're starting to see the changes. They're outside the 5-year window. I've talked about all the time.
Yeah, you have.
Once you're outside that 5-year window, you get your desperation starts to increase because there's a lot of pressure from the ownership, from the fans about, hey, why aren't you guys winning more games? Why'd you guys going
and it
to the
seems
Super Bowl?
like they're blowing games, right?
Yeah.
The Jets game early when Josh Allen throws the picks. I mean, the games they're giving these games away that they should be winning. And remember, their best win in Buffalo, they beat the Dolphins or beat the Bills. They beat the Dolphins and beat them bad.
Yeah.
Remember the week after the Dolphins put
I remember
70
that.
on the Broncos?
And that's what we all thought. Oh man, the Dolphins, they're not legit because they can't. Remember, we thought the Dolphins, they can't beat good teams. They can only beat bad teams badly, right? They can't beat good teams. And they're starting to shift that narrative too. And the Cowboys and the Miami Dolphins.
Well, and obviously the Bills. I mean, the Bills play the Chiefs Sunday, right? So if the Cowboys play the Bills the following week in Buffalo. In Buffalo, so they're either going to be 6-7 or they're going to be 7-6 and feeling much better about their season because they just beat the Chiefs. Now I don't know if they can beat the Chiefs because the Chiefs are really good and they just got beaten by Green Bay. But I think it's the people starting to ask the question: are the Chiefs really good? Or are they still just have the great quarterback and the best quarterback in the league, but defense is pretty good, but they're not.
I think the defense
level.
has fallen off a little bit as of late, though.
Yeah, Jordan Love had a good game against them. Jordan Love made some really good throws in that game.
Jordan Love, last 5 weeks, top 5 in passer rating. Something's happening there in Green Bay. Either lights going off for him or they're figuring out, how to win in spite of him. But from what I'm hearing and based on the stats, he's playing much better now. Jordan Love is playing much better.
Sunday, Rod, I'll leave the door open for you. You can just come on over because look at this. We got the noon window with the Jets and Texans, which will be fun. But you've also got L.A. and Baltimore. How about Rams at Baltimore? Rams just had a huge win last week where they beat Cleveland. Matt Stafford's back and flinging the rock, and that Baltimore team is coming off a bye week. That one could get ugly, but at the same time, because NFC teams coming in to play Lamar Jackson get hammered.
Yeah, yeah, you're right about that. I won't say their record is something ridiculous that they dominate those teams.
Like Detroit this year, Seattle went in there and got ambushed. So then the late window though, you've got the Niners and Seahawks at 3:05.
That'll be interesting to see if they
just played on Thanksgiving, and they're playing again, this time in San Francisco.
See how Geno Smith performs against that defense.
He was better against the Cowboys.
Yeah, he was.
They did have 10 days to get ready, but they remember the Geno Smith thing. They could have won that game against Dallas, but they didn't convert on 4th down 3 straight drives against the Cowboys.
And isn't he dealing with an injury? Remember even on that the Thanksgiving game, they showed him like on the table that he's been kind of dealing with some arm injury and stuff like that. Working past. Yeah. How about this? Since taking over as the Ravens starting quarterback in 2018, Lamar Jackson 17-1
against NFC teams. You might want to put that in your parlay.
Opponents. And that was actually NFC.
Hey Ty, you could tease that down to a half a point and go ahead and win that Baltimore game. It's 7.5. It's 7 and a hook.
Good Lord.
That might be down to your go ahead and get that. Take it to win. I would also say, so in the late window, you got the Niners hosting the Seahawks, which is kind of the Seahawks' last stand here. If they lose that game, they're going to be out of the playoffs. Then the Niners are favored by 11. And then Buffalo's playing KC at 3:25. That's the big game with Nance and Romo, and that'll roll right into the Cowboys-Eagles at 7:05 or 7:20 with Carrie Underwood in her legs and Sunday.
Carrie Underwood in them legs.
Hey now.
Hey, man.
Hey now. So that's your Sunday. That's pretty good. Now, Saturday, Army-Navy, we will all be watching, as we heard from Craig Flowers yesterday. Everybody on that field is willing to die for you eventually as they move on from their football careers. Every player playing in the Army-Navy game is willing to put their life on the line for every person watching in their future.
Yeah. They represent the best of us.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Courageous.
I'm watching an old
brave.
game right here.
Yeah.
CBS Sports is running some old Army-Navy games.
So I love that. I love the history lesson we got from. You got to go check it out. If we don't have it podcasted, we got to try to podcast that part.
Yeah, can you grab that from Craig? And
because that was great.
Ty, let's plan on putting that out because you were out yesterday with Brock doing a good job. But go ahead and pull that. It was 9:30 yesterday, and Ty worked with Craig Flowers on the high ground for years. He's heard a lot of those stories, but it's worth it going into the Army-Navy game to get that history lesson. By the way, I did message with Colonel after that, and I said, "What about doing like a Paul Harvey thing, doing a story of the day that we could play here, maybe even on Coke FM?" He said, "I can do that."
Oh, I know he can do that.
Do like the Paul Harvey. Good day.
Oh man, those no
Now
question
you
he can do
know
that.
the rest of the story.
He's got stories for days. They're fantastic. And every story just leaves you with more questions about, hold up, what? I got a follow up here. What'd you say there?
Well, if you were intrigued by and you hadn't heard much of Colonel or you'd miss hearing him on Saturday mornings, if you go to our podcast page, you can search for it. You can find my hour and 40-minute podcast I did with him, telling his story from baseball player at TCU and Ranger Junior College on to the Army and becoming a full colonel. By the way, Craig Flowers was at the time, he still may be, the youngest ever full colonel in the U.S. Army.
Really?
Yes.
He set a record at the time when he came in?
Yes. Now, he wouldn't brag about that, but he was.
He should brag about that.
He was low 40s when he.
I would brag about that. That's amazing.
Middle 40s. But yeah,
that's amazing.
I mean, only that's you're 50 or 60 years old when you're becoming a full colonel. He was in his 40s.
Wow. I didn't realize that.
After playing college baseball and back in the old Southwest Conference at TCU and at Ranger Junior College.
The man's exceptional.
Yeah, he is a good dude.
Extraordinary
and
human
you won't meet a better person. He works to make your life better when you're around him for a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys that exemplifies leadership. I've heard a great quote that helping people for their own well-being, that's leadership. Helping people for your well-being, that's manipulation.
Yeah,
he's a leadership guy.
100%.
He's a leadership guy, trying to help you help yourself.
Well, when I first met him, and we need to get you a radio show. He was so nice. My wife, of course, is special ed, right? She's director of special ed at Hayes School District at the time. Now she's in Dripping Springs.
Shout out.
And she said, "Hey, will you come speak to my teachers, like at the beginning of school?" Wow. And he's like, "Sure." And they still talk about it.
Like team building and camaraderie.
Yes. And he charges a lot of money to go speak to corporations like that.
Yeah.
He did it for her for nothing. And I think they may have paid him a little bit out of the school budget, but it wasn't what he normally would make.
Because he was doing it because he understands the cause.
Yeah.
Right? Your wife's doing God's work too. He understands our society built on this selflessness of service.
Yep.
He's somebody that understands that all too well.
And it's amazing because I've heard him many times just talking to him. But the impact, I mean, the teachers still they still talk about it in the department.
Because he breaks down little bullet points for you.
Yeah.
So you can remember them. I remember a lot of the terms he's throwing out there, like energy vampires.
Oh, yeah.
I've wrote down some of that stuff too. And it does. That's how you know he's really good at like public speaking and talking to these groups. Because he understands y'all not going to retain everything. But I'm going to give you little bullet points that will penetrate your psyche and you will remember that.
Because it's all about how do you build an elite team, right? And teamwork and working together.
Team building.
Sark's talked about it with his culture this year a lot. Of how it's intentional. It's every day. It's all the time. It's not a slogan or a sign on the wall. It's every day. But, when you get that hour-long spiel from Craig, you start going, well, am I doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Am I one of those?
Am I doing that with my family? Am I doing that at my job? Am I doing that? Yeah. am I an energy vampire? Am I the one hurting?
Yeah, everyone's got to look at themselves and say,
I love it. It's great. It really
or could I do better?
He's very talented.
Yeah, it's really and that's what he does. And that's what we'll see with Army Navy. All those guys are trained at West Point to go be the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? And of course at Annapolis with the Navy. So we'll be looking for that. We'll put that out today. Let's come back and do some. Who said that, Rod?
Who said
it? It took him up with Ian Robbie. Cowboy fans are mad, and who said that, Rod? The NFL has assigned John Hussey and his crew to the Cowboys-Eagles game Sunday night. If you don't know, John Hussey is the Eagles are 7-0 when John Hussey's crew calls an Eagles game, nearly a 4-1 penalty ratio too.
Ooh,
Eagles versus their opponent.
Yeah.
John Hussey. That's a little factoid.
That's how you know you're a real loyal fan, when you know the names of the officials that are gonna. And then,
Eagle fans know it's like their secret weapon, apparently.
Yeah, and then you know like the tendencies of the officials when they call games and the records of your team with those officials calling the games. I do not pay attention to that stuff. I would go crazy. I can't do it. I know Lowland fans do it too. They hate. Was it Kevin Marr? Was that his name? Is that the guy?
Kevin Ma.
Kevin Ma.
Everybody, every Longhorn fan
they
hates Kevin Ma.
every time they see it, like, oh, I hate this guy.
Well, that's the Oklahoma State guy.
Yeah, it is.
15 penalties to none.
Yeah, so, hey, I get it.
Hey, look, the Longhorns got through and won the Big 12 despite the officiating and all that went on.
Exactly. And like Mac Brown, you say coaches coach, players play, officials officiate. Don't worry about that stuff.
All right, what do we have? What do you have for me? And who said that, Rod B?
Ty, you can dial them up. I sent you a couple of nuggets, a couple of pieces of audio. And who said that?
I feel like anything. Nah. It's a special bond that I have with those guys over there, Coop, Stafford. I still could hit a little group chat and, talk some trash to him this week, and just it's just all love and respect. McVay's he kind of was the person who, or the whole situation and organization kind of brought me back to loving and having joy for football and understanding true professionalism and being prepared. And it was just a great experience for me, alongside of, winning the Super Bowl. But just overall, it was one of the best things that's happened in my life.
Who said that?
Got me, Rod.
Odell Beckham Jr.
OBJ.
Said he owes Sean McVay. Yeah, he's still playing. Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
He says he owes. Well, I don't know if he's actually playing, but he plays for Baltimore. But yeah, he just says he owes them a lot. Said he basically has brought back his love for football, being with the Rams after everything he went through. So shout out.
Hey, can we get to another piece of who said that? Who said this? This would give you, if you're worried about John Hussey's crew against the Cowboys, this might give you some confidence for your Cowboys.
Hussey.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on tape, though. And then, obviously, we put the blueprint out there. Hopefully, Cowboys watch the tape. We made Jalen stay in the pocket and escape outside instead of those B gaps, and paid off. Because Jalen's looking at the rush every play. So, yeah, you just have to be disciplined and not give him that quick escape route where he could get to his guys quick. And it paid off.
Oh, it's got to be somebody for the 49ers, isn't it? The
Bosa.
49er defender? It's Bosa? Okay.
Nick Bosa saying, hopefully the Cowboys watch the tape. The blueprint's there.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about that. They did, make the Eagles' offense look erratic. They did not look great. But I was thinking it was more about the Eagles' defense to me. Eagles' defense is what their issue is, not their offense. Their offense will be okay. I think their offense was worn out from that stretch they had played, and the 49ers are a legit defense. So, and the Cowboys can do that too. But the Eagles' defense is so bad right now, guys.
It is not good.
It's one of the worst defenses in the league. I'm not making that up.
Well, they're missing Jonathan Gannon, their defensive coordinator, and some pieces on that defense. I would also say that that was a statement game for the Niners. Remember, they lost that game in the NFC Championship game a year ago without Brock Purdy, and they got to go in there and say, okay, here you go.
Remember, they started a little scuffle, little dust up too. Before that, where the head of security of the Eagles ended up getting into it and got some players kicked out. That usually riles up the 49ers.
Dom DeSandro.
Yeah, you don't give the 49ers more incentive. They don't need to be amped up.
Well, that game was well in hand when that thing went down in the third quarter. What do you have for me, Rod?
All right, let's dial up another who said that.
Yeah, we have an amazing medical staff that takes care of us and in every way that you could imagine. Anything that we need, they're always there. They work pretty much around the clock to take care of us. So we got one of, if not the best in the league. So there's I've heard what Amanda was telling me, kind of all the stuff that's been going on. And yeah, we talked about getting a cart, and I was going to get a cart, and then I'm standing there and, I'm already on the sideline at that point. The tunnel's right there. I just wanted to get off the field, get out of there. I didn't know what was going on with my ankle, and I felt like I could get off. And I was like, hey, you're good. Just don't bring it out. I'm going in. And then once I got in there, I'm like, this is a pretty long walk, but I was already there, and they asked again if I wanted a cart. I'm like, no, we're going to make it the whole way there. I didn't know there was cameras in the tunnel, so that's kind of, they're everywhere. Exactly. So, but no, of course we have carts and we have everything we need, and I was the one that didn't choose to take one, so I guess put that on me. Maybe that was dumb. Maybe I should have taken one, whatever. But
Trevor Lawrence.
That is Trevor Lawrence.
High ankle sprain. They're talking about putting him out there. Look,
Yeah.
that was a bad injury. I mean,
talking about playing him.
high ankles. He's just a sitting duck. Sitting duck.
You're talking
Your
about playing
franchise
him.
quarterback. I want to play this for you too, Rod. Who said this? You'll know the voice immediately. We'll talk more about that. Also, I'll tell you why Longhorn fans are not happy right now, and why UT students are about to get their own version of NIL, I believe. But can I play this one for you because I think you'll like it.
A lot that would disagree with what I'm about to say. You want a strong 7. Let me tell you why. 10, fine as all get out, tat out, body looking fine, everything like that, got it going on. Too much maintenance. Too much, because she knows she fine. And you're expendable. She can take you or leave you. A 9, that's a problem too. Because you got enough people telling her she's a 10, so have.
All right, there you go.
Stephen A.
Stephen A. Strong, solid 7, the way to go.
Steve, oh, is that what you're supposed to go, a solid 7?
Yeah.
Okay. I get any woman with Stephen A., keep that in mind. He basically thinks you're a solid 7.
Oh, he just said
That's what I'm saying.
you.
If he said solid 7 is the way to go, is that the way he's going?
Yeah, that's what he
Yeah,
says.
no.
He also got into how he likes big butts.
And I
you
cannot
don't
lie.
I was
yeah,
telling
yeah.
Rod about that.
And
He
you
gets a
cannot
little
lie?
weird on his podcast.
What's weird about liking big butts?
I mean, nothing weird. There's different meanings of weird. I mean, that's sexually speaking.
He's a freak, bruh. He's a freak, bro. And Charles Barkley was going to whoop his ass last night on the NBA play-in thing or in-season tournament.
Stephen A's single, though, right? He ain't married.
Oh,
is
I
he?
have no idea. We'll be back. He's looking for a 7. We're looking for a 10. One more hour to go. The fabulous 25th hour of our week is coming next on Hook 'em Up.
AM 1260. The Horn.
Willie, to start the final hour of our week. Fabulous fifth hour is here. Weekend's about here, which is a good thing. Big NFL Sunday. So Army-Navy tomorrow, and then the Heisman Trophy will be handed out tomorrow night. Is that going to Jalen Daniels? Is there any doubt? Can we argue with Jalen Daniels? Maybe a pretty wide margin over the other quarterbacks at this point. We'll see, because regional vote. You on the Jalen Daniels bandwagon, Rod? Is that who's going to win that award on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels gets it. It's
Jaden. Sorry, there's Jalen and Jaden.
Yeah, there's Jalen and Jaden. Didn't see Jalen this year because Jalen's coming back.
Kansas got hurt,
yeah. Without his offensive coordinator. I wonder how he feels about that. But I think Jaden Daniels is going to win it. These stats are just too mind-boggling and eye-popping. I think he's going to win it. It's hard,
yards.
Hard to justify on that very same stage giving it to Michael Penix when there's a quarterback up there with not just better stats, way better stats. Now, Michael Penix Jr. has the dubs because he's undefeated, so usually the quarterback gets a lot of credit for that. But, man, I just think, Michael Penix Jr., even though he's got the stats, even though he's got, the wins, Jaden Daniels, if he didn't have just otherworldly stats, if it was just closer, I think it's Penix. But, man, if you look at Jaden Daniels' stats, it's not even close.
Yeah, no, it's not. This is an electrified season. 5,000 total yards, 60 touchdowns accounted for. No one else has that. It's Lamar Jackson 2018 all over, 17 all over again. That kind of year. So I think it's happening. By the way, next week will be big. I think it's either got to look at the date. Next Tuesday or Wednesday they do the College Football Awards, the Home Depot College Football Awards. They're in Orlando, I believe, is where they do it. And T'Vondre Sweat could be a busy guy that night. He's first-team All-American, as we mentioned, in all the services, and why not? He's likely to win the Outland Trophy. And, he's up for the Maxwell. And, he scored a touchdown. He got that Charles Woodson moment. He did the Heisman pose, a la Desmond Howard when he got the touchdown.
Everybody likes a big man touchdown.
Oh, man. And then he swagged it out a little bit there, Rod, with the Heisman pose.
No, I don't know if he swagged it out. Let's be honest. It wasn't a great Heisman. I love my man, but it wasn't a great Heisman. I love him, but come on, the leg barely got off the ground. His leg was like 2 inches off the ground. That's not a Heisman pose.
And how about catching the ball with his body too? He didn't even catch it with his hands. He wanted to make sure he caught that ball.
I love my man. He's great. But come on, it's not like that. He was the greatest Heisman pose we ever seen. But it should win him the Outland. It should win the Outland. He should win the Outland.
Yes, he should.
He's the best interior lineman in the country. Period. Offense or defense. So he should win it.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But we'll also see, the other awards handed out. That'll be next week. College football awards this year I'm trying to find the date, but I know it's next week. We'll all gather and give out all those big awards.
Well, it's only one. The Longhorns are only up for one. Only got one Longhorn that's up as a finalist, correct?
I think Sark is a finalist for a coaching
award.
I'm
talking about the players, though.
Yeah.
I'm talking about players. I know Sark's up for a couple of coaches up the year awards.
Yes, he is.
But I'm talking about the players. I believe T'Vondre Sweat's the only one that made a finalist.
Hey, Big 12 coaches, who's not up for any major national awards at coaching is Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
I want to give the college to. They weren't going to vote for Sark. I get that.
I will say this though. I still think Mike Gundy had a really good case.
He did.
The case against Sark is everybody had them picked to win the Big 12.
They were overwhelming favorites.
They were picked to win the Big 12. They did what everybody thought they would do, which is win the Big 12. So as Chris Rock always said, you don't get credit for stuff you're supposed to do. You were supposed to do that. You know what I mean? You don't get credit for it. Now, that's why on the national stage, that's Big 12 Coach of the Year. On the national stage, he is getting a lot of recognition for Coach of the Year. Why? Because nobody expected him to be in the college football playoff.
That's right.
Expected him to win the Big 12, have double-digit wins, but playoffs, that was something different. So, yes, he should be up for Coach of the Year and probably could win Coach of the Year, but there'll be some other guys like Kalen DeBoer, right, in that conversation up for Coach of the Year. Florida State, Mike Norvell, probably going to give it to him as a consolation prize.
Connor
They feel bad about it. I don't know if he was actually a coach, though. I don't know. That's a good point. But no, I think Sark deserves to be up for the Coach of the Year nationally. But in the Big 12, I think Mike Gundy had a hell of a case, and I think he had a hell of an argument. Like I said, Sark was expected to do that. Everybody had him picked. Every member of the media had him picked to win the Big 12. He did what he was supposed to do. People had Gundy and Oklahoma State to pick what?
7th.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you saw the team he had.
Exactly. He was playing 3 different quarterbacks off the season. He basically did tryouts for the first 3 games of the season after getting beat by Northern Alabama. I know Longhorn fans love Sark. I do too. But Gundy had a hell of a case to win Coach of the Year in the conference.
Time out. Can I say this? Breaking news.
Conference.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Ty, give me the breaking news, Center. The College Football Awards program is tonight. It's tonight.
Oh.
6 o'clock.
Okay, there you go.
So it's tonight. I just looked on my DirecTV menu. It is tonight. Then they're going to have the Herbie Awards, and then there'll be something else.
What's the Herbie Awards?
That's where Kirk Herbstreit hands out his awards.
What's this, like this goofy stuff?
Yeah, well,
Like best player of the
I don't
year,
know,
or
lunch
something
pail
like that?
guy,
Yeah.
the Herbies. Those will be that. But yeah, 6 to 8 tonight, College Football Awards show. Look for our man T Swizzle, Tavondre
He should
Sweat.
win it. Honestly, I don't see how they could justify giving it to anybody else.
Yeah, tonight they will give away the Chuck Bednarik Award, which he's up for that too, by the way. He could win the Bednarik, Tavondre Sweat. The Bolitnikoff, the Maxwell, and many more. Heisman will be given out tomorrow night, so they'll get the other ones out of the way. Lombardi will be given out tonight. Doak Walker.
He could win the
Bednarik.
Bednarik, though.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it. I'm
be
trying to think of defenders that are highly praised and have achieved more than him, and it's not that many this year.
No. Can I mention this? This is a problem. I just mentioned I booked my hotel yesterday. Where the media hotel is the Sheraton on Canal. The Sheraton on Canal. That's where the media hotel is, which has been many a song written about the Sheraton on Canal or Canal. You see it in all the movies, too.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. It's right on Canal Street, which is right next to Bourbon.
Mm.
A lot of people stumbled from Bourbon to the Sheraton on Canal. You know what I'm saying?
I've stumbled on Bourbon before.
Yeah, down to the Harrah's and get a little gambling in.
You know that.
So booked it, and we'll be telling you here coming up about our Horn plans to be live in New Orleans and bring live coverage of the Sugar Bowl in 23 days and into that next week. But here's the problem. This is from our friend Anwar Richardson over at orangebloods.com and now Brett McMurphy. Texas received only 13,000 tickets for the Sugar Bowl matchup for the team, like for the program, 13,000. They had 52,000 requests.
Texas.
32,000 from season ticket
That's
holders.
the problem having a huge fan base and donor base. That's just say.
But here's why. So the 32,000 from season ticket holders. They had 20,000 requests from students, but they only have 13,000 tickets. And the student tickets sold out, as Brock told us yesterday, in like 15 minutes.
Sold
Gone.
out quick, yeah.
Well, you know what's going to happen. This is supply and demand, my friends. This
Secondary
is gonna be
market, baby.
This is going to be the students' version of NIL.
Yeah, reselling.
Students are going to be selling their tickets, and then they're just going to go drink on Bourbon Street and sell them for a couple of grand.
It's called capitalism.
There
it's
you
called
go,
the free
students.
market. So
Because I think the
Deal
students
with
had
it.
the first access.
yeah, he did.
Students.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they're in the Macomb School of Business.
Yeah.
That shouldn't take very
Yeah.
long.
Brock said yesterday, he's like, he tried, couldn't get it.
Couldn't get him. He's a student.
Seconds.
Yeah.
It took him seconds for him to be rejected, which means that's how quickly, right? It filled up. That's how quickly those tickets sold out.
So if you're thinking about a ticket, now you can, that's just for the UT section.
Yeah, you go to the
There's other
secondary
tickets,
market.
yeah.
You go to the ticket broker and go find your ticket. You're gonna pay a lot of money regardless. Whether
Oh,
you're
yeah.
buying it from somebody else or you're buying it from a ticket broker, it doesn't matter.
You got to remember, if they win, then you got to buy a ticket next week, the following week, if they win, right?
Oh yeah. No, it's I knew this was gonna happen. Our friend Fancy Boots does a great job. She all goes to all the games and she throws parties and stuff. And
I
she's
think I met
probably-
her last week up
You
there. in
have. You
Arlington.
met
Nice
Megan.
lady.
Megan's fantastic. She's great. She put out on Twitter that she couldn't get it. She's been to I don't think she's missed a Texas football game in like 5-6 years, something like that. And she's like, she can't get a ticket. She's like, I can't get a ticket.
I think if having been to and I know the demand was not as
On her-
high
on
for
her
the Sugar
ticket
Bowl
app,
in
I wanna say.
2018. For the by the way, I tried to get 2 media credentials for our station. We only got 1.
Exactly. It just come on, guys.
So
That's what happens when Texas is good.
that's right.
There's an upside to it. There's a downside to it. Downside is demand. The demand right now is through the roof for Texas.
Somebody pointed out that Kirby Smart won the Coach of the Year in the SEC. He did what he was supposed to do. See,
He what?
He won Coach of the Year in the SEC.
Okay, SEC is different from the Big 12. Though.
Yeah, no. I would have voted for Sark as Coach of the Year, my opinion. But and I do think Mike Gundy did a great job. Those two things can both be true.
Yeah.
I would have voted for Sark, even though he did live up to expectation. The program hasn't lived up to expectation in a long time, and he got over that hump, which I think is an achievement in itself. But Kirby Smart, came in as the heavy favorite, and they didn't even win the damn conference. And he got Coach of the Year. He couldn't beat Saban.
Yeah. Nah, the SEC
Couldn't beat the boss.
Very different. Very different. But like I said, I'm not saying that Sark doesn't have a case for it. I think Mike Gundy has
Oh, yeah,
really
for
people
sure.
act like Mike Gundy has no case at all. I'm like, he's got a pretty good case, guys.
Yeah, it's decent. It's defendable.
Y'all just don't like him. It's okay.
It's defendable. And again, he's not. I mean, they're going to give it to one of theirs, right? The coach.
That
the coach
also
who's
is
going
true.
to still be in the conference next year.
That is also true.
Probably, friend of the. I mean, it's voted on by the coaches. So
Yeah, they don't want to give it to a guy who's not going to be a coach there next year.
Right.
That also is part of it.
Well, because
yes.
you could have argued Brett Venables did a nice turnaround job after the year they had to winning 10 games, and beating Texas. But no, Venables wasn't getting that vote.
No.
Not getting that vote. So there you go. That's a tough ticket out in Vegas, without a doubt, as we get this thing cranking up, as we've talked a lot about Tavondre. So that's tonight. So I just realized that's tonight. That's something I can watch in addition to what else is on tonight. Because this weekend, because all of us are going to have a vacant Saturday. You're just used to blocking hours at a time on Saturday for college football. Army Navy
Saturday.
will get your eyeballs, but this Saturday maybe some honeydews. But
Got some time.
You do have that NBA tournament thing, and I'll give it this. This thing, the NBA didn't start this in-season tournament to go gangbusters year one. It's for the future. Like, they want this thing to grow.
Yep.
And one of the ways to grow it is to have something like this year that's happened, right? You have the Lakers in it from the West. They won their pool, and they beat beat in that great game. They beat Phoenix to knock out the Suns in that great matchup with LeBron and Kevin Durant earlier this week. And then they just erupted on New Orleans, beat them by 50 points or something last night. But the cool story is Indiana. Here are the Indiana Pacers, the lowest payroll in the NBA, Rod. Way down there, number 30 out of 30 teams. And Rick Carlisle has navigated his team into this opportunity to win it. Tyrese Halliburton is becoming a star. There'll be a lot of eyeballs for people who love basketball watching this game Saturday night in Vegas, and they're going to hand out a trophy. And the players if the Pacers win it, every player gets $500,000. Gets half a mil.
It's good money.
And so they're playing for a pile of money, which is pretty cool. And there's a cool story. And look, I don't know if Indiana what their staying power is for the year with Rick Carlisle, but they'd have a championship and a trophy, and people will mock it. But in the end, that's what they're trying to do, is grow this thing. So 5 or 10 years from now, it's something teams want to win.
Oh yeah.
It works in European soccer. It works in the soccer leagues around the world. So eventually it'll work in the NBA. It's just the first year.
It is. I think they did a decent job of trying to promote it. It's a hard time on the sports calendar.
Oh, 100%.
It's just a brutal time on the sports calendar, competing with the NFL and then competing with college football. And I'm glad they timed it out where at least the end of the tournament, the championship round of the tournament,
get some eyeballs.
It should, yeah, because you time it out right when college football dries up. Yes, you got to deal with the NFL, but there's nothing they can do. This thing is all about trying to steal little slivers of the sports calendar, because the NFL has dominated the sports calendar. They dominated from September all the way now through the end of February, because they extended the damn season.
100%.
So Adam Silver was like, dude, so now they've extended through February, and then they steal like 2 weeks for the combine. They steal another 2 weeks for the draft. In the end, the NFL's got like 7 to 8 months out of the year now.
Really, June is the only month they don't get much, and they let the players June into early July, 4th of July. It dries up a little bit, but yes. The NFL's gone year-round now. And just wait until they add another week to this season. They go to 18 games and give each team 2 bye weeks. And they're going
right. Then in March Madness.
Trust me. I mean, you can build the calendar right now that stretches out to where the Super Bowl's on Sunday, and then the Monday after that is President's Day. So everybody's off. So it's a national holiday the next day. Now, the NFL may not like that because they want people going to work and talking about their
this game, but still more the sports calendar is more important for them.
Yeah. That'll come eventually, and they'll negotiate with the players to get that 18th game, which is what they want. And then they'll get rid of another preseason game, as a concession. They'll go down to 2 preseason games. They still have their 20-game calendar. Because remember, NFL owners don't care. It's always been a 20-game calendar. 4 preseason, 16 regular. Now it's 3 preseason, 17 regular.
That's true. Good point.
Eventually it's going to go, and because they sell those preseason tickets for the same number. I mean,
individually,
yeah,
exactly. You still got to pay
There's
top
no cut
dollar
rate.
for them.
No, even though no one plays.
They just keep all that revenue for themselves as opposed to sharing it in the pot like they do regular season games.
Exactly, and that's what it'll take. Because look, the secret in the NFL for years forever has been the owners make a lot of money on the preseason.
Yes, they do.
Because they sell the media rights themselves, right? That's
why
you see it on the local channels. Then they sell the advertising at a pretty number, and the players don't get paid in the preseason. You know that.
You get a per diem. You get a stipend.
There are no game checks for preseason.
You ain't made the team yet.
Right. Game checks don't start flowing until the first week.
Yeah, you got to make the roster to get a game check.
So the owners are making money while they're not spending a lot of money on the payroll.
And they got a workforce and everything out there giving it everything they got.
So the minute it becomes affordable to them, okay, we're going to give up another preseason game. Okay, well then come on, TV networks.
I got to make 18. The money on the back end.
That's right.
Make
us whole.
They're billionaires for a reason, though.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
but that will to your point, and the NBA is just trying to find a sliver. You said it. And starting next year, we'll have a 12-team college football playoff that'll be starting up.
Oh, that's right. So it was like, come on, guys, give me a break.
Now there will at least be this week where it'll be dry.
Yeah, but
this will probably be the Saturday night whether they always have this thing.
Oh yeah, where they can have their in-season tournament championship round.
Because under the new rules, by next week would be the first round playoff games, where the 5 would be playing 12 and 6 and 11, and those would all be.
See, but what happens is because remember the NBA used to have Christmas,
Yeah.
and NFL stole it from them, and then now you're gonna have the college football playoff now extended into December.
Yes, sir.
And close around that time too.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so it was like y'all took Christmas from me, man. That used to be our day. Remember the nation would switch their attention and go, all right, you know what? Time to start thinking about the NBA here, because they would have a blockbuster, marquee games on that day. Now they can't even do that on Christmas because the NFL stole it from them.
Stole it. Well, Christmas, Christmas Eve is a Sunday this year, so they're going to have NFL Sunday. And then they got games on Christmas Day, which
Christmas
is Monday.
Day now.
Monday.
Oh, it's brutal, man.
Yeah. And,
they had a Black Friday game this year, didn't they?
Yeah.
They got no shame.
It was the lowest rated game of the year on Amazon.
Was it really?
Yeah,
okay, because nobody's at home.
Everybody forgot.
Out. Yeah.
Everybody forgot. And Aaron Rodgers wasn't playing. It was the Jets.
Oh,
it was
you're
Jets
right.
Dolphins.
Oh, was that overseas?
No, it was here.
It was here? Okay.
It was here. But yes, so the NBA is trying. Point being, if you're looking for something tomorrow night, and just root for this Indiana team. You got LeBron James, who Ty will be hating on and rooting against, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can hate the Lakers, but you have somebody to root for, the underdog, this little old engine that could. Slowest payroll in the league. And I will say, this Tyrese Halliburton, Ty, you've been watching him. This dude, I watched last night. That guy is unbelievable. Tyrese Halliburton.
I think the Kings are probably regretting trading him at this point.
Yeah, what was that trade? That was him for
Sabonis.
Yeah, and then there's another player involved. I'll look that up. But Tyrese Halliburton, man, what a dude! I mean, he's becoming a star right in front of our eyes.
They chose De'Aaron Fox over him, who's also
De'Aaron Fox.
He's a great player, but I think Halliburton has ascended over him.
Well, remember, Halliburton's an Iowa State kid, right? The Longhorns had to deal with him in the Big 12. He's a good player, but, man, he has emerged at 23 years old. So that's something to watch tomorrow night. You got the College Football Awards show tonight. Then we know Sunday is wall-to-wall with the NBA. Well, think about this, Rod. Starting next December, right, you'll have the end of the climax of the championship Saturday. Who's in the 12-team playoff will be announced the next morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
4 teams get a bye, and then starting the following, 2 weeks later, I believe it'll be 2 weeks later. I got to look at there, or maybe they start at week 1. I'm not sure, but I think 2 weeks later is when you would have the first round games. Because I think they give them 2 weeks because the campus has to get ready, or the stadium.
Yeah.
Because the higher seeded 5, 6, 7, 8, they will host a first round playoff game. Like if the Longhorns, like Florida State, would be hosting Liberty. Next weekend.
That'd be cool.
Right.
Yeah.
And Georgia would be hosting 11 and on down. And then the winners obviously would advance, and then you'd be after the new year, and you'd be playing in the bowl games, right? So you go down to 8. So is that? And I people got mad at me on the text line when I said this, but when they announced the format, essentially the 4 teams are in the top 4, so there's still an award for being in the top 4. You get the week off,
You get the bye.
and you get the bye, and the other 8. Then you're taking the 8, and then you're trying to play into an 8-team tournament. Essentially, is what you're doing.
Well, you get a home game for the other teams that are higher seeded.
Correct. So now you're playing in,
Which
and
is
then
extra money, by the way.
And then once the 4 teams come out of that, well, now you got your 8,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's to 4, then it's to 2, and
Yeah.
we have a champion. So that's when I say play in. That's so Liberty has a chance to play in.
Yeah, they'll have to go on the road.
Yep.
And play in, but essentially, so basically, the top 4 seeds, you get your bye. Then the next higher seeded teams, they get to host.
Yes.
And then that's their advantage for being the next higher seeded teams.
That's
and then
correct.
if you're the lowest seeded teams, then you just got to go on the road and you got to win it the hard way. It's kind of the wild cards, basically.
Yes. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Liberty. Well, they would have to have Liberty, but right now number 12 is Oklahoma. But they're going to put that. It's almost certain because remember they're going to do the 4. They're going to do the 5 plus
Your
7
conference
model.
champions.
Yeah, 5 plus 12.
You get your conference champions.
5 plus 7 model will be adopted, which means the 4 power conferences left, ACC, SEC, Big 12, and Big 10, their conference champion will be in automatically.
Mm-hmm.
So that conference championship game matters, right? So if you're Texas next year, you can lose or lose to Michigan in September, but if you were to win the SEC, you'd still get in.
Yeah.
So, but then of course, so the conference champions and the 5th team would be Liberty, right, or Tulane. The group of 5 highest ranked team.
Yeah, with a group of 5 representatives.
But they wouldn't get 5; they'd get 12. They're always going to be seeded 12. That's just going the way that's going to go.
Yeah.
So then 5 would be Florida State, Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Missouri, Penn State, Ole Miss, and Liberty. So let's just say this weekend or next week, whenever the dates will be, you'd have Florida State hosting Liberty. Well, now Liberty may have a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
with a hurt quarterback.
That's a good point.
Georgia would be playing Ole Miss
again.
Yeah,
beat them.
or again, they'd have to seed this.
Yeah.
They probably would try to avoid a
rematch.
SEC kind
like
of
a rematch like that. Yeah, they probably would.
Because the way it would line up this year, Penn State would be playing Ohio State.
Yeah, you want some,
I don't think they would do that.
Yeah, you want some sexy, like intra-conference kind of matchups.
But it's going to be hard to avoid because guaranteed there'll be 3-4 SEC teams.
But you can still I think you can still avoid it because all those SEC teams are not going to play. They're not round robin, so they don't all get to play each other.
Yeah.
They'll be, So, and I'm with you. I like that. I think that will be really sexy for college football.
Oh, 100%.
I think college football. I think the ratings for college football are about to skyrocket with the change in the conferences and now all the consolidation of all these big brands, and then also the college football playoff, as you mentioned. So you're gonna have more teams, more fans invested. I think the ratings are about to go through the roof.
I agree, 100%. And also because we had the debate earlier this week, the guy saying that NIL is killing college football. I'm like, I think the opposite's happening. I think it's spreading the wealth. NIL. Am I happy with every phase of the name, image, and likeness? No. Or the portal? No. They need some guidelines. But at the same time, to your point, I agree with you. The consolidation is going to lead to. Think about Championship Saturday.
It's going to be better games.
Well, think about the importance of Championship Saturday now. If you guarantee yourself a spot, you don't have to wait on
the committee to
committee.
Decide it. Style points.
The SEC
throw that
championship
crap out
game
the window.
locks you in.
Yeah.
Your seeding will be determined later, but it locks you in. You can, like Oklahoma State, if they had beaten Texas, would have played their way into the 12-team tournament.
Yep.
That's Louisville. Would have played their way in if they had won that football game. Iowa, same kind of thing. So that's compelling. Those championship Saturdays that go to a different level because there's a guaranteed spot on the line. And then the next morning when you wake up, if you didn't win your conference, now you're okay. But even if you did win the conference, where am I seated? Where are they? Did I crack the top 4?
Yep.
I think we'll go to bed kind of knowing for the most part, like we normally do. But at the same time, where am I seated and where am I going or who am I playing? Think about the eyeballs for that now, Rod. And then the controversy of who gets left out.
Yep.
12, 13, 14, 15. And then to your point, through December, great games.
Amazing games.
College Game Day will be saddling up in mid-December at the best site, wherever that is, for the best game in the first round.
You'll have the best matchups that we've seen in college football in decades, just because that's the whole way the 12-team playoff will work out. And you have better matchup during the regular season because of the consolidation and conference realignment, because you're going to have USC and Washington now added to the Big Ten, Texas and Oklahoma now going. Guys, college football has never been this sexy.
And yes, does it look a lot like the NFL? Yes.
Yes, it does.
But you know what?
And the transfer portal is going to allow for your teams to look very different. You essentially adding free agents to your squad. Year by year. Like I said, I know some people don't like all the change, and it is a lot of change in a short amount of time. I think that's what's
100%.
making people uncomfortable, especially since, college football has one of the oldest fan bases, oldest demographics.
Well, it's a handed-down fandom.
Yeah, they're grandfathers and
Generational.
grandmothers and great aunts. You got legacies that go to, and they become college football fans. That's not the case for a lot of other sports. So older people, and I include myself because I'm older, we have a tough time dealing with change. Young people love change. So this is actually going to bring more young people.
Well, you've talked about
football.
it. The 3 oldest fan bases are golf, college football, and baseball, and they're slow to change.
And they're always slow to change because they're a demo.
And I know there are people listening right now going, you guys are crazy. This is going to be terrible. I hate the playoff. You know what? The ratings are going to show you it's through the roof. And in addition to portal, Rod, and name, image, and likeness is going to keep good players in college longer. So quarterbacks who are not NFL can't miss prospects are going to stay.
They are
and
already.
Make money. I know, which means you're going to have a better product. You'll have better quarterbacks staying, and you'll have quarterbacks I know.
I agree with that.
Like Stetson Bennett. He's like, oh man, that guy still
He's
there,
around forever,
really good, and he's going to make a pretty good living while he does it. While he's playing school. You know what I mean, Ron?
Hey,
but
you know what? Now you can play school. What did Cordell Jones said that?
Cordell Jones.
Yeah, I don't come to play school. Actually, now you can play some school if you want to.
So yeah, it'll change, and you're right. People are against change, especially old school. But I think it's going to be quite good for the game. And yes, we lost a bunch of rivalries, and there's traditions being vanquished here, and it's not like it used to be. But that's okay. Listen, I'm old enough at 51 now, Rod, to know that we used to go to bed at night and then wake up, and the sports writers would pick the national champion. Yeah,
disgusting.
Right? Like, don't act like this has ever been done well. This is what Mike Leach was talking about. We do it wrong. We do it worse than anyone.
Yeah. Why are we playing these games if y'all gonna be?
And you go to bed and you get up and then one team would win one and the one team would win the other. APC or UPI's this. That's garbage.
It is garbage because it makes college football the talking season all damn season.
I know.
We always got to talk about, well, this team looked like this and they had these style points. What about this? Like, no, let's just play the damn game. Pit them off with each other. Let them face off and then we'll sell it on the field. We've having times now we got so deep into the talking season where we actually actually will discuss whether head-to-head matters enough. It's like head-to-head should always matter more than anything. We beat them on the field. That's what matters. All right, so I think we get back to simplifying it, man. Let's go head-to-head.
Let's go head.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it.
We're finally to that point. Texas fans know this very well, especially the old school. Remember when Texas lost to Georgia in the bowl game, and if they had won, I mean, we used to they'd be co-champions as soon as far back as 1996. When Michigan with Charles Woodson and Peyton Manning at Tennessee split a national championship.
Yep, you're right about that. I know college football. Yeah, you think about it, they've never been having to crown a true champion because it's always debate about how true that champion is. Right. What's the validity of it?
And you'd have remember they used to have the bowl tie-ins. I think I'm sound like old man radio, but with the bowl tie-ins, you'd have a situation where your conference was tied into this bowl, so you couldn't even play the other number one team.
Couldn't even play the number one team.
You had to go to the Cotton Bowls. They had to go to the Sugar Bowl and then the Orange Bowl.
And that's where your style points argument comes in. Well, they look better when they played. Who cares?
That's why this week has been aggravating to me because people act like they've always just done this right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's always been stupid, y'all. It's always been dumb. It's actually getting better.
Yes,
and all the Florida State fans who are so mad about the fabric of the game. And I always point out, you remember when Notre Dame beat you guys in that year and beat you on the field? And then they went to play for the national championship, not Notre Dame? And identical records. Do you remember when that happened?
Yeah.
So don't act like this is some type of travesty that has never happened in football. It happens all the time.
It does. You're right. How Texas had to deal with it in Oklahoma.
They
beat Oklahoma in 08, and Oklahoma still ended up going to
And I would argue, as someone for fairness, it's going to be more fair now than ever before. Yep. Because if you win your conference, you're in.
Or if you're just you're one of the top two best teams in your Power 5 conference, you're in.
Right. But I mean, we get back to a point where conference championships matter.
They do.
Like they're huge.
Yeah.
Which is what you play for. I grew up with that. What it was like your district championship in high school, right?
Oh yeah, man.
It's the deal, right? You'd like to win a state title, but man, we won the district.
Won a district.
Yeah, that's big.
It mattered.
And now the conference championship guarantees you the spot, which means you can play tough non-conference games, lose a game or two, to prime your team, and if they can come back and win the conference. And look, the Longhorns are dropping into a real tough conference.
I agree with you. That's a great point. No, you're right about that.
I think it's about to get more fair than it's ever been. And that's why it's unfortunate, the controversy for Florida State, that the one time in 10 years that they had 5 worthy conference champions, they had to screw somebody, essentially.
Yep.
That they had never had to face that. Now, did they always get it right, or did they always have opinions? Sure. But the people talk about the football, college football is now gymnastics, or it's figure skating. It's always been figure skating. Like, when has this ever not been the case in this sport?
Pretty much. Style points. We've been talking about style points for 50 years now.
And sports writers were picking the winner.
I know. It's a damn shame.
Yes.
Of football.
Of football.
Right? Yeah, I'm with you. It doesn't make sense. But that's I'm glad that now, right before they open it up to 12 teams, is when we hit this kind of conversation and discourse about Florida State and about meritocracy, because the truth is that's the point of having the 12-team playoff now. So we won't ever have to do this again.
Yeah.
It just sucks.
So SMU would make it too. Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think SMU as a 2-loss team
because
would
of
get
group of
that
5.
large.
Group of 5, they're gonna have. They don't say this, but y'all got way different rules.
Y'all got
than
one.
Yeah,
y'all
exactly.
get one.
Than the power. I don't know. Not power
SEC
4.
may get 4. Power 5. Or group of 5 get 1.
Yeah, I think SEC will get 3 to 4.
It'd actually be the group of 6. Because the
Power 4.
Because
the Pac-12 is now down with them.
Yeah, they're
now with the G.
Oh, and then the
Pac-12
G6. is Oregon State and Washington State. That's it. That's what's left. Hey, we'll be back. Hook 'em Up rolls on. Good stuff right there from college football. The passion is what makes it, and I think it's about to get even more passionate this year and into next. We'll pick it up with Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Good question on the message line here. Appreciate your text and your conversations. Just stirred a lot of good responses. It said, what's going to be the March Madness nickname for the football playoff? Rod's the best in the world at coming up with those things. Winter Wars, Wild Winter, come up March Madness. Yeah. December, probably go with December, right? Or
yeah.
We'll be thinking about that.
That's a good question. You're right. They're going to label it something.
Oh, have to.
They're going to be trying to turn this into like an annual thing.
Like they've come to, because I call it all the time the Final Four, but they don't want that because the
don't
Final
want
Four
that.
is basketball.
Yes. And the NCAA, they make their money off of that NCAA tournament. So they don't want college football to be using Final Four.
No.
That's their thing.
We'll come up with something else. And this says, just like when UCF were self-proclaimed national champions a few years ago, they'll always be about it. Look, if Florida State goes out and beats Georgia,
you know what? They should. They should make T-shirts.
For 2 touchdown underdogs, they can claim a national championship.
Make
now,
T-shirts.
They won't get a trophy, but they can put on their. We went 14-0 and beat Georgia, who had a 30-game win streak or whatever. We got screwed, and that should be your moniker. Go get it.
I agree with that. It won't happen, but they should.
It says, you just sold me on the 12-team playoff. Hadn't thought about all those points before now. This says, thank you. I'm glad someone with a voice finally has said out loud the college football playoffs have always been subjective. Personally call it a beauty pageant. That's the whole thing. That's why this week's been maddening. And you know what it is? I understand, on ESPN, Mike Greenberg and a lot of these, they're NFL fans. They don't even follow college football.
No.
So you can understand if all you do is grow up in New York and follow pro football, you look at this and go, man, this is really dumb.
Imagine guys who've been in the NFL, like Jim Harbaugh, and starting this is stupid.
Yeah,
this is really.
But no one goes, guys. It's always been stupid.
It has always been stupid. This is true.
And this is what Mike Leach's point was. Remember the sound we played from Leach was 7 years ago.
Yeah. And because he is coached at the he's got a chance to see the lower levels and was like,
well, that's how that whole rant started. He was like,
they got playoffs, guys.
I wonder how we could figure out a way to do that.
And it's it's not that hard.
How about we look at what we do at the second and third level of our college? It's right there, y'all.
They have a system already set up.
No, we're good.
We can just go steal it.
And he also, in great Mike Leach fashion, which I think next Tuesday, Rod, we're going to have Mike Leach Appreciation Day because it's 1 year to his passing.
Let's do it.
And I'm going to get with Ty and get a bunch of Mike Leach classic sound.
And we need to make sure that the Hall of Fame committee or whoever decides it, that they put Mike Leach in. Remember, that's still not a guarantee.
Right.
Because he hasn't met the 60% threshold. I think he's at 50. He's at 59.5 or something like that.
Winning percentage.
Yeah, winning percentage.
That's a criteria to be in the college
you gotta
Hall of Fame.
win 60% of your games.
Like Derek Johnson went in this week. But so think about Leach, and he said, if our way was so good, why aren't other sports looking at ours going, oh, that's how we should do it?
That's definitely
how we should do it.
Nope.
You know who else? Who doesn't do it like this? Everybody.
Because it's a stupid way to decide it.
It's a stupid way to. That's why I'm just guys, come on now. Let's not get all hyperventilating and bent out of shape about a system that's always been, and it's about to be as fair as it's ever been. Or at least consistently get out of the opinion subjective business. It'll still be there for the 12 to get in or the 7 non-conference champions, but I still think that controversy and debate's good for the sport anyhow.
Yeah,
you always want that.
College football is trying to. They're trying more and more to make the sport a more fair sport for the players and for the teams involved, right? That's what the playoffs about. That's what the transfer portal was all about. That's what NIL is supposed to be all about. That they realize now, decision makers, that these antiquated kind of old school ways of doing things so they can save amateurism have actually been killing the sport.
Yes.
And so now they've decided, let's try to be a lot more fair to the players involved and to the teams, everything.
And that's but the frustrating part, having you played in the sport and you played the game. I've covered the game for 25 years. But it wasn't done because of they wanted to. They were forced by the TV networks,
kicking and screaming.
TV networks and courts.
Yep.
What made this happen?
Yep, they kicking and screaming. That's what it basically was the only reason they came. They got sued a bunch of times.
The old guys in the bowl blazers would still want it to be the old way.
Yes, they do.
With the bowl tie-ins and no playoff and 2 teams and the AP and the UPI picked the winner at the end, and they'd run back to that if they could.
Of course, because honestly they were making a lot of money, and they were making a whole lot of money in that time, and they didn't have to worry about the scrutiny and the criticism. But now nationally, I don't know if they have any fans. I don't know if the NCAA has fans at any level. I don't know if the players, the coaches, the administrators, the athletic directors, the fans themselves. I don't know if there's anybody that actually is a fan of the NCAA in their practices.
You're right about that.
Everybody criticizes them. Everybody.
And now it's going to be more. It'll also happen with the 14 playoff and the guaranteed. Be more regional, right? You'll have different teams from different regions represented every year.
That I hope so. I hope that's the case. Because college football, they're turning into kind of an aristocracy. Remember I talked about the NBA earlier?
Yeah.
It's always the same teams year after year they're competing. College football is that too, and it's not boring. I love college football, but it is the same teams year after year. There's not a lot of different teams.
Just by the fact that you'll be adding 7 new teams every year, 8 new teams.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's good because usually it's the same damn
teams. They're going to
teams.
come from different regions for the most part, and so it gets more fan bases involved and around the country instead of the Deep South, which is what it's been.
Yeah.
And you're right. In the NBA, you're talking about 5 players. So if you get 2 great players, you're going for a long time. For a long time.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's good that you could get just a team that it's just a hot team that year, and then they make the playoffs, and at least they may not win it all because that's, like I said, it's usually set for the Blue Bloods, but at least we'd get more variety.
Right.
We need more variety.
And then you get the Cinderella story, which you never get.
Yeah.
Like because a team like Liberty would play a Florida State who doesn't have a quarterback and may win it.
There you go.
And now all of a sudden they're into the big deal. And now you got Liberty on the run, or Boise State back in the day.
It's the sport's better. It's going to make the sport better.
I agree. Let's go to behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Texas 23 days to the game with Washington.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now we don't have a lot of time here, and I was going to get into some transfer. No, it's great actually. We talked college football, so that's kind of behind the burnt orange curtain right there. We were talking about the Cowboys-Eagles game earlier, and obviously usually we set aside this segment to talk Texas sports and Texas football, and we will get back to it. We got like 3 weeks to break down Texas Washington. Matter of fact, I've been watching Washington film, and I got lots of great nuggets for next week for us to break down that matchup. But I think for Cowboys fans out there, you're going to really enjoy this next piece of audio. So Dak Prescott, he's playing the best football he's ever played. I happen to think he's going to be potentially in a legacy game scenario versus the Eagles. He got a chance to shift and change the narrative and conversation about himself. If he wins that game, there's a good chance, if he plays really well, because they're not going to win it if he doesn't play well, that he will be the front runner for MVP. And he's never, at least as long as I've been doing this and following Dak, I don't think I've ever seen him as the front runner, the favorite to win MVP. So Dak now, he's becoming a father, and he's the most tenured quarterback in the NFC right now. Right? He's one of the most tenured quarterbacks in the league, period. Dak is a veteran now, and he's talked openly about the criticism of being the starting quarterback for the Cowboys and how he's got to deal with a lot of the Dak heads out there and the hatred from Cowboys fans and, some of the criticism from NFL fans alike. This commercial, guys, it's a combination of obviously a great message too, but it's Dak's message as well, basically telling everybody out there that he is now in a situation where I think he uses all the criticism and he uses all the hatred as fuel, just to turn him into a better player. I always talk about that. You got to use it as motivational currency. This is the prime example, and it is proof that Dak is now using all of the hatred as motivational currency. Here's it.
As a professional quarterback, I get a lot of shit.
Indecisiveness in the red zone. Most overrated quarterback.
You have more turnovers than a bake sale!
And I get it. When you're not a fan of something, shitting on it can make you feel good. But what if I told you that now it can do some good too? Let me show you how.
Selling toilet paper?
First, if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about getting screened for colon cancer. Then, if you're prescribed a whole screen kit like this, grab the sample collection container and place a sticker of something you want to shit on right on the underside. Not a fan of marine life? Slap it on. Have issues with old-timey prospectors? Boom. It works with anything, from colors to large American predatory birds. Then, follow the instructions on collecting and shipping your sample.
Here we go!
And in about 2 weeks, you'll have the results. It's that easy to get screened for colon cancer and make your feelings abundantly clear. So talk to your doctor today.
Home screening kits like Cologuard are for people 45 or older of average.
All right, that's enough. Oh, fantastic. Well done there, Dak. Well done, brother. For a good cause.
So stick a target there and blank on it.
Yeah, and you can put, I think they actually showed it on the commercial, you can put Dak sticker on there. And if you really hate Dak that much, you can put Dak sticker on there and go to town. It's great because it shows you that Dak's got a great attitude about the criticism that he's got to deal with. Remember, this is a guy at one point that was critical of Tony Romo. Right? And he would go on social media as a young teenager.
Yeah, he was a Cowboys fan who would.
Yes, and talk trash on Tony Romo. And recently, those tweets have been brought back, and he said, "Yeah, it comes with the job.
He gets it.
Comes with the job." And I think honestly, Dak's in a great place mentally. That's a big part of why he's playing his best football ever.
Yeah.
It's because he's
I said
accepted it now.
I said that last week that you know Dak's history, right? His mom died when he was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
She had cancer. He had to deal with that. Then his brother committed suicide recently. I mean, Dak's had a hard run here. And you can tell he keeps most of it in, and he's just like we talked about with Patrick Mahomes yesterday. He's a great teammate.
Yeah, he is.
He's a great teammate. He always says the right thing. He always has his teammates back. But yeah, now he's a father. You're going to be a father. That changes you. And
It does.
He's obviously found a lady that he's got great stability with. That's a good thing, and you know that you can help your performance on the field. There's no doubt about that. To have a stable life and not chaos happening behind the scenes, pretty good stuff right there. By the way, that's how I taught my boys to potty train. I would throw
really?
Yeah. Once they could reach, I would throw Cheerios in the toilet, and they'd say, "Target practice, hit it." Yeah, Cheerios float, and so you just throw them in there, or Fruit Loops.
I like that. That's pretty good. Yeah, because
now play Space Invaders.
Yeah, because sometimes these little kids are way off.
Yeah. Oh man, that's terrible.
Come on,
but you know, if you put some Fruit Loops in there,
work on it. Work on the accuracy.
It's like a target. You know, mom comes home and there's like, oh, why is there like colors in our toilet going on?
I never thought about that. That's brilliant, E.
There you go.
If I have a little boy, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna steal that one.
Do it. They love it. Then it becomes like a competition.
It is a game.
They're boys.
Oh, it's a game. It's like, let's go.
Who can hit the most targets?
Oh, that's fantastic.
When you got two, especially.
That is fantastic.
All right, we'll come back.
Thinking outside the box.
Got to. All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Hits the final segment of our week. It's What's Poppin' Next. Oh, we know what's popping. The weekend is popping, Rod. We're going to wrap up our 25 hours of conversation this week.
Yes, sir.
And cranking into the weekend. 6 o'clock tonight is the College Football Awards show.
T-Swizzle.
Tavondre Swift. Steve Sarkisian, I'm sure, will be there. Sark's going to pick up some frequent plane flyer miles this week. I mean, he's all over the place with these. Think about what Sark's days are right now. For what you can tell, he's doing exit meetings in the morning with players, and that's when we're hearing these players jump into the portal. Kind of seeing where their path is to playing time, and if there's not, they're probably going to go. But then, making home visits. Seen them all over. I mean, his whole staff is doing that. And then tonight, I guess he'd likely be in Orlando for the Home Depot Awards to.
Support his D tackle.
Yeah, man.
And I think one of those players that they visited with yesterday was Phil Samee.
Yeah, that was last night.
That was last night.
Xavier Phil Samee, the 5-star safety from McKinney.
Yeah, they could use some safety help. They've got 3 of them now in the portal currently.
Yeah.
Out of the 6 players that are currently in the portal, 3 of them are safeties. And then one of their other safeties that is in heavy rotation, Derek Williams, will be suspended for the first half of that Sugar Bowl. So,
which could become an Achilles heel for Texas, and what promises to be a pretty high-scoring Sugar Bowl in my mind.
Yeah, I think right now I'm leaning that way too, man, because I don't see how Washington's pass defense is going to hold up much better than our pass defense versus Washington's offense.
Right, and I think in a month with Sark to prepare, Kalen DeBoer's got the same opportunity. I think you're going to see some big points. I mean, last year, as we said, the semifinal games, one game had 96 points, the other game had 83 points.
Yeah,
combined. They're both shootouts.
It's going to be a shootout.
I think they both very well should. So that's popping. College Football Awards show tonight. Also, congratulations to the man. I did not stay up to see this, but I've been reading the accounts of the Texas women's volleyball team with the win over Tennessee last night. 5 sets, 16-14 in the 5th. And they were down. They were down 3 sets. I mean, they were facing elimination, the defending national champs, and found a way to fight back, get the win, and beat Tennessee. So they'll play Stanford now for a trip to the Final Four.
No, what Jared Elliott's done has been amazing.
Dude.
I mean, he really has put together just a powerhouse of a program.
They're in the Elite 8 for the 17th time in 18 years.
Yeah. Now, we take that program for granted, and it's how good they've been.
Yeah,
but that's a dominant
volleyball program. I've talked to enough people around the programs, and Nick Shuley would be an example. So many people, they talk about him, that Jared Elliott is the most detailed, organized person you'll ever be around.
Okay,
like it's not a joke. Like there's a reason he's talking about leadership and building a culture and building a program, and I mean he does an incredible job, and that's there are a lot of coaches on that campus that are doing the same thing. But Eddie Reese, obviously forever in swimming.
Yeah, he's
now stepping aside. But Jared Elliott in that realm for sure. Hey,
he's stepping aside again?
Yeah, he retired.
Eddie Reese aside again?
Again.
Remember, he retired once.
I think he got bored. And CDC begged him to come back.
He got bored. He was like, okay, I retired, but honestly, I'm a little bored around here, man. So he came back. So now it's official? He's good.
I think CDC.
Is he consulting at least? Because I don't want him to get bored again.
He'll be around the pool.
I don't want him to get bored again because I want him to make sure that he's still stimulated.
Of course.
So it happens when goats retire, man. When you're a goat and you retire.
Oh well, that's right. I mean, especially when you retire on top, and it's like
what
CDC called him and said, "Man, I've been trying to find somebody to take this job. No one wants it.
Yeah,
no one wants to replace you.
I'm gonna follow the legend. No matter what I do, if I look, how can I do the job anywhere close to as good as he did it?
Yeah, call me after the next person.
Yeah, for real.
Comes in. That's popping. Good stuff. Hey, good luck to Wimberley, Westlake, Liberty Hill. Let's get 3 teams into the state championship week up in Arlington next week.
Yes,
3 teams. Wimberley, Westlake tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Should be great weather. Also at 2 o'clock tomorrow's Army Navy. Cowboys Eagles. Rod, you like the Cowboys?
I like the Cowboys, baby. I'm going with Big Dak energy. Big Dak energy, baby.
I like how you called them the Dak heads. I love that. That's funny. Ty, you like the Cowboys?
Sure. I don't really care.
That's not a vote of confidence right there.
I'm heading to the ranch this weekend. No service. I'm gonna decompress.
We'll tell you all about it on Monday then.
Yes, sir.
We will be there at 6 a.m. 0 dark 30 on Monday morning, talking all things Cowboys, all things NFL, all things weekend. Have a great one. If you missed any part of our show today, including a great conversation with Gene Watson, baseball insider, he seems to think